everyone, I am Jabir. Welcome to Imaginary Hub. This is our first video. In this Java tutorial, we are going to cover all the things from the basic to the most advanced level. So after watching this entire video, you will learn programming, you will learn coding. So if Java is asked in your college exams, by watching this entire video, you will learn complete Java and you can prepare it for your exams. And in this Java tutorial, we have divided the whole tutorial into 8 different chapters. If you want to study a particular chapter or particular question related to like programming, you can do that using the timestamps which are provided in the video. And we have completed 100 questions in this tutorial. We did 70 questions in our video and we have given you 30 questions as assignment. You can download the entire notes and 30 assignment questions in the by just clicking on the link which is provided in the description for free. So with that being said, we did this entire tutorial using Visual Studio Code as our code editor. You can download our Visual Studio Code by just clicking on the I button and you can see tutorial on how we can download Visual Studio Code in our computer. So with that being said, let us start our first tutorial in Java and hope you liked it. If you have any doubts, if you got like any doubt in the tutorial, then you can comment down with the timestamps such that we'll reply you and we'll give you the answer related to that particular thing. So with that being said, let us start our first tutorial. Hope you like it and it is one of the longest videos in our channel. So with that being said, let us start our first Java tutorial. Hello everyone, now we are going to start our second chapter, that is variables and data types. Now we are going to write our very first code in Java. To do that, we need a code editor. So what are code editors? In school days, we used to do maths problems, right? We used to do science problems and we used to do maths and science problems in a notebook. Similarly, to write and or to solve questions of coding, we use code editor, and there are various types of code editors in the market. Some of them are Visual Studio Code, IntelliJ, Eclipse and many more. I hope you have downloaded Visual Studio Code in our previous videos instructed as before. So now we are going to create our very first file in Java. You may don't see all this like practice, web, music, Annie, web school and all this student registration, all these recent files in your laptop because you have just downloaded the VS Code, right? So you may not see this, but I have been working on some of this, right? So these are my recent files, so just ignore it. Now we are going to create our new file in Java. So to do that, we need to create new file and let us write the name of our file be Java basics and the extension will be .java. So what are extensions? I hope when you are using text files, the extension will be .txt. When you are writing Python files, the extension will be .py. Similarly, for C language, the extension will be .c, and for C++, .cpp, HTML. These are the various extensions. So to create a Java file, we use extension called .java. So our file name is Java basics.java. So after that, we need to save our file. So to save that, I have created a new folder, that is Java language in my desktop. So click on that and create file. So we have successfully created Java file and you can see the path of our file: user, Daja, OneDrive, desktop, language, after that Java basics. So this is the path of our Java file. So we have created the Java file. Now we are going to write our very first code in Java. Now we are going to write our very first code in Java. So I am going to write some words which may not be familiar with you guys. These may sound like some alien language, so bear with me. You will understand all the things I am writing in the next upcoming chapters. After the completion of OOPS, you will understand all the things. Bear with me guys, you may not understand this, but just see it. Just you have to memorize this. This is known as a boilerplate code. What is boilerplate? Boilerplate is nothing but a template which we are going to use to write every question, everything in Java. First of all we have to write this. So public class Java, our file name Java basics. We have created public class. After that, public static void main string args. So this is known as boilerplate. To write code in Java, we have to write this. This is like the template which we are going to use again and again, again and again to write Java code. And these public class, static void main, these may sound like different to you, may not be familiar with these things, but after the completion of next classes, you will understand. We are going to see how to print output in Java. So to print output, we use some functions, that is system.out.print. Print is the function. Print is the function. Function is nothing but a magic button. If you click the button, then it will do some work. That is function. So print is used to print a particular thing to the user. Printing is nothing but output. And print hello world. This is the output we get. Basically, there's a rule, right? When you are learning a language, new language, you have to print hello world. So let's print our first output in Java. System dot out dot print parenthesis hello world. This is our output. And first of all, remember, yes should be capital and all things are small. System dot out dot print, and print is the function which is used to display the output to our user. So let us run this program. So we have to press the run button. You can see the run button on the screen. So run button, it will show you the path. This is the path and Java file. After that, this is our output, hello world. You can also print like this, system dot out dot print hello Jabir. So let us again run this. This is our output, hello world, hello Jabir. This is the output, and we can print whatever we want, like system dot out dot print I am human. You can see hello world, hello Jabir, and I am human. So this is the output. And so the output which we get, hello world, hello Jabir, I am human, this is in a same line. So what if you want our output in the next line, after that another output in the next line? What are the things we have to do to print our output in the next line? So these are the three ways, 1, 2, 3. So print is nothing but to print output in the same line. Suppose SYSO, I am using this shortcut to write our pseudocode. We just write SYSO, that is system.out.print hello world. The output will be hello world. Similarly, println used to print our output in the next line. Suppose SYSO hello world. After that, the next line you are printing, you want to print it in the next line. So dot out dot print ln hello Jabir. The output will be in the next line, that is hello world. After that, hello Jabir. This will be the output. And if you don't want to write println, then you may use a \n, and this will also do the same work. That is system SYSO hello Jabir \n. This is also do the same thing, that is printing the output in the next line. So let me write print ln. After that, let's use a \n. So let us again run this. Hello world, hello Jabir, I am human. So let us again print this in the next line. So print.ln and save this program. After it, run again. So you can see hello Jabir, hello world, hello Jabir, I am human. So we have successfully printed our first code, that is hello world, in Java. Now we are going to study what are variables in Java. In Java, there are variables, different types of variables like integer, float, double, and all these things. These are the data types of that particular integer. Integer is nothing but a variable that is assigned, the value is assigned by the user, and the value of variable may change or may not change in the future. So we have two things, that is literal and variable. Literal are like constant things, they doesn't change. Like suppose let us take an example of rectangle. Length, that is a, and breadth, that is b. We can assign the value of a and b different values. Suppose let us take a is equals to 10 and b is equals to 5. Then the perimeter will be 2 into a plus b, that is 2 into 15. The perimeter will be 30. So this is the output of perimeter. Now suppose let us, again I can change the values of a, b, c because they are variables, right? Suppose let us take a is equals to 3 and b is equals to 2. Then the output will be 2 into a plus b, that is now a is equals to 3, that is 2 into 3 plus 2, that is 2 into 5. The output will be 10. So this is the variables and literals. Variables are the values which may or may not change in the future. We can assign the value of variable, we can change the value of variable, but literals are the ones which are constant throughout the program. We can see that 2 is constant, 2 is constant. What is changing here is a and b, because these values are variables. A comma b comma c variables, and we have created the class in the first boilerplate code, right? So class and the main program, we have seen the main program, right? So main program, and these three things we called it as identifiers. In Java we called it as identifiers, and these are literals. These are basically constant, and these variables may change, and combining all of them we call it as identifiers, right? Let us code this thing. We have to define first of all what is the data type. Is it the variable belongs to integer, is it the variable belongs to decimal, or anything? So let us do it for integer values. So int a is equals to 10. After that int b is equals to 5, and the perimeter int perimeter is equals to 2 into a plus b, right? A plus b. After that printing the output, system dot out dot print perimeter. So let us run this. We can see that the perimeter is 30. So we have to, first of all, before declaring a variable, we have to declare what is the data type of this. Is it a integer, is it a float value, or is it a boolean, or any other data type? So we are going to study about data types. Before that, let us understand how a memory is assigned for a variable. In the previous question, finding the perimeter of a rectangle, we have declared the integer, that is int a is equals to 10 and int b is equals to 5. So this is our variable, and this is the data type. And there are various data types like integer, float, boolean, and many other, and we are assigning the value of integer to that particular data type integer. So in Java, the memory allocation happens in the form of blocks. Like you can understand it in the form of land. In the Earth's land, we cut it into small parts, plots, a square plot, and we name the address of that particular plot, right? Similarly, in memory allocation in Java, memory is allocated in the form of blocks, and each block has its own unique address. Suppose in a is equals to 10 assignment, in the a is equals to 10 assignment, a memory is allocated for this value, and each memory has its own location. Suppose let us take the location of it be 2004, and after that b will be assigned on another block. Let us consider the block address will be 2008, and all this. Let us take a string variable. String is nothing but a collection of characters. A character is nothing but a word. A or C, D is nothing but a single character, is known as a character data type. We will study various data types in detail. So let us consider string name. is equals to Tony Stark. So a string memory will be assigned, a string block is assigned in the memory allocation, and the value will be stored as Tony Stark. And this own block has its own data type. Let us consider number will be 1005. We are assigning the memory location randomly, but in memory the allocation of memory is systematic, and the location of each memory is also systematic. So I hope you have understood the memory allocation in Java. In Java, the memory is allocated in the form of blocks, and each block has its own locational number, and we can track the location of that particular block by using its location number. We can get the value of b by knowing the location or the block address of that particular variable. So I hope you understand the memory allocation in Java. Now let us study what are the different variables, different data types which we are going to use in Java. There are basically two kinds of data types. That is, number one, primitive data types, and the second one is non-primitive data types. The first one, primitive data type, here it will come byte, short, char, boolean, integer, long, float, double. And in non-primitive data type, strings, arrays, class, objects, interface, and all those things. We will study it later. For now, let us understand primitive data type. So let me write int marks1 is equals to 100. So this will store the marks1 as a integer data type. This is a integer data type. After that, let us calculate, or let us assign the price value including GST. So to include decimals in a variable, we use data type called as float. float price is equals to 90.12. This will store decimal values also. And boolean data type, boolean is true, or is topper is equals to true. True. This boolean data type will store basically two kind of values, that is either true or either false. After that, long L is equals to 439 something else. So long data type is used to store long integer values, big integer values. Similarly, for float we use double, double, d is equals to 3.12 something, kind of large decimal number. After that we have byte, byte is used to store small integer values. Byte by is equals to 12. After that, character is used to store characters. Character C is equals to A. We store character in a single quotation. So let us print each value. System dot out dot print C. So the output is A. We have printed the character value C. Now we are going to see different sizes of different data types. So first of all, let us understand that one byte is equals to 8 bits, and in each bit either we can store 0 or we can store 1. These two values, either we can store 0 or we can store 1, is stored in each bit, and the array of these 8 bits is nothing but a byte. So the size of a byte is 1 byte, and we can store numbers from the range of -128 to 127. If the number is greater than 127, then we can't store it in byte, and in this the total number of numbers will be 256. After that, in short has a size of 2 byte. You can see the range of the short in the given study material. After that, char will also store bytes, 2 bytes, and in char we can store all the characters from A, B, C to Z, and all the special characters capital @ hashtag, and all the special characters like backslash, star, and all these things we can store in character, and the size of the character is 2 byte. After that, boolean will take 1 byte, and the work of boolean is to store either true or false. This is the thing is stored by a boolean data type. After that, integer will have 4 byte of size, and it will store from -2 billion to 2 billion numbers. After that, long will have 8 bytes, and it will have the range. You can see in the study material, or you can search the range of the long data type. So if the number is greater than 2 billion or number is less than 2 billion, then we will use integer, from integer to long data type. After that, float will have 4 bytes of memory allocation, and the range, some range, and it will store decimal values. The work of float data type is to store decimal values. Double will have 8 bytes, and if the size of our number is greater than the storage range of float, then we use double. So these are the various data types in Java, and we have seen how to print that particular data type. We'll write, suppose we have to write the short data type, so we'll write short st is equals to 20. So short is the data type, and st is the variable name, and 20 is the value which are we going to assign in the st. And we have seen the memory allocation before, and each in st there's a block will be assigned for st. And you have to remember that Java is a typed language. That means, first of all, you have to declare the integer or data type. First of all, you have to declare what is the data type of that particular variable. After that, you will be able to declaring the name of the data type or variable. So first of all, we need to declare data type. After that, variable name. But in some other languages like JavaScript, we don't declare the data type. We just write let or var as variables. So JavaScript is not a typed language. Java is a typed language, C is a typed language, Python is a typed language, and typed language are more kind of secure, because we have to write the data type name first. After that, we can be able to declaring the name of the integer. So we have studied what is memory allocation, how we can get or use different data types, and what are the sizes of different data types like byte, short, character, boolean, integer, long, and many more. We have to print sum of two numbers. Let us take the value a comma b as integers. So we have to write the code for it. I want you guys, you have written the boilerplate, right? You have to write the code first, pause the video, write the code, and after that play and compare the solution with the given solution in the video. So let us write first of all pseudocode for this first. So public class name, and after that public static void main. After that, in the program, int a is equals to 10. After that, int b is equals to 2, and store the sum of two numbers, that is sum is equals to a plus b, and print that is syso sum. That's it. And you can see that after each and every step statement we are writing this. This is known as a statement terminator. You can understand it as a full stop for writing programs. If you want to write a new line, you will have to put a statement terminator, right? So let us code for this. Int a is equals to 10. After that int b is equals to, let us take 3. After that int sum is equals to a plus b. After that we have to print the output, system dot out dot print ln sum. The sum will be 13, right? So let's run this. So you can see the output is 13. You can again decorate this as a sum is, and yeah, save, control S, save. After that run, you can see sum is 13. Comments in Java. Comments are used to describe the thing which is happening in our code, and we use comment to make our code even better, even easy to understand. So let us write a sample program. Int a is equals to 10. After that int b is equals to 20. We are going to calculate the sum of two numbers. So I am going to write comment sum, calculating some calculation. So these will tell us what is going to happen in our code. It will give us a clear understanding of what are the things happening in our code. After that we'll store sum is equals to a plus b. So comments are used to describe our code, to understand it better. And to write a single line comment, we use a double slash backslash. And to write a multi-lined code, multi-lined comment, we use this: hello, my name is Jabir. So we use this for multi-line comment, and for single line we'll use two backslash for single line. Let us write comments for this code. Backslash calculating sum. After that, for writing multi-line, we will use this, right? Hi, this is a Java file. So we use the comments to understand the code better. We have printed the output. We have studied about different data types. Now we are going to study how to take input from our user. So to take input from our user, we are going to import a class. Don't worry guys, I keep telling that there are something class, main function, and all these things that you may not be familiar, but believe me, after completion of oops you will understand each and everything better. So to take the input from a user, we have to import a class, that is a scanner class. To import class, we have to write in our boilerplate code. Observe carefully, that is import java.util.star. This will import all the libraries, all the packages which are there in our Java development kit. After that, we are going to create the object of our class. That is, a scanner is the class. Scanner sc is equals to new scanner. In this we are going to write scanner system.in. So this is the line which is used to take the input from our user, right? Scanner sc, this is a object name. You can create s1 or anything. Sc is equals to new scanner. After that let us take the input of a integer int a. After that let us take integer of different data types. Let us understand we have created the scanner class and create the object of that particular class. Now let us take what are the things we are going to do to take integer variable as input float variable as input, boolean variable as input. So let us understand it. Now to take input from user, we have created the class scanner class, right? Scanner sc is equals to new scanner system dot in. After that, to take the input of integer variable, we use or we write next int, that is sc dot next int for integer variable. If the variable is string, that is we have write Tony Stark or Jabir, hello world Jabir, that is a string. To take the collection array of characters, we write next line, or to take the input as byte, we write next byte, or to take input as float, we write next float. Similarly for double, boolean, short, and all these things. So let us write a sample program that you can understand. Let us take int a is equals to sc dot next int, and that's all. This will take the input from the user and assign it to the integer variable. Let us code first. Int a is equals to sc dot next int. After that, let us print the value of system dot out dot print ln value of a. Let us run this. So we are giving, you can see that we are giving the value of a to our user. Let us give the value of 10. Then 10 is resulted. 10, we can see that 10 is the output. 10 is printed on the screen. Let us let us write here that you can understand your input is plus this. Save and run again. Okay. Now let us give 20 as input. Then your input is 20. So we use, first of all, understand that we create a scanner sc is equals to new scanner bracket system dot in. This is the standard method to take input from the user. Before scanner class, we import java dot util dot star. Remember, this is the boilerplate. This is the actual boilerplate, and this is the template. You have to remember this. Import java dot util. After that, public static class name is our file name. After that, public static void main. In the function void main function, we are creating a scanner class object. After that, taking input of that particular data type as next int. If the variable is boolean, then next boolean. Similarly, if the variable is byte, then next byte. So let us do the question of sum of two numbers by taking the input from the user. After that, printing it the sum to the output screen. So let us take int a is equals to sc dot next int. After that, int b is equals to sc dot next int. After that, we are printing right int sum is equals to a plus b. After that, print sum. Let us run this. We have to give the value of AB 20, after that BB 5, then the output is 25. We have calculated the sum of two numbers by taking the values from the user. Let us do some questions such that we can understand all the concepts that we have learned now, that is output, different data types, and input, and boilerplate, and all these things. If we do these questions, then we will be understanding much more. So the first question is sum of two numbers. We actually did now the sum of two numbers, that is int a is equals to sc dot next int taking as input. After that, product of two numbers. Let us do product of two numbers to calculate the product of two numbers. So first of all, we have to import java dot util dot star. After that, public class java basics, right? java java ba si yes basic public public static void main function. In the main function, we have to create a scanner class to take input from the user. Scanner sc is equals to new scanner. Remember, s is capital here. In the scanner, system dot in. After that, to calculate product of two numbers, we need the value of 2, a comma b. After that, product is equals to a into b, and print the value of product to the user. So first of all, we have to take the values of a comma b. So int a is equals to sc dot next int. After that, int b is equals to sc dot next int. After that, we have to calculate the product. So int product is equals to a star b. After that, print to the user, that is product is product. So let us run this. Oh yeah, we have to write string, right? String args, now let us save it and run. So let us give the value of a as 2 and 3. 2 into 3 is 6, so the product is 6. So we have taken the values of a comma b from the user and calculate that the product. After that, area of circle. In area of circle, you will take r, that is integer value, int r radius. R is nothing but radius as input from the user, that is sc dot next int. After that, you will print or you will calculate the area. Int area is equals to pi r square, right? Pi is nothing but 3.14 into r square, that is r radius into radius. So for this will give you a boolean value. No, this will give a float value. So we will write here float area is equals to this. After that, you will print syso area. Now we are going to talk about type conversion. Converting one type of data into another is known as type conversion, and type conversion only happens on certain conditions. The first condition is the two should be compatible. What this means is, suppose you can convert int data type to float, but you can't convert int data type into boolean, because this is not compatible. We can convert numbers into numbers. And the second condition is the destination type is greater than the source type. Suppose you can convert, suppose let us take long and int. You can convert int into long because the storage or the size of long is, we have studied that 8, and the size of int is 4. So we can convert our integer data type into long data type. This is our source and this is our destination. Suppose let us take int a is equals to 10. After that, long b is equals to a. So we are long b is equals to a. We are storing the value of integer data type into long data type. After that, let us print syso system.out.print b. So let us see what will be the output is. Let us say save it. So we can simply see that the output of b, the value of b is now 10. So we have converted integer into long. Let us take the reverse scenario. What will happen? Let us see. Let us take long is equals to 10. Long a is equals to 10. After that, integer b is equals to a. Here we are trying to store the variable long data type into integer. Here the source is long and the destination is integer. So let us see what will be the output is. Let us run it. Yeah, here we can see that there's a loosey conversation from long to int. It is showing that the destination which we are trying to store is not compatible. The size of destination is less than the source, so it is not possible. So here the two conditions are: number one, type compatibility, and the number two, the size between the source and destination type. Remember, the conversion should be only possible if two data types is compatible. That is, both data types should belongs to numbers, or both data types should belongs to characters, or both data types should belongs to boolean. On that condition only we can convert one data type into another. And the second condition is destination type should be greater than the source type. So here we can in the previous example we have seen that we cannot convert int we cannot convert long into int because the size of long is 8 bytes and the size of integer is 4 bytes. So the destination is less than the source type. The condition is false, so we can't convert long into int, but we can convert int into long because long has a storage of capacity of 8 bytes and integer has capacity of 4 bytes. So the source is less than the destination. The second condition is valid, so we can convert long into int. So this is the, you can see the flow here. We can convert byte into short and short into integer and integer into float into long and long into double. This is how we can convert one data type into another. And the opposite side, that is converting long into float or converting long into integer, is not possible because there might be a losage of data. And forcefully converting from a large data type into small data type, this is known as typecasting. In typecasting we are converting a large size data type into small data type. In this we are converting the float into integers. We have seen in the previous slide that it may give us error when we convert float into integer because float has more size and it has the ability to store integer, whereas integer can only store decimal value. So in this it will give us a error. Java won't allow this because Java gives us a error, that is in the conversion, in the casting process there's a possibility that we can lose some data. This is the error it will show. So we ignore all the errors in the typecasting process and just typecast it. So the output of marks will be all the decimal values is ignored and marks will become 99. Int marks is equals to int 99.99 f. After that, let us print our output marks. So first of all, initially Java will give us a error. Run. It will show a error initially. It didn't show the error. In some compilers it may show the error, right? So this is known as typecasting. So until now we have studied first of all creating a file in Java, create file, Java file, right? After that output in Java, output and boilerplate and input in Java, and we have done some questions related to that. After that type conversion and casting and types of data types, various data types, and their sizes. In this chapter, we are going to study about operators in Java. In Max, we used to study a lot of expressions, right? Suppose let us consider x plus y whole square is equals to 0. This is the expression. Similarly, in Java, sum is equals to a plus b. This is a expression. Here, a and b are called as a and b are called as operand, operand, operands, and plus symbol is known as operator, and operator will define what operation is going to take in our expression. In this we can see that addition operation is taking place. Operator will define what is going on in our expression. Similarly, we can write a difference is equals to a minus b. Here a and b are operands and minus symbol is known as operator. Here we are calculating difference between two numbers. This is whole thing is known as expression. In this chapter we are going to study about a lot of different types of operators in Java. Talking about types of operators, we have different types of operators in Java, like arithmetic operator. In arithmetic operator we have two things, binary and unary operator. We will study in the next video. After that, relational operator is nothing but comparison between two statements or two elements. And logical operator is nothing but building some kind of logic based on different given statements. And bitwise operator, well, bitwise operator we will study later in our upcoming chapters. In bit manipulation, in bit manipulation we will study a lot of about different things like number system, binary number system, and a lot more. So we will cover a bitwise operator in bit manipulation chapter. After that, assignment operator. So in this chapter we are going to study about different types of operators in Java in detail, and going to code a lot of things, a lot of code in Java. So let's talk about arithmetic operator. In arithmetic operator we have two things, binary operator and unary operator. Well, binary operator is a operator in which we will have conformly two operands. It will always have two operands. Like suppose let us consider a is equals to 10 and b is equals to 5. So here let us take a plus b. This is a binary operation, right? Here a and b are operands and plus is operator. So the answer will be 10 plus 5, that is 15. After that, minus a minus b. Similar, this is very intuitive, like we used to do in max. Similarly, here we are going to calculate difference, sum, all these things. This is very intuitive, right? So 10 minus 5 is equals to 5. After that, a cross b. This is nothing but multiplication. This operator will define what operation is going to take place in our expression. So a cross b, that is 10 into 5, that is 50, and a divided by b, that is 10 divided by 5. The answer will be 2. Well, this is a new operator. In max we will have all these things, plus addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and this is a new operator, I believe so. So this is known as modulo, and this is also known as remainder operator. This operator will give us remainder of a expression. Suppose let us take 10 divided by 5. So modulo operator will calculate the remainder between two operands, right? 5 divided by 10, the answer will be 10, 0, so 0. So the answer will be 0. Similarly, let us take 3 divided by 2, then 2, 3, 2 1 are 2, and the remainder will be 1. So the modulo operator will always give us the remainder between two operands. And remember guys, binary operation will always take in between only two operator, whereas unary operator will always take place in single operand, and it will have two operands, always two operands, right? So let us code this thing and see what is binary operation. So let's code and see binary operation. So let us take int a is equals to 10, and after that int b is equals to 5, and let us print system dot out system dot out dot print ln. First of all, let us print sum, right? So sum is plus a plus b. So this will give us sum of two numbers, right? So plus here is the operator, and a b are operands. So let us run this. Yeah, you can see that sum is 15, that is 10 plus 5. Let us calculate difference also here. Difference is a minus b. Run this code again. So the difference is 5. Let us calculate multiplication. So multiplication, we will put multiplication symbol. You have to put I have to press a shift and 8 symbol, you will get multiplication, right? So multiplication is and run again, save, run. So you will get multiplication is 50, and again let us run division of this between, right? So division and div is save, run again. You can see that division is 2, and now we are going to write modulo operator. Modulo or reminder, because modulo will always give the remainder between two operands, right? Reminder is a, and you have to press shift and 5 symbol on your keyboard. It will give percentage symbol. Percentage symbol is modulo operator, and again save, run. You can see that modulo is 0. So modulo operator will give us the remainder between two operands. So we have studied addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and modulo operator in binary operation, right? So let us study unary operator. So let us talk about unary operator. Unary operator is actually very simple. Unary operator, remember guys, will always take place on single operand. If you want to decrease the value of a particular operand by 1, or decrease the value of particular operand by 1, then you will use unary operator. Let us take if you want to increase the value of a, that is 10 by 1, that is 11. So a is equals to, you will write a plus 1, right? You can simply write as a plus plus. Or if you want to decrease the value of a by 1, then you will write a is equals to a minus 1, right? You, by using unary operator, you can also write as a minus minus. So the basic fundamental here is that if you want to increase the value of a particular operand by 1, or decrease the value of operand by 1, then you will always use you can use unary operator. So in unary operator, again we have post increment and pre increment. Let us study that. So again in unary operator, we have two different kinds of increment we have, or similarly we can say decrement. So pre increment and post increment. Let us understand what it is. So first of all, in pre increment, value will change first. Value change first. After that, value will be used. Value will be used. Here value is used first. And after that, value change takes place. Value change takes place. I will tell you exactly what it means, right? Let us understand exactly what is pre-increment and post-increment by using an example, and by understanding what is going on in memory allocation. So let us consider the value of a integer variable. Let us consider the value of a is 10, and we are assigning the value of b is equals to plus plus a. So let us understand what will happen in memory allocation. We have studied that our memory is in the form of blocks, right? So let us consider the block of a is this 10. So this is the block of a. It will have some address and all these things we have studied previously, right? So in b, we don't have value right now. After that, in the, this is our first statement, we are assigning the value of a is equals to 10. After that, in the second statement, b is equals to plus plus a. Here, remember what is the first statement? Value change will take place. It means that the value of 10 will become 11 first. After that, it is used. So by after changing the value of a, the b value will take place. That is a is equals to a plus 1, right? So 11 will be assigned after the change in the value of a. But whereas in post increment, let us consider the same example. A is equals to 10 and b is equals to a plus plus. A plus plus. You will see that in the memory allocation, this is the value of a. Let us consider this is the value of a and this is the value of b. So first, in the first statement, this is we are assigning the value of a is equals to 10. After that, a plus plus a, b is equals to a plus plus. So first of all, it will get used first. So b will become 11 first. After that, a will become 11. This is how the difference between pre-increment and post-increment. I hope you have understood the difference between pre-increment and post-increment in terms of memory allocation. What will take place? Remember, in memory allocation, in pre-increment, the value of a will change first. After that, it will assigned to the value of b, right? So value change will take place. After that, it will get used. Whereas in post increment, reverse will happen. It will get used first. After that, the value change will take place. Similarly, same goes with the decrement operation. So let us code this and understand clearly. Let us take an integer int a is equals to 10. After that, we are assigning the value of b is equals to plus plus a. After that, you are printing the value of a and printing the value of system.out b. Let us see what will be the output is. So you can see that the output is 11 11. So the value of a is changed first. After that, it is being used. Similarly, let us see post increment a plus plus, and again save and run. So you can see that the value of a is increased by 1. After that, it is first of all, it is get used. The value of previous value of 10 is being used. After that, it will increment. So here the value of b will be 10. Remember, I will tell you clearly that first of all, it will get used. So initially the value of a is 10, right? After it, we are incrementing b is equals to a plus plus. So the initial value of a is 10. So it will get assigned to b. After that, the value of a will get changed and incremented by 1. So this is the basic difference between pre-increment and post-increment. Similarly goes with pre-decrement and post-decrement. Now let us talk about relational operator. A relational operator is nothing but comparison between two operands. In maths we used to do, right, greater than or equals to, less than or equals to, or equals to. Here in Java we use two symbols of is equals to compare if two values is equal or not. This is not equals to, and this is greater than, less than or equal, greater than or equals to, and less than or equals to. So this is the relational operator will compare two operands and will give true or either false as output. Let us consider that here a is equals to 10 and b is equals to 5. So you are writing a is equals to b, that is 10 is equals to 5. So it will return false. Remember, relational operator will return either true or false. So here in this statement it will return false. Not equals to, that is a is not equals to b. We can see that 10 is clearly not equals to 5. So it will return true. A is greater than b? Yeah, definitely 10 is greater than b. So it will return true. A is less than b? No, it will return false. After that a is greater than or equals to b. Yeah, a is greater than or definitely or equals to b, so it will return true. After that a is less than or equals to b. Yeah, this is false, this is a false statement, so it will return false. So remember, relational operator will always give either true or false, and in relational operator we are comparing two operands. So let us code and understand what is going on in relational operands. So let us write int a is equals to 10 and int b is equals to 5, and let us print system.out a in a again bracket a is equals to b. What it will give, 10 is not equals to b, so it will give us false. So let us run it. It will give false. You can see that the output is false. Let us write not equals to, we can simply say that, we can simply see that 10 is not equals to 5, so it will give true. Yeah, true. After that, let us write greater than or equals to, greater, a is greater than b. Yeah, so it will return true. A is less than b. No, false. Yeah, you can see that false. Again, less than or equals to, less than or equals to, no, this is also a false. This will also give us false. Greater than or equals to, greater than or equals to, save, run. You can see true. So you have understood the relational operands. Now let us talk about logical operation. So talking about logical operators, remember guys that building a logic based on two or more statements is nothing but logical operands. And remember that logical operands will always take place between one or two or more statements. So it will take at least two statements to build a logical operator. So let us consider that the value of a is equals to 10 and the value of b is equals to 5. If you are from a background of electrical engineering, or you have studied 11th 12th for JEE needs, we used to study truth table, right? Similarly, this same thing goes here. In computers also we will study about the truth table. Basically here we have three things mainly: and, or, and not. So and will give us let us write the table for it, statement 1, statement 2, and this is the answer. So if the first statement is true and the second statement is also true, then this will give true. If the first statement is false and the second statement is false, then this will give us false. If the first statement is true and the second statement is false, then it will give us false. If both statements are false, then it will give us false. This is and. This is and. Let us talk about or. Or is also same. Statement 1, statement 2, and or. If first statement is true, second statement is true, then it will give us true. If the first statement is true or second statement is false, then it will give us true. If the first statement is false and the second statement is true, then it will give us true. If both are false, then and only it will give us false. And not is nothing but reverse will happen. Like it will only take one statement, right? And not. Logical not. If you give it true, then it will give us false. If you give it false, then it will give us true. Reverse thing will happen. So the main motive here is that and will always give us true if both are true. If both are true, then the answer will be true, or otherwise the answer will be false always. If any one is true, if any true, then it will give us true, or else false, right? And this will give us, if the statement is true, then it will give us if the statement is false, then it will give us true. If the statement is true, then not, logical not will give us false. So let us consider a scenario that the statement 1 here is 10 is greater than 5, and statement 2 is 10 is less than 5, and run let us run and operation on this. So here we can see that 10 is greater than 5 is true, and after that 10 is greater than 10 is less than 5 is false. Then and will give us the answer of false, because one of them is false. Remember, to be true, we have to get two operands or two statements to be true. If two statements is true, then and only our and will give us true. So let us program this and then we will understand it better. So let us take int a is equals to 10 and int b is equals to 5, right? And let us print system.out.print. First statement is a is greater than b, and we have to put two and symbols. Two and, if you put a single and, then it will go into bit manipulation. That is totally different thing. So remember, to get logical and we have to print or we have to type two ands. After that a is less than b. So one statement is true and the second statement is obviously false. So remember, the fundamental motive here is if both statements are true, then and only and will give us true. If any one of them is false, then and will definitely give us false. So these statement you see in the screen will give us false. So let us run this. You can see that the output is false. Let us also print this print for or. Let us print this statement for or. We have to print two lines. You can see that on the enter button above, you can see that line. So shift and press two buttons, you will get these two lines. This is known as or. Remember, in or, if any one of the statement is true, then it will give us true. So here we can see that a is greater than b is true. So the output of or will be true. So let us again run this. Yeah, you can see that the output is true. And now let us run not. Not only takes place on single statement. So let us put not here and save and run. You can see that 10 is greater than 5, that is a is greater than 5, and not will give us the reverse of it. So it will give us false. So run this. You can see that the output is false. So we have studied and, or, not, logical operator, relational operator, and arithmetic operator. In arithmetic operator, unary and binary. So let us now study about assignment operators. Now let us study about assignment operators. Assignment operator is nothing but assigning a particular value to a particular operand. So let us take here we can see that a is equals to 10 and b is equals to 5. So here the first statement is assignment. So let us take a is equals to 10 and b is equals to 5, and again I want to change the value of a and change it into the value of b. So I am just assigning a is equals to b, and this will assign the value of b into a operator. Let us understand it in terms of memory allocation. So this is what happens in memory. This is the value of a, right? A, let us consider a, and this is the value of b as 5. So you are going to, in the first statement you are assigning the value of a, and in the second statement you are giving the value of b on that particular memory location. After that you are assigning the value of a to the value of b. So the value of b will be copied and this value will get strike out and the new value will become 5. This is how assignment take place in memory allocation, and this symbol is known as assignment, and this is known as increment or add after that assign. Let us consider this as a is equals to 10, and you want to increase the value of these particular operand by 10 or by 5. Let us I want to increase the value of this 10 value by 5. I want to increase as a is equals to a plus 5. You can simply write that a plus is equals to 5. This is how we use increment or assignment. Increment and assigning, right? If you want to increase the value by 5, then you will write a is equals to a plus 5, and the shortcut is a plus is equals to 5. Similarly, if you want to decrease the value of a by 5, then you will write a is equals to 10, right? If you want to decrease by 5, then you can shortcutly write as a minus is equals to 5. If you want to multiply a is equals to a into 5, then you can write that as a cross is equals to 5. If you want to divide the value of a by 5, that is a is equals to a divided by 5, then you will write a by divided by is equals to 5. This is how we have all these assignment operators. So let us code this and understand it better. Let us take int a is equals to 10. After that, int b is equals to 5. Is equals to 5. Now let us assign the value of a as b, right? So initially the value of a is 10. Now I am going to change that value, right? A is equals to b. After that, print it. So you can see what will be the output is, right? So initially the value of a is 10. You can see that in the first statement a is equals to 10. A is equals to 10. Now b is equals to 5. Here after the third, in the third statement, you can see that a is equals to 5. So the value of a will get changed to the value of b, that is 5. Now let us print the output and see what will be the output is. You can see that the output is 5. Now let us again increment the, I want to increment the value of a by 5. The initial value of a is 10. I want to increase it by 5, and the output will be 15, right? Let us see. Yeah, you can clearly see that the output is 15. Now I want to multiply it by 5. I want to multiply it by 5. Multiply it by 5. So the output will be 50. Let us see. Yeah, 50. I want to divide it by 5. Divide, you can simply write divide, and yeah, you can see that 10 divided by 5 will be 2. Remember, this statement is nothing but a is equals to a is equals to a divided by 5. In this is the shortcut form we write for this particular statement. Suppose I want to subtract it by 5, then I will write a is equals to minus a minus is equals to 5. So the output will be 5. You can see that the output is 5. Up to now we have studied about different operators in Java, like arithmetic operator. In arithmetic operator we have studied about binary operator, unary operator, after that relational operators, logical operators, assignment operators, and in them we have studied differently, like logical not, logical or, logical and many more. So I want you guys to do the questions which is given in the assignment and read the study material which is given after the video completion. So with that being said, I will see you in the next chapter. Hello everyone, now we are going to study about conditional statements in Java. Now we have a lot of conditional statements in our real life, right? If that condition is true, then we will do some work, right? If that particular condition is true, then we will do some work. Similarly, let us take a real world application as example, that you set your alarm at 6 a.m. 6 a.m. If the time is 6 a.m., if the condition is true, then we'll do some work. That is, the alarm will ring. If not, then it will not ring. Right? If the time is 6, then it will ring. If not, then it will not ring. This is a condition. Suppose, let us take another example, that our room is very messy. Then our mom came to us and shouted on us. Our mom shouted on us. Shouted. If she shouted and said, what is this room? This room is very messy, clean it up. Then you will clean the room. This is our work. You will clean room. This is the work you do. Condition is she shouted on you. That's why you clean the room. Right? Another example will be our marks. If marks is greater than 33, then we will get pass. If another scenario will also be executed here, that if marks is less than 33, then we will get failed, and probably we will get a flying chappal from our mom's side, right? So this is the conditional statements in real life. So to write these real world problems in code, we use different types of conditional statements, and we will have basically if, else, if, and ternary and switch types of conditional statements in Java. So let us study each one of them. So in Java, we have different types of conditional statements, that is else if, else if, ternary operator. We have a special thing called as ternary operator. That is kind of a magic button. I told you another function. So ternary operator is also one of the operators that we will study later in our next videos, and we have also switch. Switch is nothing but the similar to our real world applications which we use in everyday life, right? A switch, plug on, plug off. Similarly, in Java we have switch, which is a part of conditional statement. So we will study about all this: if else, else if, ternary, and switch. Remember, if particular condition is true, then we will do some work, some work. If that particular condition is false, then we will do another work. This is how a particular condition, another work, conditional works. So let us study first of all, first one, if else. So the syntax for if else statement is, first of all we will check if, and in that in the parenthesis we'll check condition. If that particular condition is true, then we'll do some work here. If that particular condition is false, then it will come into else block, and else block will get executed. This is how if else statements work. Let us take an example that a and b are two expressions. If a is greater than b is true, then we'll do some work. If a is less than b, then it will come into else statement and we'll do some another work here. This is how the if else statement works. Let us take a is equals to 5 and b is equals to 10, and the condition here is b is greater than a. So we can clearly see that that the value of b is greater than the value of a. So if statement will get executed and if statement will not get executed, right? So let us take a simple example to understand if else statement. Let us take our age. Int age is equals to 18, right? We know that if our age is 18, then we are adult. We can have driver's license, and we can go to college, even though 17 year students also go to college, right? So these all things we can do. If age is greater than or equals to 18, then we can do all these things. If age is less than 18, then we are not adult. So let us code this let us write the pseudo code for this particular statement, right? So we'll write int age. Let us take age is equals to 17. So we'll write if age is greater than or equals to 18, then we will print system dot out adult driver's license. You are eligible for driver's license, you are eligible for voting, and you are eligible for going to college, and these all things will print. If the age is less than 18, that is else block, then we'll print simply you are not adult. This is how if else statement will work. First of all, here age is 17, right? So it will check 17 is greater than or equals to 18. Clearly the statement is false. So if block will not get executed and it will come to else part. If the given condition is false, then only else path will get executed. And here these brackets are called as parentheses, and these brackets are called as curly brackets or curly braces, and these are called as square brackets. As a coder, it is important to get to know the terminology of the things which we are coding in our Java. So this is how if else statement works. Let us code this thing and see the output in our VS Code. So we have imported java.util directory or Java collection frameworks. After that, we have created our class Java basics. After that, our main function. So in the main function, let us take int age is equals to 18. After that, let us write if statement. You can see that the something suppose if will get highlighted because we have a highlighter in our code editor. Similarly, you have to understand that this main function is a green color and variable color is light green and age variable name is blue color and this is a integer data type is a green color. So these syntax or statements will get highlighted, right? If anything is wrong, then we'll get red underline in our code editor. So you have to observe all these things, right? So let us take age is greater than or equals to 18. If this condition is true, we'll write curly brackets. In the curly brackets, let us print you are a adult, right? If this statement is false, then it will come into else path. Else path system.out.print, uh, right? Not adult. Adult. Save it and let us run this code. So you can see that our output is you are adult. Let us give age is equals to 13 and save again and run. You can see that you are not a adult. You can see that. So first of all, here the condition is checked. If the condition is true, then these statement will get executed. If the condition is false, then these else block will get executed. This is how if else statements works. Now let us take a question to understand even more about if else statement. Let us take two integer values, that is int a is equals to 1 and b is equals to 3. Let me select my pen. Yeah. So here a is equals to 1 and b is equals to 3 and we have to print the largest among two numbers. So let us first of all write the pseudocode of this code. After that let us execute the actual code. So let us first of all write the pseudocode of this question. So what will be the intuition here? What will be the approach here? Let us understand that first of all we have two values, that is a and b, and we can clearly see that to print the largest of two numbers we have to do comparison between two. That is, if a is greater than b, then a is big. A is the biggest or largest, whatever. If this statement is false, then it clearly implies that b is largest. This is the logic behind it. So first of all, let us write the pseudocode for this. So int a is equals to 1, int b is equals to 3. After that, we have to check the condition first. So if a is greater than b, then curly bracket print a is largest, or else will get executed. That is else so b is largest, curly bracket, close the bracket, and this is the actual code behind it. So we have to check the comparison between two statements using if else statement. So this is how the logic behind it. So let us code this thing. Now let us take int a is equals to 1. After that, int b is equals to 3, and we have to check if statement. If a is greater than b, then curly bracket print system.out.print a is the largest, else print system.out.print b is the largest. This is how the syntax of this if else statement. So let us run. We can clearly see that a is not greater than or equals to b. So these if statement will not get executed, and else path will get executed. So we will get the output as b is the greatest. So let us run this code. Yeah, you can see that the output is b is the largest. We can clearly see in the input value int b is equals to 3. Now let us talk about these curly brackets. So we can remove these curly brackets if we want. If we have only one statement. If in the if block we have only one statement, then we can remove curly braces. If we have multiple statements, then we have to include curly brackets. And I suggest you guys that you always follow curly braces, because it looks good and we can understand it better. And remember that big companies like Amazon, Google, Flipkart, and all these companies have their own style sheet. They will give you the style sheet and you have to write the code according to the style sheet. And most of the style sheets I have seen, they will include curly braces. They will prefer using curly braces. So I am telling you all this because I want you guys to perform good in your interviews and all this thing, and write your code clearly and neatly. So we'll include curly braces, whether it may be a single statement or whether maybe multiple statements, because it looks good and we can understand it better. So this is how if else statements works. Now let us take another question of checking even or odd. Given number is even or odd, checking, right? Now in the given question we have to find whether the given number is even or odd. User will give us a number, we'll take the input from the user, and we'll print the given number is even or the given number is odd. We'll check first of all given number is even or odd. If it is even, then we'll print the given number is even. If it is odd, then we'll print given number is odd. So let us understand the logic behind it. How we can check whether a number is even or odd. In maths, I believe that we have studied that every even number is divisible by 2, or we can write it is a multiple of 2. Both are same thing. It is a multiple of 2. Both are same thing basically. So every even number is divisible by 2, or it is a multiple of 2. This is the logic behind it. If that particular number is not divisible by 2, then it means that it is a odd number. Simple. So we'll check if the given number is divisible by 2 or not. And let me ask you a question. If a particular number is divisible by 2, or a number is divisible by another number, then what will be the output? Suppose let us take 4 here. So we are checking 4 is divisible by 2 or not. How we can say? We can clearly see that 4 is divisible by 2, but how you can say that? We can clearly say that, we can simply say that if a particular number is divisible by another number, then we will get remainder as 0. Yeah, we'll use remainder operator we have studied, that is modulo operator. In various operators we have studied modulo operator, right? So that thing we are going to use here. So here we can see that 2 2s are 4 and the remainder is 0. So if the remainder is 0, then it is a even number. If the remainder is 1 or not equals to 0, then it is a odd number. So this is the logic, and we are going to use modulo operator in this question. The code here is int a is equals to 4. After that we are checking if a modulo 2 is equals to 0, then we will print s by so given even number. Else, if the statement is false, then we'll print s by so given odd number. This is the logic behind this code. This is the logic behind our code. So 1, we can clearly see that 1 is not divisible by 2. So by dividing 2, we'll get 0, and the remainder is 1. So we'll not get a 0 as remainder, such that it is a odd number. So let us print this code. Let us write this code. Now let us take int a is equals to 10. After that, we have to check if that particular variable, that is a, divided by 2 is equals to 0, then we will print it is a even number. Else we will print we have an extra bracket here. Okay. Else we will print else it is a odd number. And let us run this thing. We can clearly see that a is a even number, so we'll get it is a even number. Yeah, you can see that the output is the given number is even number. Now let us give a odd number here, 11. Save, run. It is a odd number. The output is it is a odd number. So I hope you understood the logic behind finding given a number is even or odd. Now let us talk about our second type of conditional statements, that is else if conditional statement. Now we have seen if else conditional statement, right? If the particular statement is true, then we'll execute that. If it is false, then it will directly come into else path. So to add multiple conditions, to check multiple conditions in a particular given program, we use else if condition. Suppose let us take our previous question, that if age is greater than or equals to 18, then we'll do right, you are adult and all these things, right? So let us write the code and understand it better. Let me select my pen. Now here let us take age is equals to 18. So I am going to write if age is greater than 18, then you are eligible, yes by yes, you are eligible to vote, right? If age is equals to 18, then we'll print you are a just a adult, else yes by yes, not adult. Now to understand else if statement, I am writing this code. So first of all, here age is 18, right? So the if statement will get executed first. It will check if age is greater than or equals to 18. No, age is 18, so it will not get checked. It will not get executed, but it will get checked. After that, it will come into second path. If else, if statement, again second if statement, if age is equals to 18, then it will get executed and else will not get executed. This is how the flow work. Suppose remember that if we are writing if, then it will surely get checked whether for the compiler, whether it may be true or not true, it will get surely checked by the compiler. So if statement will get checked, first if and the second if is also get checked. And to save the computational time and save the energy of compiler, suppose let us take that if the first statement is true, then I want these both statements to not get checked. To do that, we'll use else if statement. I hope you have understood. I will tell you again, right? Let me erase this one, yeah, this is our else path, right? Wait a minute. Yeah, this is our else path. So here, first of all, these if will get checked. After that, these if also get checked, and if both are, if they are given two ifs statements are false, then and only else will get executed. Here, clear here? Now I want that if the first statement is true itself, then I don't want to get check the second statement. To do that, we'll use else if statement. We'll write here else if the first statement is true, then we don't check these two. if the first statement is false, then we'll check second. If this is also false, then we'll execute else statement. I hope you have understood, and let us write the code for this, right? Let us write a pseudo code for this thing, right? If our age is greater than 18, then we are printing SYSO uh, voting eligible for voting. After that, if age is equal to 18, that is our age is equals to 18, then we'll print just adult. SYSO just adult, else not a adult. We are printing this by SO. So here age is greater than or equals to 18 will get checked. So here age is equals to 18. So this will not get executed. It will come into second statement. If age is equals to 18, it will get executed and else will not get executed. Now let us take age is equals to 17. Age is equals to 17. Now if age is greater than or equals to 18, no, definitely not. Now age is 17. So we will not execute this, and age is equals to 18. No, this is also false. Then else will get executed. Now let us take age is equals to 19. Here if statement will get checked. If age is greater than or equals to yes, true, then if statement, the whatever the statement here in the if block will get executed, and these two else if and else path will not get executed. This is how the else if statements works. Let us code and understand else if statements better. Int age is equals to 19. After that, if age is greater than 18, then we'll print eligible for voting. Else if age is equals to 18, then we'll print not or just adult, else out not a adult. Save, run. You can see that eligible for voting. Here if statement will only get checked, and if the particular statement is true, then the statements, whatever the statements we have given here, will get executed, and else if and else path will not get even checked. This is how the compiler work. Now in this question we have to calculate the income tax of a particular person. How much tax will he get? I believe that you have seen a lot of software engineers with a lot of packages, right? So this is the reality behind it. If our income is less than 5 lakhs, then we'll get 0% tax, and if the income is greater than or in between 5 to 10 lakhs, then we'll get 20% of our money will go into taxation. After that, if our income is greater than 10 lakh, then we'll get taxed 30% of our income. Now in this question we have to print the amount of tax will the user will get depending on the number he have given. Now pen. Okay, so here if our salary, if our income is less than 5 lakhs, then we'll print a system.out 0% tax. So after that, if the first statement is false, then we'll go into else if block. So else if condition, if income is less than 10 lakhs and income is greater than 5 lakhs, then we'll print SYSO 20% tax, and let us also print the number, whatever the number will be, right? So what will be the 20%, and print the amount, whatever the amount he will get, right? So this is the after that else if income is greater than 10 lakhs, then we'll print SYSO 30% tax, and we'll print whatever the amount is the tax amount is uh, whatever the X amount will be, we have to pay. And this is how we print. So here you can see that we haven't put else statement is optional. If all the given options is false, then and only else statement will get executed. Here we haven't wrote else statement. So to calculate the amount, the tax amount, we can create integer variable int tax is equals to initially 0, right? So if the income is less than 5 lakhs, then tax is equals to 0. If the amount which we are earning is greater than 5 lakhs and less than 10 lakhs, then tax amount will become 20%, right? So tax is equals to amount into 0.2, right? So if our earning is greater than 10 lakhs, then tax will be 30%. So tax will become tax is equals to amount into 0.3. This is how the tax calculator works. So let us write this code. Now let us take an integer int amount is equals to 10 lakhs, 1 10 100,000 10,000 lakh 10 lakh. Or let us take 7 lakhs, 1 10 100,000 10,000 lakh 7 lakh. After that let us take tax. In Java we have to initialize the variable in order to use it. So we are initializing the tax variable by 0. We will change it later. After that, checking if statement. If our amount is less than 5 lakhs, copy and paste here, less than 5 lakhs, then we will print our tax. System.out tax is 0%, and we'll print the actual amount of our tax. So 0. After that, else if statement. Else if amount is greater than 5 lakhs, and again parenthesis, amount is less than 10 lakhs. Copy 10 lakhs. We are using here logical AND. You can see that we have studied logical AND in our previous class. Now print 20% tax, right? 20% tax is applied, and amount, let us print amount you have to pay is amount into 0.2. Or we can again write here that wait a minute, here tax will become here tax. Okay, here the tax value may be decimal, so we are using type conversion. We have studied type conversion in the previous class, so we are just printing the actual overall amount, not the amount including decimals. So we are using type conversion here, and after that we will print plus tax, and again again else if path, else if here condition amount is greater than 10 lakhs. If amount is greater than 10 lakhs, then we will print you are rich. Here int amount 0.3. After that print, then we print all these things, copy, and yeah, and here 30% tax, and save. Now execute. Here what I have done is if our tax, I have taken the amount will be given our user, and we can you can use here scanf function, and also you can take the amount from the user. Here we have basically assigned the value of amount, that is 7 lakhs. After that I have initialized the tax amount is equals to 0 initially. After that we are checking if the amount is less than 5 lakhs, then we are printing you have to pay 0% tax and the amount is 0. After that, in the else if block, we are checking if our tax is greater than 5 lakhs and less than 10 lakhs. Then you have to pay 20% tax, and I am changing the value of tax. The initial value of tax is 0. Here I have initialized the tax variable with integer data type. So the amount into 0.2 value might give us a decimal. So for to avoid that type of error, I have used type conversion here, because our original data type is integer, right? So to get integer data type, I have used type conversion here. After that 20% of your tax is applied, and I have printed the amount how much he have to pay to the government. If our tax is greater than 10 lakhs, then 30% I am calculating 30% of his amount, and printing what the actual amount is. Now let us run this code. You can see that here the amount is 7 lakhs, so it will come into second block. 20% tax is applied. After that, this is the total amount he has to pay to the government. This is the amount of money he will get as tax, that is 1,40,000 as tax. Now in the given question, we have to print the largest of three numbers. The three numbers will be given our user, and now we have to print the largest among the given three numbers. So what is the logic behind it? Now let us understand the logic behind it and write the pseudo code. After that we will write our actual code. Now the main logic here, the main intuition or main core thing here is that we have to check comparison. We have done already the biggest of two numbers, right? So similarly we are going to check the given numbers by comparison. Now let us write the intuition for it. Let me select my pen. Yeah. Now let us write the condition. Understand it, listen to me properly. If A is greater than B, if A is greater than B, if the condition is true, then in the condition inside of it we'll check if A is greater than C. If this is also true, then print A is largest. If this internal condition is false, then it implies that A is greater than B but A is less than C. It implies, you can clearly see that C is the largest. So print C, right? If this first condition, if the first condition is true, then we'll go into inner condition, that is 1.2. This is our inner condition. If this is true, then we'll print A. If this is not, then we'll print C. If the initial condition, if the external condition is itself false, then it implies that second condition, that it implies that B is greater than A, right? It simply implies that B is greater than A. Now we have to check here not with A, we have to check it with C. because if the first condition is false, that is a is greater than b is false, it implies that b is greater than c, right? So we are going to check with c. So if b is greater than c, then print b is largest, else print c. This is how the logic behind this particular question. I will tell you again that first statement will be, we are checking if a is greater than b. If it is true, then we are going to again check with the variable c. Internal condition. This is a internal condition. If the external condition, the first condition, which is the first condition, is true, then we are going to check with internal condition. If a is greater than b is true, then it will come here and check if a is greater than c also. It implies that c is the largest. So it will print a is the largest. If this condition is false, the internal condition is false, then we will print c. If the external condition itself is false, then it implies that b is greater than a. So we are going to check with the remaining one, which is c. If b is greater than c, then print b. If it is not, then print c. Let us write the pseudocode for this thing. We are going to take three integers. Int a is equals to 1, int b is equals to 3, int c is equals to 6. Now if a is greater than b, if this condition is true, external condition is true, then again we are going to check if the external condition is true, then in the statement, in the block statement, again we are using a if again. So if a is greater than c, then here again print so a is the largest, bracket close, else so c is the largest, c is the largest. After it, close the our external if this is false, else. In the else statement we are checking if b is greater than c, then so b is largest, else so c is largest. Here you can see that we have written if inside a if, right? This sounds like a little bit like overwhelming, but we have written if statement inside a particular if statement, right? So this is known as nested if. We are going to study nested if statements or nested conditional statements and nested loops in our upcoming videos, and we are going to understand it even more better. For this question, let us write the code and understand the things which are going to happen. Now let me take int a is equals to 10, int b is equals to 5. After that, int c is equals to 3. Now if statement, if a is greater than b, if this condition is true, then inside of it I am going to write another if for checking again if a is greater than c. So again inside if nested if a is greater than c, then print a is the largest, or else if the given condition is itself false, then we will print else system.out c is the biggest, c is the largest, right? After that else else path. If the a is greater than b is true, then else will get executed. If b is greater than a, it implies that the if statement which is provided here is false, then we'll go into else path, right? In the else path, we are going to again add if. Here these are known as nested ifs, nested conditions. We will study it even better in our next videos. So if b is greater than c, then system.out.print uh, b is the largest, else system.out c is the largest. Now save it and let me run it. So here we can see that the value of a is the largest, so we will get the output as a is the largest. Now let me run this. You can see that a is the largest, a is the largest. Now let me write here uh, the value of b as 15. Now the output will be b is the largest. Now let me take c is equals to 30. So the output will be here c is the largest. Yeah, this is how our conditional statement for checking three numbers, largest of three numbers, works. Now I want you guys to understand the code. If you didn't understand, then rewind the video again and watch it again. And I want you guys to write the code for the least of given three numbers. Right here, simply for checking the least of three numbers, the condition will get reversed. A is less than b. In the place of greater than, less than will come. So write the code on yourself on your computer and execute it. Now we are going to study about a special type operator, that is ternary operator. This is also one of the type of conditional statements. We have studied in the previous classes about binary operator, and binary operator will have two operands, right? It will have two operands and it will work on two operands. And we also studied unary operator. In the unary operator we will have one operand, right? So ternary operator is some kind of a special operator. In this, the syntax for ternary statement is like this. We will have variable name and we'll have condition here and question mark. Question mark will check if the condition is true. If it is true, then statement 1 will get executed. If it is false, then statement 2 will get executed. Statement 2 will get executed. So this is nothing but ternary operator. Ternary operator is actually very simple and it is of one line conditional statement. We have to write the if block in a lot of lines, right? For ternary statement we just have to write one line and we have to give the condition, first statement, second statement. If the condition is true, then it will execute the first statement. If the condition is false, then it will execute the second statement. This is how ternary operator works. Now let us see some of the examples for ternary operator. In the given example, we can see that this is a boolean. We have studied boolean in our previous classes in data types and variables, right? Boolean will always give either true or false. So boolean larger, boolean larger. Here the condition here is 5 is greater than or equals to 3 and question mark. Question mark will check, oh, this is the condition. Okay, now I have to check whether the condition is true or false. So we can see that here 5 is greater than 3 is actually true. So the first statement will get executed, that is true. After that, if the condition is false, then the second statement will get executed. So the output will be here true here. Now in the second example, string type is equals to 5 modulo 2 is equals to 0. Is 5 modulo 2 is 0? Let me check. 2, 5, 2 2 are 4, 1. No, the condition is false. So the condition is false. So the first statement will not get executed and it will come here odd. So string type will be assigned by a value called as odd. And I already told you about strings a little bit, and we'll study strings detailedly in a separate chapter. So strings is nothing but a collection of characters including null character, right? Okay, so this is how a ternary operator works. So the syntax here is, we'll write a variable name is equals to our condition question mark. If the condition is true, then statement 1, or if the condition is false, then we'll write colon statement 2. This is how the condition for ternary operator. Now let us do the question of checking whether the student is failed or not using ternary operator, right? So let us code the question. Before that, let me write the pseudocode here. So we'll write string. First of all, we'll take marks, int marks is equals to, let us take 44, right? So string out, the name of the string is out, is equals to our condition, our if marks is greater than 33 question mark, greater than 33 question mark, the statement 1, that is true statement, that is pass. If marks is this condition is false, then we'll print fail. After it, we are going to print our string will always come in double brackets, double parenthesis, whatever we call it. So we'll print out here. This is how our code works. This is the pseudocode, and this is known as this thing right here is known as ternary operator. And ternary operator is always will be in a single line. So let us code this and understand it even more better. Now let me take int marks is equals to 95. After it, we are going to write string capital S string out is equals to string out is equals to our condition marks is greater than 33 question mark statement 1. First statement is pass. The second statement is fail. After that the our statement. This is a ternary statement. Here we will have question mark colon. If the condition, the provided condition is true, then the first statement will get executed. If the provided condition is false, then the second statement will get executed. Now let us print syso system.out.print and let us print out. Now we'll get 95 is good marks actually, so we'll get pass as output. So let me run this, and you can see that our output is pass. Now let me provide another input and check whether the output is changed or not. Now you can see that our marks is 20 now. It means that we'll get the output of fail. That is the second statement will get executed. Here you can see that the output is fail. I hope you have understood ternary operator better, and until now we have studied if-else statement, else-if statement, and ternary conditional statements. Now we are going to study about a little special switch case or switch conditional statement. Now we are going to study about a special conditional statement, that is a switch conditional statement. Switch we can understand by the name that it will get turn on or off, right? Similarly, we have switch in Java, and you can imagine that switch is a magical button. If you press the button, some work will happen. If you press another button, some another work will happen. Suppose if you press 1, then you will get samosa. if you press 2, then you will get burger, and if you press 3, then you will get like something like pizza. If you press 4, then you will get biryani, right? This is how the working of switch works, and we are going to study even more better, but this is the overlay of switch. If you press the particular button, it will give some work, it will do some work. If you press another button, it will do another work. If you press uh, another button or other button, it will do other work. This is how switch condition will work. So what is the syntax for it? So this is the syntax for switch statement. Here we'll have a variable, and we'll have different cases here, and after understanding switch, we are going to do a problem, that is building calculator of our own. This is kind of a interesting problem, I guess, because we are coding something and building some applications out of it. So it is going to be an interesting problem, but now understand the syntax for it. So here we are going to write switch, and it will get highlighted in some color. After that, we'll have variable here, whatever the variable we are passing, and we are checking. If after that, case checking, if this particular case is true, then we'll do some work here, after that we'll break. If the first statement is false, then we'll check second statement. If the second statement is also false, then we'll check third statement. If all the statements are false, then we'll proceed with default statement, right? Okay, now before that, let us do a question here. Suppose we have already seen now, if we are pressing particular button, we will get samosa. We are pressing another button, we are pressing 2, then we will get burger. If you are pressing 3, then we will get pizza. If you are pressing 4, then we will get biryani. So let me write this code and understand it, how switch case work. Now uh, let us declare an integer variable int a is equals to 2. After that, we'll take this switch, and we'll take the variable, and we curly braces, open the curly braces, and case 1. Case 1 is here we'll put the values of a here. If the integer value is 1, then we'll print s5so samosa and break. After case, if the value of a is 2, then we'll print s5so burger. After that, break. Case 3, s5so pizza, break. After that, default statement, s5so Pepsi, break. You can see that here we are writing break again and again, because there are two things we'll study in detail about break and continue. These two statements or these two things are called as jump statements. They will jump into another thing. So here why we are writing breaks mean, if the switch, suppose let us take our user have given us a is equals to 1. So if we didn't write the break statement here in the switch case, if the first condition is true, then all conditions will get executed. To avoid these sort of things, to avoid the execution of all things, we'll write break. What break will do? Break will take out from the switch statement, right? So let us code this question. Int a is equals to 1. After that, switch a in the switch case 1. Case 1 is here system dot out samosa, print samosa. After that, break. Case 2. Case 2 is system dot out burger, after that brick. Default statement, default system.out Pepsi, after that break. Here the a value will get checked. If a is equals to 1, case 1 will get executed. If a is equals to 2, then the second case will get executed. If a is not the above cases, then the default case will get executed. So let me write this. I guess it will run. Yeah, you will get samosa as output. Now let me give the number 2 and run it. Burger. Now let us give the number which is not in our switch. Save, run. Default statement Pepsi will get executed. So this is how switch statements works. Now let us build the calculator using switch statement. In this question we are going to build a calculator using switch statement. Now this is a interesting question because we are applying our coding skills into building something a little small question which is related to a real world application. You can use it calculator if you want because you have built it on your own. Now let us see the intuition behind it. Let us see the logic behind building the calculator here. Here we have to take from the user two numbers. Let us take int a is equals to 3. After that int b is equals to 4. After that you have to take a character which is either it is plus. If it is plus, then you have to do addition. If it is minus, then you are going to proceed with subtraction. If it is multiplication, then you are going to multiply two numbers. If it is divide, then you are going to divide two numbers. If it is a modulo, then you are going to give the remainder of that particular operands. So user will give us what the operation we are going to perform. User will give three things. The three things are a value, that is operand, first operand, after that b value, second operand, and after that plus, minus, multiply, divide, modulo, and all these things. This is known as, we have studied operator. This is a operator. These three things will be given by our user, right? So let us write the code of it. So we have taken int a is equals to 3 and int b is equals to 4. After that character op operator is equals to plus. Remember guys that a character will be represented by these things. I don't know what we call as, I forgotten the name, but these things will be represented by a character. So character op is equals to this. After that switch case, switch op and case 1, case plus case. If case is plus, then you are going to print SYSO a plus b. After that break. Case minus case SYSO a minus b, going to perform subtraction. After that break. Similarly for multiplication, case this SYSO a cross b. After that break. For case multiplication, for case division SYSO a divided by b. After that break. After the default case, similarly for modulo SYSO a modulo b. After that break. If all things are not there, if plus, minus, multiplication, division, modulo are not given by the user, that means that some other operand, some character is given. That for that we are going to print not a valid operator. Default SYSO not a valid operator. After that break. This is how we are going to build a calculator. I hope you have understood the intuition and the logic behind it. Now let us code it. Now let us take int a is equals to 3, int b is equals to 5. Now let us take char c is equals to plus. After that, switch case. Switch. Here c will come and case plus case plus is there. Then we are going to print a plus b. After that, break. Similarly, case 2. Copy and paste here. Case 2 is subtraction. Subtraction, we are going to perform subtraction a minus b. For case multiplication, we are going to perform a cross b. After that, case division, we are going to perform a divided by b. And the last operand, remainder operator. For remainder, we are going to give modulo a modulo b. Here a modulo b, and we are going to break. If all cases are false, then we are going to print not a valid operator. After that, break. Break. Yeah, this is our mini calculator, right? Yeah, save it and run it. Yeah, you can see that the addition is 8, that is 5 plus 3. Now let me give here minus and save and run. Then the output is minus 2, that is 3 minus 5 is minus 2. Let me give you multiplication here. Our modulo save and run. Here the modulo operator will give us 3, right? So this is how mini calculator work. Now let us give a operand which is not our cases, that is equals to our assignment. Here it will give us not a valid operator. So this is how we have coded the calculator or build a calculator using our switch case statement. Now until now we have studied about if else conditional statement, else if conditional statement, ternary conditional statement, and switch conditional statement. And in those we have studied some of the interesting questions, and I want you guys to do the assignment on it your own and send the questions to us, which is in the feedback link. With that being said, we'll see you in the next chapter. Hello everyone, in this chapter we are going to study loops. So in real world we have encountered loops many a time. Suppose if you like the new song, then you will listen to it again and again. That is nothing but loop. So doing a work repeatedly, doing a particular work again and again is nothing but loop. So doing a work repeatedly is nothing but looping or loop. So the question is, why do we need loops? So what is the use of loops in coding or in Java or programming? Why do we use loops? To understand the use of loops, let us consider a scenario that I have given you a question that you have to print system.out.print for one time. So what will you do? You just print system.out.print, and in that you will write hello world. So we have successfully printed system.out.hello world for one time. I want you guys to print system.out.print for 3 times. So you can, what will you do? You just copy this thing and you will paste it again. Paste and again paste. You can see that we have printed system.out.print hello world for 3 times. Now my question is it practically possible to print the same thing system.out.print hello world for 100 times or for 1000 times or 1 lakh times? It sounds like, first of all, it is not practically possible. After that, it is not an efficient way to do that. So to encounter these sort of problems, we use loops. So the syntax of loops looks like this. In the loop we will write the loop keyword. After it we will give condition here, and after it in curly braces, and in the curly braces we will write some statements or work, and finally we will give some updation here, and updation will decide how many times this loop is going to run, how many times we are going to print hello world, how many times we are printing hello world, and these condition will check. If this particular condition is true, then it will come into the loop and do all the work which is provided here, and the loop will continue until these particular condition become false. So in Java we have a lot of different kinds of loops like a while loop, do while loop, for loop, and let us see each one of them. So in Java we have three kind of loops: while loop, for loop, and do while loop. And in this chapter we are going to study each one of them, what is the syntax for each loop, and going to do a lot of problems and a lot of examples to understand each one of them in detail. So let us start studying while loop. So the syntax for while loop is, first of all we will write while keyword, after that we will give condition here, and curly braces. In the curly braces we will write whatever work we want to do. That work will be executed if that particular condition is true. So the conditions is, we have already studied in the conditional statement, a is greater than b, or b is less than a, or 9 is greater than 3, or 3 is less than 9, or if true, or if false. These all sort of conditions we will give here: a is greater than b, or b is less than a. If this particular condition is true, then it will come into the loop and it will execute all the statements or all the work we have given in that particular loop. So this is the syntax for while loop. Let us do a practical let us do an example problem to understand the while loop even more better. So in the previous question I have told you now, so printing system.out.print hello world for 10 times or 100 times is not practical. Same copy paste is not sounds like it doesn't sound logical, and it is not an efficient way to do that. So for that question, let us use while loop and print hello world for 10 times. So the syntax will be, first of all we have to write a let us take a count variable, int count is equals to 0, and this count variable will keep track on how many times we are printing or how many times we are running the while loop. So this count will keep track on how many times we are running our loop. So after that we will write while keyword, while our count is less than 10. So we are printing hello world for 10 times, right? So the condition will be count is less than 10. This is the condition. If this condition is true, then we'll come into the loop and we'll print system.out.print, and in that hello world. So this is the syntax for, this is the syntax. After that we'll do count plus plus, count plus plus. This is the syntax for writing while loop. These count we initially wrote in count is equals to 0, right? This is known as initialization, and this is condition, and this step is known as updation. So in every loop, whether it may be for loop, whether it may be while loop, or whether it may be do while loop, these three conditions will be present in each one of them. So initialization, condition, if that particular condition is true, then it will come into the loop and do whatever the work. After that the value will get updated. So remember guys, that if I don't write this updation step, if I didn't wrote this updation step, then my loop will go into run infinite times, and this is known as infinite looping. This loop will continue until our memory will get full, and if memory get full, then we'll get an error. So this loop, if there is no updation, then it will run infinite times. So it always recommend, or we should always give updation step in our while loop. So this is the syntax for while loop. The first line is known as initialization. After that, in the parenthesis we will give condition, and finally we will give updation. This is the syntax for while loop, and this code will print hello world for 10 times. Suppose if you want to print it for 100 times, so in the place of 10 you will just write 100, and simply it will print system.out.print hello world for 100 times. So let us dry run this particular code for 10 times. So initially our count is let us dry run this. So what is dry run? dry run is nothing but taking pen and paper and checking whether our code is running or not. So it is always recommended that before you press the run button, first of all check how the code will perform using pen and paper. So let us dry run this. So initially our count is equals to 0, and let us consider this is our output screen. This is our output screen. So count is equals to 0. We can see that count is less than 10. Condition is true. So we will print hello world first time, and count will become plus plus. That is, we will increment the value of count by 1. So count will become plus plus. That is, count will become 1. Now again 1 is less than 10. Condition is true. Again we will print here hello world. After that count will become 2. Again 2 is less than 10. Condition is true. Again we will print hello world, and this loop will continue up to 9, and at count is equals to 9, we will print hello world. After that count will become 10, that is plus plus, and here we can see that condition is false. So if the condition is false, then we will terminate the loop, and this is how our code runs. So let us code this thing and understand what will be the output and how the code runs. So in the given question, we have to print system.out.hello world for 10 times to our user. So to do that, let us create a count variable which will keep track on how many times we are printing hello world. So let us initialize it with 0. After that, we'll give while keyword, while our count count is less than 10. After that, in that while loop, we are printing system.out.print, and in that let us print hello world. After that, we'll do count plus plus. So this loop will start with a value of 0. Count is equals to 0, and it will goes from 0 to 9, and it will run totally 10 times, and will get output as system.hello world, and it will get printed for 10 times. So this is the syntax for while loop, and this int count is known as initialization. And after that, count is less than 10 is known as condition, and count plus plus is known as updation. So this is the syntax for while loop. So let us save this thing and run. You can see that we have printed system.out.hello world for 10 times. I told you now, if we didn't give the updation step, then it will go into infinite looping. Let us check whether it will go or not. So I am not writing updation step here, and again save it, and you can see that we will print system.out.hello world for infinite times until our memory becomes full. If our memory will become full, then it will give us an error. So let us run this. You can see that we are continuously printing system.out.hello world for 100 times. So let us stop this code, and it is always important to give updation step in our question. If we don't give updation step in our for loop or any kind of loop, while loop, do while loop, any whatever it may be, it will goes into infinite looping. So it is always recommended that we must give updation step. So in this question, we have printed system.out.world hello world for 10 times. Suppose if I want to print this code for 100 times, so we will just in the place of 10, I just put 100. You can see that I have printed system.out.hello world for 100 times. So in just 1, 2, 3, basically in just 3 lines, I have printed 100 times hello world. So this is the efficient way, and loops is used to make our code less and make it more meaningful and make it more useful. In the previous question, we have printed hello world for 10 times or 100 times using while loops, and we have understood the syntax for while loop, and we have understood what is initialization, what is condition, and what is updation. Now in this question, we have to print natural numbers from 1 to 10, so using while loop. So we have to do this question using while loop, and we have to print numbers from 1 to 10. So what is the logic behind it? So the logic and the pseudocode behind this, first of all, let us understand that to print a number and to count how many times, let us consider that here how many numbers are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So there are 10 numbers. So we have to print up to numbers from 1 to 10. So totally 10 numbers. So overall we can understand that we have to run a loop for up to 10 times. So let us initialize our initialization variable. Let us consider that int I is equals to 1. After that we will write a while keyword while our I is less than or equals to 10. So we have to run it for 10 times, right? After that, in that while loop we will print system dot out dot print. We will print the value of I. After that we will do updation step, that is I plus plus. This is the pseudo code for printing numbers from 1 to 10. So let us try run this first of all and understand how this code works. So try run. Let us consider that this is our output screen, right? So initially I is equals to 1. We will print I value 1. After that I will become 2. After that 2 is less than 10, yeah, condition is true. 2 is less than 10, yeah, condition is true. So it will come into this loop system dot out dot print I value. Now I is 2, so we'll print 2. After that I plus plus, so I will become 3. Again condition is true, that is 3 is less than 10. So we will print the value of 3, and I will increment I by 1, that is I plus 1. So I is here is 3, so 3 plus 1 4, so I will become 4. Again the condition is true, so we'll print here 4, and the I value will become 5. And again the condition is 5 is less than 10, condition is true, we'll print 5. After that I will become 6, and again condition true, 6. And 7, again the condition is true, 7 will be printed. And I will become 8, and again condition is true, 8 will be printed here. And I will become 9, and 9 will be printed. And I will become 10. Now the condition is 10 should be less than or equals to I value should be less than or equals to 10. So this condition is true, so the condition is true, so we will print here 10. After that I value will become I plus plus, that is 11. Now the condition clearly, that is 11 is not equals to is not less than or equals to 10. So the condition will become false. After that we will stop our while loop, and we can see that we have printed numbers from 1 to 10. So this is the working of our while loop. So this I is equals to 1 is known as initialization step. Initialization, or I already told you initialization step. And this is known as a condition step. And this I plus plus is known as updation step. Remember, I am telling again and again that if we didn't give updation step in our condition, or if I given a particular condition which is always true, then our loop will go into infinite looping, and it will run up to infinite times until our storage becomes full. So this is the working of our pseudo code to print numbers from 1 to 10. So let us code this thing and understand. Initialize a variable int I is equals to 1. After that we will write while keyword while our I is less than or equals to 10. In that we will print system.out.print I value. After that we will give I plus plus. Save it and run. You can see that we have successfully printed numbers from 1 to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So this is how the working of our loop works. I hope you have understood. Now I am going to update our question a little bit. Now we are going to do the same question but in little bit updated question. This is a little bit updated question. Here we have to print numbers from 1 to n, and n will be given by our user. So let us consider that user have given us n is equals to 7. So we will print numbers from 1 to 10, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So no, it will get printed from 1 to 7, that's all. And suppose let us consider that n is equals to 2, then we will print 1, 2. If n is equals to 1, then we will just print 1. If n is equals to 10, then we will print 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 up to 10. This is how the question, understanding of our problem. So in our code, in our previous code, one thing will change, that's all, nothing will change. Here we have initialized a value, right? Int I is equals to 1. So we will run our while loop from I is equals to 1 to up to n value, and n will be given by our user. So the first step will be, first of all, we have to take input from our user. So int n is equals to sc dot next int. We'll build our scanner class next int, and we'll take input from our user. This n value will be given by our user. After that, a little change. This is the only change. So int I is equals to 1. We will start our initialization with initializing the value of I is equals to 1. After that, while loop. In the while loop, while I should be less than or equals to, in the previous code we have written I should be less than or equals to 10. Here the condition will be I should be less than or equals to n. So we'll write n here. After it, we will print in the while loop system.out.print the value of I. After it, we will increment it by 1. So this is the only change. The condition will be changed and n will be taken by our user. N will be given by our user. So this is the pseudo code for our question. So let us dry run this. Let us consider this is our output screen, output window, and initially I is equals to 1, right? Let us consider that n will be given by our user. Let us consider the value of n is 7. So initially, what is our condition? That is, I should be less than or equals to n. Here n is 7. So I should be less than or equals to 7. This is our condition. If that particular condition is true, then we'll come into our loop and we'll do whatever the work given in that particular loop, and we'll update the value of I again, and again we'll check if that particular condition is true. Then we'll do statements and we'll increment the value of I again, and this looping will continue until our condition, provided condition, become false. So here I is equals to 1, right? So we can see that I1 is less than 7. So the condition is true. So we will print here 1. After that, we will increment I by 1. So I will become 2. Again, the condition is true. That is 2 is less than 7. So it will get printed on the output, and I will incremented by 3. And again 3 will be printed in the output, and I will become 4. And this process will get continued until our I become a value which is greater than 6, our given condition. That is, if I is greater than 7, then it will get the loop will get stopped. So I becomes 6, and 6 will be printed, and I will get incremented 7, and 7 will be printed in the output screen, and now I will become 8. And we can clearly see that 8 is not less than or equals to 7. So this condition is false, and we will stop the loop. And this is our output. Now let us code this our pseudo code in our VS Code editor, and let us see what the output will be. Now let us first of all build our scanner class. Scanner sc is equals to new scanner. In that we'll write system dot n. After that, statement terminator. After that, we'll take n value int n is equals to sc dot next int. Integer value will be taken. After that, we'll start our initialization step. Int I is equals to 1. After that, while our I should be less than or equals to n. If this condition is true, then come into the loop system.out.print and print the value of I. After that, do I plus plus. So let us consider, let us run this code, and let us give I value as 7. So if I give 7, then we have to print numbers from 1 to 7. If I gave 100, then we will print numbers from 1 to 100. So let us see, our output will be 1 to 7 numbers. So you can see that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If I gave n is equals to 100, then we will print numbers from 1 to 100. So this is the code for printing numbers from 1 to n, and n will be given by our user. Now in this question, we have to print sum of n natural numbers. In previous questions, we have seen we have printed natural numbers from 1 to n, and here we have to print sum of natural numbers up to n integer. Here let us consider that n is equals to 5. So we have to print the sum up to 5. So the output will be 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5. That is, the output will be 15, right? So what is the logic behind this question? What things we need? First of all, the first thing is we have to take the input of n. That is obvious, right? So we will write int n is equals to sc dot next int. After that, let us initialize a variable called as sum with 0, and sum will track and give us the net sum up to n. So let us write again initialization step int I is equals to 1. After that, while our I is less than or equals to n, in that we will do sum is equals to sum plus I. After that, we will do I plus plus. Finally, we will print system.out.print the value of sum. So this is the code for printing sum of n integers, n natural numbers. This is the code, pseudocode. Let us first of all dry run this. By doing a dry run, we can understand what are the things going on in our code. So first of all, let us dry run this. Dry run. So initially, sum is equals to 0 and I is equals to 1 and n value is 5. So we have to print the sum of n natural numbers up to n is equals to 5. So we know already the output will be 15. So let us consider that this is our output screen. This is our output screen. So initially sum is equals to 0 and I is equals to 1. We can see that I is less than or equals to 5 here. That is 1 is less than or equals to 5. Condition is true. If condition is true, then sum will become sum plus I. That is sum is equals to sum plus I. So sum is equals to 0 here and I value is 1. So sum will become 1. After that, we'll increment I plus plus. So I will become 2. Again, 2 is less than or equals to 5. Condition is true. So sum will become, now sum value is 1. Now sum value is 1 and I value is 2. So sum will become 1 plus 2. So sum will become 3. Sum will become 3 and I value will also become I plus plus, that is 3. After that, 3 is less than equals to 5. Yeah, condition is true. So sum will become, now our sum is 3 and I is 3. That is sum plus I, that is 3 plus 3. So sum will become 6 and I will be incremented by 1. So 3 plus 1, that is 4. After that, 4 is less than or equals to 5. Again, condition is true. So sum will become sum plus I, right? So our sum is now 6 and I value is 4. So sum will become 10 and sum value will become 10 and I will be incremented by 1. So 5. And again, this condition is true. That is I should be less than or equals to n. Again, the condition is true. If the condition is true, then it will come into our loop. So sum is equals to, now sum value is 10. So 10 plus I value is 5. So finally our sum will become 15. So sum will become 15 and I will become 6. Now 6 is not less than or equals to 5. This condition is false. If the condition is false, then we'll stop our while loop, and after that we'll print our output here. We'll print our output. So sum value is 15 now. So 15 will be printed as output. So this is the working of our pseudocode. Now let us code this thing and understand how the code works. We have built our scanner class. Scanner SC is equals to new scanner system.end. So let us initialize sum is equals to 0, and this sum variable will give us a sum of n integers up to n, and n will be given by our user. So let us take the n value. Int n is equals to sc dot next int. After that, let us give our initialization. Now initialization step, int I is equals to 1. After that, after initialization step, we will write our while keyword. While I is less than or equals to n, I is less than or equals to n. Now in that we will do sum is equals to sum plus I. After that, finally we will increment I plus plus, and if while loop is completed, then we will print system.out.print the sum value. Right, save it and run it. So let us give n is equals to 5. We know that if I give n is equals to 5, then sum will be 15. So in the output screen, I will get the value of sum is equals to 15. So you can see that sum is 15. I can again decorate sum is plus, save and run. Now let me give 5 here. So you can see that sum is 15. So this is how the working of code works. In this, we have initialized sum is equals to 0 and taken the value of n from our user and initialized I value is equals to 1. I value is equals to 1 and this is our condition. I should be less than or equals to 1. If the condition is true, then sum will become sum is equals to sum plus I. After that, we will update our I value. Finally, we will print our sum value we'll get after completing our while loop. So this is the code to find sum of n natural numbers. Up to now, we have studied while loop and the syntax for while loop and initialization step, condition step, and updation step. Now, let us study another type of loop, for loop, that is for loop. Now, for loop is my favorite one because I use it most of the times and most of the coders use it for when it comes to loops. So for loop is like more packed and more simplified one. We have seen that in while loop, let me select my pen first. Yeah, in while loop, initialization step will come here, and I after it will write while keyword, while I should be less than or equals to n condition. After that, we'll write some statements here. After that, finally we'll give updation. So we have done initialization, condition, and updation in 3 different lines. So we can say that while loop is more discrete, whereas for loop is more packed and simplified. So I most when I do most of the questions, I do when it comes to loops, I prefer to use for loop for most of the times because for loop is more simplified and packed. So the syntax for loop is, first of all, we'll write initialization step and we'll give statement terminator. Statement terminator will tell that the initialization step is completed, condition step is completed, updation step is completed. So we can say that after, if we put statement terminator, then we can say that the particular condition or initialization process is completed. So we'll give statement terminator here. After it, we'll write condition. After it, we'll put finally updation. And if these conditions are true, then it will come into for loop and we'll do some work here. That's all. So in this, we have given initialization step, condition step, and updation step in just single step, in just one line. Whereas in while loop or do while loop, we have done initialization, updation, condition in 3 different lines. So this is more packed and simplified one. So let us do the same question, printing hello world, printing hello world 10 times using for loop. So the syntax will be, first of all, let us write for keyword. After that, let us initialize the initialization variable, that is I is equals to 1. And the condition will be, we have to print hello world for 10 times, right? So we have to run our for loop for 10 times. So I should be less than or equals to 10. After that, we will increment our I by 1. In that for loop, we will print system.out.hello world. Hello world. That's all. So this is how the working and the syntax of for loop is. Let us try run this. Initially I is equals to 1. This is our output window. Initially I is equals to 1. The condition is true, that is 1 is less than or equals to 10, right? The condition is true. So we will print, it will come into for loop and we will print hello world. After that, I will become 2. Again, condition is true, then we will print hello world, and I will become 3. Condition is true, hello world, and these process will continue until we get 10. So finally, in the final run, in the final iteration, we'll print up to 10 times hello world. After that, finally I will become 11. The condition is false. If the condition is false, then it will come out of our for loop, and finally we have printed hello world for 10 times. So this is the working for loop. Let us code this question and understand the working of for loop. Let me give for keyword for int I is equals to 1. After that, I should be less than or equals to 10. After that, just I plus plus. In that, we will print system.out.print, and in that, hello w or ld world. That's all. Save it. We have to give this parenthesis here. Now save it and run. You can see that we have printed hello world for 10 times. So this is the syntax for loop, and I hope you have understood the syntax and the working of for loop. So printing system hello world for 10 times, this is the code, right? So we'll write for and int I is equals to 1, I should be less than or equals to 10, and I plus plus. These step I is equals to 1 is known as initialization step, and this is known as a condition, and this is I plus plus is updation. And I is equals to 1, this I value is known as a iterator, and one completion of particular for loop is known as one completion, one cycle is known as a iteration. So this is the syntax and the theory behind for loop or any kind of loop. So remember that whatever the loop may be, we have three conditions: initialization, condition, conditional step, and updation step. And the initialization variable is known as iterator, and one complete iteration is known as iteration. One complete cycle completion is known as iteration. So here I is equals to 1. Let us consider that this is our output window. So I is equals to 1. The condition given, wait a minute, yeah, the condition given is true. So we will print hello world, and this process will be continued up to 1, 2, 3. I will be updated, and we will print hello world. We will print hello world up to I becomes 11. I becomes 11. If this condition is false, then we will stop our for loop and will terminate our loop. So we have printed hello world for 10 times, and we have seen that dry run previously. So I told you the theory behind the each and every part of for loop and while loop. Now in this question we have to print this square pattern. So this is our line 1, line 2, and line 3, and line 4. So what is the logic behind this, and what are the things? And in detail, and in the upcoming chapters, we are going to study a lot of patterns in detail and a lot of complex pattern problems in our upcoming sessions. So in this question, the logic is we have to print these patterns for 4 times, and finally if we print all these patterns for 4 times, we'll get our square pattern. So the logic behind is first of all, the pseudocode for this thing is for int line will be start by the value of 1. This is initialization step, and line should be less than or equals to 4. After that, line plus plus. In that we will print system.out. How many stars? 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, 4 stars. So totally 4 stars. We will print 4 stars. 1, 2, 3, 4. And this loop will run for 4 times. So let us dry run this. By doing dry run, initially line is equals to 1. So the condition is true, that is 1 is less than or equals to 4. Condition is true. Then we will print these 4 stars here. After that, line will become 2. I want to tell you one thing, that when it comes to loop, the common iterator variables we use is I, J, K. These are the most of the coders use as iterators. So here we have taken line as our iterator. So line will become, the value of line will become 2. Again, condition is true. Then the second line will be printed, and I will become 3. The third line will be printed, and I will become 4, and the fourth line will be printed, and I will become 5. Condition is false, we will stop the for loop. So this is the dry run and the working of our for loop for this particular question. Now let us code this thing. Now let us take the value of lines, number of lines from your user. So int n is equals to sc dot next int. After that, let us start our for loop for int line is equals to 1, and our line should be less than or equals to n. After that, line plus plus. In that we will print system.out.print how many stars? 4 stars. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 stars. Save it and run. Let us give n value of 4 as 4, and we have printed our output. So this is the square pattern. If we give n is equals to 5, then we will get our rectangle pattern. Suppose I give n is equals to 10, then we have printed this rectangle pattern. So this is the working and the understanding of our code for this particular question. Now in this question we have to print a reverse of a particular number and n will be given by our user. Let us consider that n is equals to 10899. Then the reverse of it will be 99801. So this is the reverse. So we have to print the value of reverse for our user. So this is the concept and the question. Now what is the logic behind it? The logic behind is we have to understand two steps. First of all, you can see that we are getting the last digit, and we are deleting the last digit. These are two important things we have to understand when it comes to reversing of a number. So we are getting the last digit and we are printing it. After second last, third last, after that 0 0 1 1. So we are getting from last to first. So to get the last digit of a particular number, we use modulo operator. Remember, so there are two conditions to get last digit. We'll use modulo operator. We'll divide that particular number with 10. We'll use n modulo 10, and this will give us the last digit of that particular number. And second step will be to remove the last digit. Suppose let us consider that here n is equals to 10899, right? So first of all we have to print 99801. This is the reverse of our particular given number. So first of all we have to take this 9 and we'll print here. After it we'll delete. After it we'll take our second 9 and we'll print here. After it we'll delete. After it we'll take 8 and we'll print here. After it we'll delete. And after it we'll take 0 and we'll print here. After it we'll delete the last digit. The last digit will delete. So this is the working. So to delete the last digit of a particular number, to delete last digit, we will do what? We'll do n is equals to n divided by 10. So to get the last digit, we'll modulo it with 10, and to delete or to remove the last digit of a particular number, we'll divide it by 10. So remember, these are the two things we have to understand for doing this question. So the pseudocode will be here. First of all, we'll take n value int n is equals to sc dot next int. After that, what we'll do, we will start a initialization here. This is itself initialization step. After that, we will write our while loop while our n is greater than 0. In that, we will print system.out.print our last digit, that is n modulo 10. Finally, we will do n is equals to n divided by 10. This is our updation step. So this is the working of reversing of a number. Now let us dry run this first. By doing a dry run, we can understand what is going on your code and what is the logic behind it. So first of all, n is equals to 10899, right? So n is equals to 10899 is the value given by our user. After that, we can see that condition is true, that is n is greater than 2, condition is true. Let us consider that this is our output screen. Here we will print our reverse of a number. So we will print n modulo 10. So I told you now that to get the last digit, we will modulo it by 10. So what this value give? This value give this last integer. So n will this value will give 9. So 9 will be printed here. After that, n will become n divided by 10. N divided by 10. That is 10899 divided by 10. So n will become now 1089. So the last digit will get deleted. After that, again the condition is true, that is n is greater than 2, condition is true. Now we will print n modulo 10. Now the last digit of this is 9, again 9. So n will be n modulo 10, that is 9 will be printed here, and now n will become n divided by 10. So the last digit here will get removed, that is now n will become 108. Again this condition, that is n is greater than 0, is true. Now will print the last digit, that is n modulo 10, that is 8 here. So 8 will be printed, 8 will be printed, and we'll do again n divided by 10. So this value 8 will get deleted, and now our new n will become 10. After that we'll do n modulo 10. Now again condition is true, n is greater than 0, condition is true. After that we'll get last digit as 0 here, 0. After that n will become n divided by 10, that is 1. This value will get deleted. Again n is greater than 0, condition is true. Now the n value is 1, n modulo 10. So finally we'll get this last digit 1, will print here. After that now n divided by 10, so now n will become 0. This condition, that is 0 is greater than 0, is false, so we'll stop our while loop, and we have seen that we got our output as a reverse of our number. So let us code this. By coding this we'll understand it even more better. So we have taken our scanner class. After that let us take the n value from our user, sc dot next int. After that while loop, while our n value is greater than 0, in that we'll print system dot out dot print n modulo 10. We'll remove ln, n modulo 10. After that n will become updation step, that is n divided by 10. Save this and run. Let me give n value as 10899. So we'll get output as 99801, the reverse of this number. You have seen, we can see that the output is 1099801, the reverse of our given number. So this is how reversal of a particular number works. Now let us talk about our third kind of loop, that is do while loop. Do while loop is we can do the same work using any three of them. The work will be same, the only difference is syntax. So here in the do while loop we'll write do keyword. After that in curly braces we'll do some work here. After that, first of all, here initialization step will come here. We'll give initialization here. After that do keyword, we'll do some work here. After that in the do keyword itself we'll give updation step I++, and this is our condition. We'll close the curly braces and we'll write while keyword, and in the parenthesis we'll give condition. So let us do the same question, printing hello world for 10 times using do while loop. So printing hello world for 10 times using do while loop. So the question syntax will be, first of all we'll write int I is equals to 1. This is initialization step. After that we will write do keyword do. After that the work will be here, system dot out dot print hello world. After that updation step I++. After that close the curly braces and write while keyword while our I is less than or equals to 10. So this is the pseudo code for our do while loop. So we have already done the try run for this particular question. So again let us do a little bit of try run using for the syntax of do while loop. So initially I is equals to 1, right? Condition is true. The condition will be checked here in the while keyword. So condition is true. So we'll print this. Let us consider this is our output screen. We'll print hello world here. After that we'll increment I by 2, and again condition is true. Again these looping and this iteration will continue until the value of I will become 11. So we have printed hello world for 10 times. So let us code this thing and understand it. Now we have created our scanner class, and n will be given by our user. So after that we'll write do keyword. In the do keyword we are printing system dot out dot print. In that we are printing hello world, hello world. Before that we have to initialize, right? We have to use our initialization step. So int I is equals to 1. This is our initialization step. After that in the do keyword we are printing system dot out dot print. After that finally updation step, curly braces close. After that while keyword, In that we are giving condition I should be less than or equals to n. Save it and run. When I run this, we have to give put a statement terminator here, right? So let me put statement terminator, save again and run. Let me give n is equals to 10. So by giving 10, we will print system.out.hello world for 10 times. So you can see that we have printed hello world for like 10 times. So this is the working of do while loop. And I want to tell you one thing that in most of the questions we do in real world problems, like when you go to lead code or hack rank, these coding kind of platforms, you use for most of the times you use for loop, or in some scenarios you will use while loop. And do while loop is like most least used loop in three of them. And in some questions, in theory questions or in exams, teachers may ask about working of do while loop in many of the schools. So understanding do while loop is better, is good, but in most of the questions we don't use it that much. In previous classes I told you now, break and continue are known as jump statements. Break and continue, let me change my ink here. Yeah, break and continue are known as break, continue are known as jump statements. Jump statements. So if you want to skip a particular iteration, or if you want to get out of the loop, if a particular condition is true, then you want to get out of the loop. To do that, we'll use break statement. So break statement is used to exit the loop, and continue statement is used to skip a particular iteration. So let us understand the working of break and continue by using a sample problem. Suppose I want to print numbers from 1, 2, 3, 4 up to n. I want to print natural numbers from 1 to 10. So we have already seen the question and the pseudo code and the code, all those things, and we have already did the dry run for this. So the code will be for int I is equals to 1 and I should be less than or equals to 10. After that I plus plus. In that we are printing system.out.print the value of I. So this is the code for printing numbers from 1 to 10. Suppose if I value is 4, then I want to break out of the loop. If I become 4, then I want to exit from my loop. To do that, we'll just write, let me erase this thing. Erase. Yeah. So to do that, we'll write here in the for loop, if I is equals to 4, then we will just simply write break keyword. That's all. Break statement terminator. That's all. And after that, we are printing I value. So this is how the loop for printing numbers from 1 to 10 will work. Now here is if I value is equals to 4, then we'll terminate the loop, right? So let us try run this. So I is equals to 1. Let us consider this is our output window. We will print the value of I. 1 will be printed, and 1 value will get again incremented by 1. So I value will become true and will print 2 here. After that again 3. After that I will become 4. If the I value become 4, then we'll terminate the loop. So if I is equals to 4, then it will come out of the loop, and that's all. This is our output. Suppose if I want to skip a particular iteration, then in the place of break I will write continue. If I wrote continue here, then let us see what will happen. So initially I is equals to 1, right? So I is equals to 1, the value will be printed here. After that I will become 2. 2 will be printed here. After that I will become 3. 3 will be printed here. Now I will become 4. If I is equals to 4, then what I am doing, I am skipping that particular iteration. So 4 will not get printed here. 4 iteration will get skipped. So I will become 5 and 5 will be printed here. I will become 6. 6 will be printed. 7 will be printed. 8 will be printed. 9 will be printed, and 10 will be printed, and 11 finally condition is false, then we'll stop the loop. So you can see that at the fourth iteration we have skipped particular iteration and we haven't printed the value of 4. So this is the difference between break and continue. So these two things, break and continue, are known as jump statements, and break is used to terminate or to exit from particular loop if particular condition is true. If you want to skip a particular iteration for a particular condition or for a particular given condition, to do that we'll use continue statement. So we have going to print numbers from 1 to 10. So int I is equals to 1. After that I should be less than or equals to n I plus plus. In that we are printing int I is equals to 1. After that I should be less than or equals to 10. After that I plus plus. In that we are printing system.out.print value of I and value of I, right? So if I is equals to 4, then what we are doing, we are just writing break. What will break do? It will exit the loop. So let me see that. So our output will be 1 2 3, that's all. So run this. You can see that our output is 1 2 3, and if I becomes 4, then our loop will get terminated. Suppose in the place of 4, in the place of break, I will write continue here. Continue, save it and again run. You can see that 1 2 3 and 4 is not printed, so the fourth iteration got skipped. After that 5 6 7 8 9 10. So to skip a particular iteration, we'll use continue. To exit the loop, we'll write break. Now in the given question, we have to tell whether a given number is prime or not. So what is the logic behind it? In maths, we know that a prime number is a number which is divisible by only 1 or itself. It is known as a prime number. So we can basically say that a prime number is a number which is not divisible by any other number except 1 or itself. It is known as a prime number. So in maths, we know that a prime number only have two multiples, that is 1 or itself, right? That is, we can simply say that no other multiples, or it is not divisible by any other number except 1 or the number itself, that is n. Let us, if say we the number is n, then it has only two multiples, that is 1 or n. So we can say that the given number is not, if the given number is not divisible by any other number except 1 or 7, then 1 or that particular number, we can say that the given number is a prime number. If it is divisible by any one of the number, then we can simply directly say that the given number is not a prime number. So let us consider that to understand the logic behind it, let us take a scenario that the given number is n is equals to 7. So we will check. The first step is checking divisibility to check that we run a loop. We will run a loop, and in this question we are using for loop. So we will run a for loop in this question. And the second is checking. The second step is, first of all, we run a loop, for loop, and in the for loop we are checking it is divisible or not. Is it divisible or not? If it is divisible, then we immediately terminate the loop and we will say that given number is a not a prime number. If it is divisible, then we can directly say that given number is not a prime number. If it is, if we did check all the numbers and the given number is not divisible by any other number, then we can write, or we can imply from that the given number is a prime number. So this is the logic behind it. So in our scenario, we have taken n is equals to 7, right? So we know that 1 is divisible by all numbers. So we'll run our for loop from 2. So for int I is equals to 2. What did I tell you? That a prime number is divisible by 1 or itself. So we know that a given prime number is divisible by itself or 1. So we'll run our for loop from equals to 2, I will run our iteration from I is equals to 2. After that, we will run our loop up to I is less than n. After that, I plus plus. In the for loop, we are going to check if the particular number that is n modulo I is divisible or not. If it is divisible, then we'll get remainder as 0. Then we can simply say that is prime is equals to false. After that, if it is not, then else case, else is prime is equals to true. And one thing more here, that in the if statement we will write break. If it is divisible, then we will give is prime is equals to false, and immediately we will terminate our loop, right? This is the syntax. And before here, we are going to create a boolean variable that is prime, and is prime will tell us is prime will only stores two values, either true or false. So we are initializing a boolean type variable is prime is equals to false initially. After that, finally we are checking after completing for loop all the iterations, we are checking if is prime is equals to true. If is prime is true, the value of is prime is true, then we are printing system.out.print prime number, right? In the else statement, we will print system.out.print not prime, not prime. So this is the pseudo code for our code. Now let us try run this same code for n is equals to 7. We already know that n, the given number n is equals to 7 is a prime number. So first of all, initially n is equals to 7, right? And initially our iterator value is 2. So we'll check 7 modulo 2. One more thing, that we have initialized is prime is equals to false. So these are the initial stages, right? After that, we are checking 7 modulo 2 is not equals to 0. So is prime is equals to, it will become true. After that, again 7 modulo 3 not equals to 0, is prime is equals to remains true. So from false it will become true, right? 7 modulo 4 is not equals to 0. Similarly, 7 modulo 5 is not equals to 0, and 7 modulo 6 is not equals to 0. Now I plus plus, right? So I will become 7, and this condition will get false and will stop the loop. Now the value of is prime is true, right? So if this value is true, then we'll print given number is a prime number, else we'll print not a prime. So I hope you have understood the dry run and the pseudocode and the logic behind this question, that whether given number is prime or not. Now let us code the same thing here in our code editor. And first of all, let us create our scanner class. Scanner sc is equals to new scanner system.in. After that, let us take n value. Int n is equals to sc dot next int, right? After that, we are running a for loop. Before that, we have to take a boolean value, right? Bool, okay. Boolean is prime is equals to, we are initializing with false, false. After that, we are running our for loop. So for int I is equals to, starting with 2, and I should be less than n, and I plus plus. In the for loop, we are checking if n modulo I is equals to 0, then we will set is prime is equals to false. After that, we will immediately terminate the loop. So we will write break. Else, in the else statement, else is prime is equals to true. That's all. After completing the loop and all the iterations, finally we are checking if is prime is equals to true or not. If it is true, then we will print system.out.print given number prime number. Given number is a prime number. Else, in the else statement, else we will print system.out.print not a prime. That's all. Save this and run. So first of all, we have to give our n value. Let us give n is equals to 7. we know that n is equals to 7 is a prime number, so the output will be prime number. Now let me give n is equals to 10. We can see that not a prime number. So this is how we will tell whether a number, given number, is prime or not. So initially we have created our scanner class. After that we have taken the value of n from the user. After that we have created a boolean type variable is prime, and we have initialized it with the false. After that we have started our for loop with I is equals to 2 up to n, up to I is less than n, and incremented by I plus plus. In the for loop we have checked if that particular number n modulo I is divisible by any other number, that is I. If it is divisible, then we have immediately of is prime is equals to false and have terminated from the loop. If not, then we set is prime is equals to true. After completing all the iterations, finally we are checking is prime is equals to true or not. If it is true, then we will print given number is a prime number, or we will print a given number is not a prime number. So this is the code, and a code for checking whether a number is prime or not. So here's a catch: the given code here is not efficient code for checking prime or not. So I want you guys to go into Google and search prime checking prime number efficient code, or which has less complexity and space complexity. So I want you guys to understand the efficient code yourself. In upcoming classes I will tell you, but for now this is not efficient code. Suppose if I give n is equals to 1000, then it might take long time, and we are running loop from I is equals to 2 up to n, so the total number is n numbers. So it is not a efficient code. We are checking for n numbers, so it might take long time. And in future classes we'll study about efficiency of code in terms of time complexity and space complexity. It's a separate chapter, but I want to tell you guys that this is not efficient code. This is like a brute force approach. What is brute force approach? Brute force approach is nothing but going with the intuition, going with the first logic we have ever come across. So this is a brute force approach we have done. Now I want you guys to go into Google and type uh, efficient code for checking prime numbers. I want you guys to copy or type efficient code for checking prime numbers and try to understand it yourself. It's okay if you didn't understand, but you checked yourself. You did go into Google and searched on yourself. That's a good thing. So with that being said, in this chapter we have covered three types of loops: while loop, do while loop, for loop, and we have done a lot of examples like printing natural numbers up to n, printing sum of natural numbers, reversing a number, prime numbers, and all those things. Now I want you guys to do the assignment which is provided after chapter completion, and first of all do the assignment. After it, compare the solutions which is given in our solution set. With that being said, I will see you in the next chapter, and the next chapter going to be like a little easy and at the same time very logical and very interesting, and the chapter name is patterns. So I will see you in patterns chapter. Hello everyone, now we are going to start our next chapter, that is patterns. I believe that we have solved some pattern problems, and this chapter is going to be interesting at the same time exciting chapter. So talking about patterns, I believe that we have solved up questions related to pattern like printing square pattern. In that we have written system.out.print 4 stars, and we have printed it in 4 lines. So printing square pattern is one of a kind of simple pattern question. Now in this chapter, we are going to solve a lot of more pattern problems, and in upcoming classes we are going to do a lot of advanced pattern problems. So patterns, when it comes to patterns in placements, when it comes to placement scenario, patterns are not much asked when it comes to placement. So patterns is not asked in placements very much, but patterns are very useful in logic building, and we will learn in the chapter of patterns, we will learn a lot more about nested loops. like suppose in the question we have done in first chapter, I think so, right, in flowcharts for printing largest of three numbers. So we have written if a is greater than b. In that we have again written if statement inside a if. So if a is greater than c, then do some work here. So this is known as nested if statement. Similarly, writing a loop inside a loop is known as a nested loop. So for the syntax will be for I is equals to 0, I should be less than n I plus plus. In that we can do any work, we can write any statements. For example, if we are writing a for loop again inside a for statement, that is known as nested loop. So j is equals to 1, j should be less than m, and j plus plus. And doing some work here, this is known as nested loop or nested looping. So we are going to learn the logic behind nested loops and how nested loops are very useful when it comes to programming. And I believe that in the last of our course there's a chapter called as dynamic programming. In dynamic programming we are going to write variety of nested loops to understand that complex level of nested looping and nested if else statements. We have to understand the questions related to patterns. So by doing pattern questions, we can observe the behavior of nested loops. So with that being said, let us start our chapter. Now, in this question, we have to print this star pattern. So remember guys, when it comes to pattern questions, there are three conditions which we have to keep it in our brain. So the first condition is our outer loop. What is going on in our outer loop? Here, let us first of all see the pattern. This is known as a star pattern. So this is our line 1, line 2, line 3 and line 4. So in the outer loop, we are maintaining a boundary or we are creating number of lines. So if we know that if their number of lines is 5, then the stars will be 5 here, right? 1 2 3 4 5. If the number of lines is 5, that is the outer loop is 5, then the inner loop number of stars will become 5. So in the outer loop we are checking or maintaining number of lines. And second step is on each line what we are doing, we are printing stars. So on each line, let us consider that ith line, let us see. In the first line we have printed 1 star, in the second line we have printed 2 stars, in the third line we have printed 3 stars, and in the fourth line we have printed 4 stars. Let us suppose that if there is fifth line, then the number of stars will be 5. So on each line, let us consider ith line, number of stars will be I number of stars, right? So this is our inner loop condition. So we have to understand what is going on the outer loop. After it, the second step will be what are we gonna do inside our inner loop. And the third condition is what to print. These are the three conditions we have to observe first in any pattern question. So in this we are printing star. So first of all, let me write the pseudocode for this question such that you can understand the logic behind it even more better. So line 1 number of stars 1, line 2 number of stars 2, line 3 number of stars 3, line 4 number of stars 4. So we are going to start our outer loop for int line is equals to, our line starts with 1, right? 1, and line should be less than or equals to 4. So we are printing up to 4, right? So 4 and line plus plus. This is our outer loop. After it, in the inner loop we are going to write for int, let us consider that star st will the value of st will be equals to will begin with 1, right? 1, and it will go up to, suppose let us see that here star 1 and line 2. So how many stars we have to print? We have to print 2 stars, right? So st will go up to, st should be less than or equals to line. After that st star plus plus. In that, what we are printing? We are printing SYSO star. This is the pseudocode for printing star pattern. Now let us dry run this first of all, such that you will understand it even more better. So initially line value is 1, right? When line value is 1, so after that the condition is true, that 1 is less than or equals to 4. Yeah, condition is true. Then from outer loop we will come into inner loop. In the inner loop, st value is 1, st is equals to 1. Now we can say that 1 is less than or equals to 1, right? St value is 1, line value is 1, so 1 is less than or equals to 1. Yeah, condition is true. So from the inner loop we will print, it will come into the statement, that is SYSO print star, right? So we have printed our first star, after that st will become plus plus, so st plus plus, that is st will become true, 2. Now the condition is false, that is 2 is not less than or equals to 2, so the condition is false again. Now after that line, again line will become, in the outer loop line will become line plus plus, that is 2. Now the condition is true, 2 is less than or equals to 4, outer condition is satisfied. Again it will come into inner loop. In the inner loop everything will be reversed, that is now the st value will become 1 again. Now 1 is less than or equals to 2, now our line value is 2 and st value is 1. Yeah, so the condition is true, that is 1 is less than or equals to 2. Yeah, condition 2, it will come into again statement and we will print our second star in the second line. After that st plus plus, that is st will become 2. Now 2 is less than or equals to 2. Yeah, inner loop condition is again satisfied, so we will print another star here, now st will become plus plus, that is 3. Now the condition is false, so inner loop again will reset and the control will go to outer loop. So in the inner loop the flow is like this, and in the outer loop the flow is like this, right? It will come in circles. I hope you are getting it. If you didn't get, then watch the video again and again, I hope you will get it. So again line will become 3 now, line plus plus, right? Line will become 3, condition is satisfied, that is 3 is less than 4, outer condition is satisfied, it will come into inner condition. In the inner condition everything will get reset now, so st will become 1 again, condition is true, that is star is less than equals to line. Yeah, condition is true, so we will print our first star in the third line. After that st plus plus, that is 2. Now again st is less than or equals to line, condition is true, again we will print our second star in the third line. Now again st will become plus plus, that is 3. We can see that st is less than or equals to line, condition is again satisfied, we will print our third star in the third line. After that st will become 4, again condition is false, so the control will go into outer loop again. So line will become now plus plus, that is 4, line value will become 4. Outer loop condition, 4 is less than or equals to 4, condition is satisfied, outer loop condition is satisfied, so the flow will come into inner loop once again and everything will be reset, that is now freshly st will become 1, after that it will check that st is less than or equals to line, now 1 is less than or equals to 4. Yeah, condition is true, then we will print our first star in the fourth line. Now st plus plus, that is st will become 2, right? Again condition is true, then we will print our second star in the fourth line. Now st will become plus plus, that is 3, again condition is true, that is 3 is less than or equals to 4, we will print our third star in the fourth line. Now finally st will become 4, again these two are same, equal, so we will print our fourth star in the fourth line. After that st will become 5, now the condition is false, so the control will go into outer loop once again. The control will be go to outer loop once again, and now line will become 5, again outer loop condition is false, so it will stop outer loop and inner loop both. So and finally we will get pattern like this. So I hope you have understood the working of outer and inner loop, that is nothing but nested loop. Now let us code this thing and you will understand it even more better. So we will start our outer loop from for int line is equals to 1. After that line should be less than or equals to 4. After that line plus plus. In the after that inner loop, right, our inner loop, in the inner loop we are printing number of stars. So int st star int star is equals to 1. After that our star should be less than or equals to line, right. After that st plus plus. In the inner loop what we are doing, we are printing system.out.print star. We are printing star. Save it and run, and by running it we can see that we will get our star pattern. Now let us see. Oh, wait a minute, we don't need to print it in the next line. After that, after each and every iteration completion of inner loop, we are going to print our next line, system.out.line. Yeah, now we can see that we have printed our star pattern. So this is the combination of outer and inner loop. I hope you have understood the concept of outer loop and inner loop, that is nothing but nested loop. You have seen that, you can see that we have printed our star pattern. Suppose I give I value as line value as 10 lines, then we'll print 10 stars, right. You can see that we have printed stars like this. So this is the question of star pattern. In the given question, we have to print inverted star pattern. Inverted star pattern. So this question is basically the reverse of star pattern, right? So if we reverse the star pattern, we will get inverted star pattern. So what I told you in the first lecture, that we have to remember three conditions. That is the what outer loop will do, and the second thing what is going on in our inner loop, and the third condition is what to print. Now let us see our first condition, that is lines. Number of lines will be taken care by our outer loop. So this is our line 1, line 2 and line 3 and line 4. So these are the 4 lines. So number of lines will be taken care by our outer loop. And the second condition is number of stars. In this we are printing stars, right? So number of stars. In the second line there are 3 stars, and in the third line there are 2 stars, and in the fourth line there are 1 star. So can you able to observe any pattern here, any common pattern in all these stars? Can I write that number of stars in each line, number of stars on a particular line, let us consider j, that is equals to n minus I plus 1, where n is the total number of lines. Total number of lines here, n is equals to 4, right? There are 4 lines in total. So n is equals to 4, and let us consider that each line is I. So I is the ith line. So number of stars in the first line is we can write 4 minus, this is first line, right? So 4 minus 1 plus 1, that is 4, right? There are 4 stars here, so number of stars is 4. In this second line, number of stars, right? Number of stars is equals to total number of lines, that is 4 minus, this is second line, 2 plus 1, that is 4 minus 2 plus 1, that is 4 minus 1, 3. So number of stars is 3 here. After that, here number of stars is equals to you can write that here 4 minus third line plus 1, that is 4 minus 2, that is 2 stars. In the last line, number of stars is equals to 4 minus fourth line plus 1, so 1 star. So the formula here is number of stars on ith line is n minus I plus 1. So this is the formula for number of stars on ith line. So number of stars on ith line is nothing but our inner loop. Inner loop will be taken care for printing number of stars. And third is what to print. What to print what we are printing here, we are printing star. So this is the overall pattern we can observe. So coding is telling us to observe patterns. By doing coding, we can observe many patterns in nature, right? In this question, we have observed a pattern. In upcoming questions, we are going to observe a lot of patterns. So coding is teaching something related to our real life. Now let us write the pseudo code for this question. So this is the outer loop will be same as our star pattern question. So for int line, let us consider here line is equals to I is equals to 1 and I should be less than or equals to 4 lines, right? 4 I plus plus. This is our outer loop, and in the inner loop let us consider stars is j. So our star will start from j is equals to 1 and j should be less than or equals to n minus I plus 1, right? And j plus plus. In that we are printing system.out.print star. So this is the pseudo code for this question. Now let me dry run this, and by doing dry run we will understand it even more better. So in the dry run, initially I value is 1, after j value is 1. So n minus I minus 1. So n minus I minus 1 is, that is 4. N value here is, let us consider n is equals to 4. So 4 minus 1, that is I value 1 plus 1. So this condition, this particular condition is true, that is 1 is less than 4. Yeah, condition is true, then we'll print star again and j plus plus. So here we'll print 4 stars, j will become 2, 3, 4. So 4 times, and for the 5th time the condition will get false, right? So we will print 4 stars. After that I will become 2. If 2, then the condition will be the condition is n minus I minus 1, right? n minus I plus 1, that is 4 minus I value 2 plus 1, that is 3. So j initially j1, that is less than 3. Yeah, 1 star will be printed, and j will become 2, another star will be printed, and j will become 3. Yeah, condition is satisfied. Third star will be printed. J will become 4. Yeah, condition is now false. So it will get stopped. After that I for 3, again for 3 the condition will be n minus I plus 1, right? So n minus I plus 1, that is 4 minus 3 plus 1. The value will be 2, right? So 2 minus 3, yeah, minus 2, yeah, 2. So j is equals to 1, 1 star will be printed, and j is equals to 2, another star will be printed, and j will become 3. It will get stopped. Now for I is equals to 4, n minus I plus 1 is equals to 1. So j is equals to 1, 1 star will be printed, and j will become 2, condition is false, we will stop. This is how the working of for loop and nested loops works. So we will write for int I is equals to 1. I represents number of lines. I should be less than or equals to 4. After that I plus plus. Let us first of all consider that int n is equals to 4. After that, for int I is equals to 1, I should be less than or equals to n I plus plus. In the inner loop, for int j is equals to 1, j should be less than or equals to n minus I plus 1, right? After that j plus plus, right? In each and every iteration we are printing 1 star. Let me remove ln here. Ln will be removed, and finally we are printing it in the next line. So save this, and by running this we'll get our inverted star. So you can see that we got our inverted star. Suppose let me give n is equals to 10. N is equals to 10. Save it and again run. You can see that we got our inverted star pattern for n is equals to 10 lines. So this is the code for finding or the printing the pattern of inverted star. Now in this question we have to print the half pyramid pattern. First of all, let me select my pen here. Yeah, we have to print here half pyramid pattern. So this is somewhat similar with star pattern, right? But the only difference here is these let me reverse these three conditions. Outer loop will represent the number of lines, and inner loop will represent number of stars or number of characters. So in the inner loop, uh, number of characters, let us consider it is characters or numbers, whatever it may be. And the third thing, what to print here, what to print is nothing but numbers. Here 1 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 3 4. So this is the pattern. This is our line 1, line 2, and line 3 and line 4. So first of all, let me write the pseudocode such that you will understand it. So for int I is equals to, I am representing line by I is equals to 1, and I should be less than or equals to 4, and I plus plus. This is our outer loop. And going to the inner loop, for int j is equals to 1, our j value will be 1. After that, j should be less than or equals to I and j plus plus. In that, I am printing system.out.print. In the previous question, star pattern, what we have printed? We have printed star. In this pattern, in this question, half pyramid question, we are printing the value of j itself. So we will print here simply j. That's all. And this is after it again a single line for inner loop completion. Yeah, that's all. So this is the question. There is no difference between star pattern and half pyramid pattern. Only difference is they are stars. At that question there was stars, and here we have numbers. So this is the simple question, I believe. Now let me code this. By doing code you will understand it. So let me take int n is equals to 4, and n will represent number of lines. So after that, for int I is equals to 1, and I should be less than or equals to n. I should be less than or equals to 1, and I plus plus. In that again, for int j is equals to 1, and j should be less than or equals to I. After that, j plus plus. Finally, we are printing system.print our j value. After inner loop completion, a line gap, save it and run it. Wait a minute, this is not ln. Yeah, now delete this, save again and run. You can see that we have printed our half pyramid problem. Now here let me give n is equals to 10. N is equals to 10, save and run. You can see that 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Now let us try run for half pyramid question. So our code is for int I is equals to 1, and I should be less than or equals to 4, and I plus plus. In that, the inner loop is for int j is equals to 1, and j should be less than or equals to I, and j plus plus. In that, what we are printing? We are printing system.out.value of j. After that, again a line gap. That's all. That's all. This is how our code run. So initially, let us take n is equals to 4. Number of lines is 4. Let us take this as our output screen. Now initially I is equals to 1. So j value initially will become 1. Now the condition here is j should be less than or equals to 1. So we can say that 1 is less than or equals to 1. That is, j is less than or equals to 1. Yeah, condition is true. So what we'll print? We'll print value of 1 here. Value of j here, that is 1. 1 will be printed here. After that, j will become 2. So 2 is not less than or equals to 1. Condition is false. So inner loop will start, and the control will go into again outer loop. In the outer loop, so I will become 2 now. After that, again everything will get reset, and j is equals to, again it will become 1. So 1 is less than or equals to 2. Yeah, condition is true. So the value of j, that is 1, will be printed here. After that, j will become 2. Again 2 is less than or equals to 2. Yeah, condition is again true. So the value of j is now 2. So 2 will be printed here. After that, j will become 3. Now the condition is false. If the inner loop condition is false, then the control goes into outer loop. So now I will become 3. here j is equals to, now j will become 1 again, everything will get reset and j will become 1. So 1 is less than or equals to 3. Yeah, condition is true. If condition is true, then we will print 1 here, the value of j. After that j will be 2. So 2 is less than or equals to 3. Yeah, condition is true. 2 will be printed. Again j value will become 3. 3 is less than or equals to 3. Condition is true. 3 will be printed. After that j will become 4. Now the condition is false. So the again the flow will go into the outer loop. So I will become plus plus, that is 4. I will become 4. Again j is equals to 1. 1 is less than or equals to 4. Yeah, condition is true. 1 will print here. After j will become 2. 2 uh, condition is true here. 2 is less than or equals to 4. Yeah, 2 will be printed here. After that j will become 3. 3 is less than or equals to 4. Yeah, condition is true. So 3 will be printed here. After j will become 4. 4 is less than or equals to 4. Yeah, this condition is also true. So 4 will be printed here. After that 5. J will become 5. Now this condition is false. So the flow power or flow will goes into outer loop, and now j I value will become 5. Here we can see that I should be less than or equals to 4. Condition is false. So outer loop will get terminated. So same goes along with inner loop, and we'll complete all the statements, and finally we got our output as half pyramid pattern. So this is the working of half pyramid problem. Now in this question we have to print the characters that is given in this pattern. So this is similar to star pattern of our half pyramid pattern. The only difference here is in half pyramid problem we got numbers. In star problem we printed stars. Now in this character problem we have to print characters. That's all. There is no difference at all. So the three conditions will remain constant. That is our output outer loop. Outer loop will be number of lines. Will check number of lines, and in the inner loop will print a number of characters number. After third one, what to print? We are printing characters. So these are the three things we have to keep it in our mind. So let us first of all write the pseudocode for this question. So this is our line 1, right? Line 1, and this is our line 2, and this is our line 3, and this is our fourth line. So the one thing you have to observe here is the characters are not repeating. This is the thing, right? The characters are not repeating, right? A, B, C, D, E, F. So the flow is like that. A, B, C, D, E, F. The flow is like this, right? So the given characters are not repeating. So this is the one thing, only one thing we have to keep it in mind. Whereas in half pyramid problems the number were repeating, but in this question the characters are not repeating. So this is the only difference. So let me clear this thing. Our external loop will be for int I is equals to 1. After that I should be less than 4 lines, right? I should be less than or equals to 4 I plus plus. After that in the internal loop, let me first of all before that create a character. Here character C is equals to A. So this character will hold the value of A here. So after that in the inner loop for int J is equals to 1, and J should be less than or equals to I. After that J plus plus. In that we are first of all printing system.out.print value of C. After that I am doing C plus plus. I am incrementing the character value by 1. So this is how the working of character pattern. First of all let us code this. Now first of all let me create int character char char C is equals to capital A. After that for loop for int I is equals to 1, I should be less than or equals to 4, and I plus plus. In that again for int J is equals to 1, J should be less than J should be less than or equals to I, and J plus plus. In that what we are printing, first of all I am printing system.out. Print value of C. After that C plus plus. in the external loop another line. Let me save this and run this. You can see that I have printed the pattern this. Suppose if I give I is equals to 6, then the output will be A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. Yeah, this is the output. Our code is here. We'll start our for int I is equals to 1 and I should be less than or equals to 4 and I plus plus. In that for int j is equals to 1 and j should be less than or equals to I and j plus plus. In that what we are printing, first of all we are printing our C value. After that C plus plus, another line S so after that for loop outer loop completion. So here character C is equals to capital A, char C is equals to capital A. So this is our pseudocode, right? So initially C is equals to A. I didn't tell you one concept about ASCII values. We will learn about ASCII values in bit manipulation chapter, I guess. So here the C character variable will hold the value of A. So character ASCII values are nothing but representing a particular character in terms of numbers. So suppose let us consider that the ASCII value of A is 32. Then if I do C++, that is the ASCII value will get changed. That is 32 plus 1 will be changed. So C will become 33. Now 33 means B. So the C will store the value of B, not A. So this is the concept of little bit concept of ASCII values. So I don't think we need that deep concept of ASCII values, but this is like simple concept of ASCII values required for this particular question. Now C is equals to A. After that I is equals to 1, our outer loop I is equals to 1 and j is equals to 1. Yeah, 1 is less than, that is I should be less than or equals to j. This is the condition. So this 1 1 both are same. So if this condition is true, let us consider this is our output screen. If condition is true, then we will print our C value, that is C, and we are after that we will do C++, that is A plus 1 character ASCII value plus 1. Now C will become 32 plus 1, that is 33, nothing but B. So it will become B. Now J will become 2, this condition will get false and will come, the flow control will goes into outer loop. So I is equals to 2 now. So j is equals to 1. J is equals to 1. Condition is true. 1 is less than or equals to 1. So C value will be printed. Now C value is B. So B will be printed here. After it C++. After that J will become 2. Now 2 is less than, here 2 is less than or equals to 2. Yeah, condition is true. So we will print C value C++. Now C is C. So we will print C here. After j will become 3, condition will get false. Now I is equals to 3, j is equals to 1 and 1 is less than or equals to 3. Yeah, condition is true. So we will print C here. We will print C++, right? So C++ will become D. So we will print D here. After that 2 is again condition is true. So D, E will be printed here and C++. So 3, F will be printed here. So this is the if I is equals to 3, so this is the output we get. So from now until now we have talked about star pattern, inverted star pattern, half pyramid pattern, character pattern. So and we got a little bit understanding about how a nested loop works, what are the things, what is outer loop, what is inner loop, how flow control takes place. So with that being said, we are going to do a lot of complex problems of pattern questions after completing functions and methods chapter. So with that being said, I will see you in the next chapter, that is functions and methods. Hello everyone, now we are going to start our next chapter, that is functions and methods. So to understand the meaning of function, let us consider a scenario that we all watch TV and we can control our TV by TV controller or TV remote, right? So we have a TV remote by which we can control TV. In that remote we have a lot of buttons and each button has its own functionality, right? So let us consider 3 buttons. These are the 3 buttons in our TV remote, and the first button, if you press the first button, then the volume of our TV increases, and if we press the second button, then the volume of our TV decreases, and if we press this button, then the mute will get turned on or off. So mute will get on or off. So I can say that in TV remote, fixed buttons has fixed functionality or fixed logic. And when we are building the remote, or when in the manufacturing of the remote, we wrote the logic of each button and we are just using it again and again. And I can say that we are not declaring the logic of each button when we are pressing each and every time. The logic is defined once, but we are using it again and again by just pressing the button. Here pressing is nothing but calling. So in English, the meaning of function is doing some work. Executing some work is the meaning of function. Similarly, in coding, functions or block of code. Functions or block of code in which we have wrote all the steps, all the things which we are going to perform. And functions are the block of code which are going to reuse it again and again. So we use functions again and again. Yeah, reuse functions. So functions are the code part of codes which are going to reuse again and again by just calling the name of the function. So let us see the syntax for the function. Now this is the syntax for the function. So first of all, we will write return type, and return type will give us what output we are going to give return to the user. So the function, I told you now, function is a block of code, and it will take some input. And it will give us some output. So this is the basic functionality of a function. So let us take, if you press that mute button, then mute logic will execute. After that, our mute will get on. If I give numbers a comma b as input, then it will do some logical operation and it will give product of two numbers, product of a comma b. Similarly, if I give a number n, then it will give n factorial as output. So the basic overlay of function is it will take some input and perform some operations, and finally it will give us some output. So this is the basic functionality of every function. So here in the syntax we will have return type. Return type will tell us what output it will going to return, on which data type it is going to return. So return type, first of all, so let us consider that I am declaring integer data type function. So it will give output as integer. So first of all we have to declare return data type. After that, our name of the function. After that, parenthesis. In the parenthesis we will provide input. In professional language, we called input as parameter. After that, curly braces. In the curly braces, the logical statements, whatever the body of our function. After that, return statement. In the return statement is nothing but output. So we wrote now return data type. That data type will get written as output. So this is the basic syntax of function. Now let us take a scenario to understand why we use function and what is the need for using functions. So this is our boilerplate code, right? We have imported import java.util.in .star. After that, public class, our Java basics file name. After that, public static void main, and parenthesis. In the parenthesis we have taken an input string args square brackets, after that parenthesis. So you can see that public static void main is a function, is an inbuilt function. So remember that we can't create a user defined function with the name main, because main is a reserved keyword. Main is a reserved keyword in Java, and we can't use it anywhere except in the main function itself, right? After that, public static void. These public static all these things we have public, super, and private, and all those things we are going to study in detail in OOPS chapter, object oriented programming. So public static is known as access modifiers, and main is a reserved keyword in Java. So we can't use main in our functions as variables and all those things. So main is a reserved keyword. After that, void is the return type. So void means nothing. If we write void, then we are going to return nothing. So this is the basic syntax of main function. After that, to understand the use of function, why we use, let us take a scenario that in my main function I am going to perform some work one. After that, I have to print hello world to user. Hello world. After it again I am going to do some work 2. After it again I have to print hello world again, hello world. After that I am going to do work 3 again. After work 3 completion I have to print hello world. After that work 4, after that work 5, and up to a lot of work n. So after each work I am going to print hello world. So writing system.out.hello world, it's not efficient way. So we create basically the function name hello world, which will print hello world to user, and we just call the function name and the output will get executed, right? So let us create a function that public static void means nothing, it will return nothing. So if I write void, then there is no return statement in our program. We can write return statement, but there is no need as such. After that void, our function name, what we are going to do, we are printing hello world. So I will write my function name as print our parenthesis. We are not giving any input. Remember guys, input is optional when it comes to functions. After that curly braces, in the curly braces I am going to print hello world, hello world. So let me clear all these things. Yeah, now save it and let us run this. So pause the video and tell me what will happen if I run this code. Let us run this and see. You can see that nothing happened, nothing, there is no output or there is nothing. So remember guys that execution in any program, whether it may be Java, whether it may be Python, or whether it may be C, execution always start with main program. So in that we have to call we have built the function, right? Public static void print function. So this is known as print. We have declared our function, we have defined our function, but we didn't call. So to execute our function, we have to call our function by just writing the name. So for calling, we'll just print, that's all. Save it and run. We have called our function. You can see that the output is hello world. We have printed hello world. Or in the main function I can also in the print function I can also print anything I want. So I am human system.out.print, I am a student, yeah. Now save it and run again. You can see that by just calling the name of the function in my main program, the actual function we have declared, that is a print function, whatever the steps I have included, whatever the things I have included in my body function, those all things got executed by just calling the name of my function. So you can see that I just called print function. Print is the name of my function. So I just wrote print braces and statement terminator in my main program, and all the statements in my main in the print function got executed. Now you can see that I haven't gave return type, because void means nothing. If I write void, then I can give return. Save it and run it. Same thing will get executed. So there is no need of giving return statements when it comes to void type function. So this thing, print writing the name of my function in the main program, is known as function calling. This is known as function calling, and these all thing is known as function definition, and this thing print is known as function declaration. So in previous code we have wrote a program public static void print is the name of my function print. After parenthesis, in that we have printed system.out. hello world, right? After that, closing parenthesis, curly brace. After that, our main program. Remember guys that execution always start with main program. If you didn't wrote the main program, then nothing will get executed, right? After that, public static void main string args square bracket, right? And we have called our function name print, yeah, that's all. After it, yeah, you can see that these print parenthesis is known as function declaration. Function declaration, and the things which are going to execute these are with including all those things, this thing is called as function definition. Function definition. And writing or calling the name of my function is known as function calling. Function calling. So all these things you have to remember, technical things when it comes to interview. Interviewer might ask you what is function declaration, definition, and function calling. So writing the name of a function in the main program is known as function calling, and the name of my function in the class, in the Java basics class, is known as function declaration, and whatever the steps we are defining inside the function is known as function definition. Now let us understand how to give input a function as a parameter. So the syntax for giving input for my function is, first of all, we have to write return type, after that name of the function, after that type input. Suppose I am giving two integers as input, then I have to give int 9 data type. I have to first of all declare which data type the variable which I am passing belongs to, right? Int a comma b. So these two parameters belongs to integer data type. Integer data type, right? So first of all, I have to declare the data type, after that variable name, after that again if I am passing two variables, then comma, again data type, after that variable name. If I have to pass a third variable, then I will write just comma, after that type, and parameter 3. So these are the this is how we give input for our function. After that curly braces, in the curly braces, as usual, body of my function, after that return statement. Let us write a sample program to understand how to give input to my function. So let us declare an integer variable int a is equals to 10. After that int b is equals to 5. After that I am going to create a function which will give the sum of, which will return the sum of two variables. So let me write public static void, oh no, the return data type will be int, because these function will return the sum of two numbers, right? So I am going to write int. Int is the return data type. After that our function name is let me give sum, and in the parenthesis input. So it will take two input, right? Value of a, value of b. So int num1, after that int num2, right? Two integers it will take. After that in the function body I am going to create int sum is equals to num1 plus num2. After that return sum, that's all. And I am going to print the return value system.out, and in that print output statement I am going to give some a comma b. Save it and run this. So by running this, you can see that 10 plus 5, the output will be 15. So let me run this. You can see that the output is 15. So we have printed the sum of two numbers by just calling the name of a function, and the value which will get returned, we have printed the value in line 11. So this is how function calling, declaration, and definition works. And I want to tell you the technical aspect of this. Now you can see that I have declared int a is equals to 10. After that int b is equals to 5, and I have passed a comma b as a parameter as input to my function. And in the function declaration in line 4, you can see that int num1, int num2. So these are the two input variables. So num1 and num2 in the function declaration num1 and num2 are known as formal parameter. So these are not actual input I am giving. So these are basically dummy ones. These are formally the two parameters, and I am passing now in the 11th line sum in the parenthesis a comma b. These two things are known as actual parameter. So actual values I am passing are a comma b, and in the function declaration, just to give the overlay of my function, I have just put two inputs num1 and num2. Those things are called as formal parameters. So the actual parameters are the ones which are passed in the main program, whereas to just show what data type, and how many variables we are taking as input, to just show the overlay of my function, we use formal parameter. So in the previous example, we have created a public function, uh, public static return type int sum. So it will take num1 comma num2 as parameters, and after that it will give sum int sum is equals to n1 plus n2. After that we have return sum, right? This is our sum function. After that our main function. In the main function, public static void main. In the function we have declared int a is equals to 10. After that int b is equals to 5. Finally we have called a function that is sum, and we have passed the value of a comma b, and we have printed this as output, right? We have printed this. Now these sum of passing some values a comma b is known as actual parameter. And to declare the overlay, what are the things that are going to happen in our function, and what are the things that we are going to take, and how many inputs we are taking. So to declare the overlay and the structure of a function, we took now these parameters. This input is known as formal parameter. So the actual parameter is also known as argument. So arguments are those values which actually get passed in the function, and n1 n2 that are formal parameters just describe the overlay of my function, and a comma b are the actual ones which will get passed to the function. So I hope you have understood the difference between formal parameter versus actual parameter. So actual parameters are the values a comma b which will get passed to the function, and formal parameters are the ones which will just describe the overlay. What are the things going to happen, how many inputs we have to take, what are the data types of those input. It will just describe the overlay of my function. Whereas these are the actual ones which will get passed as input. So I hope you have understood the difference between actual parameter and formal parameter, and how to take input how to give input in the function. Now let us understand how memory works in the function. So to understand what will happens in the memory when we call a function inside the main function, let us take an example that we have created a public function, public static void sum. So void means it will return nothing. So int a comma int b. In the function we are calculating sum is equals to a plus b. That's all, and we are printing the value of sum. System.out.print value of sum. And so this is our function declaration and definition. After that, our main function, public static void main string args here, string args. After that we are declaring int a is equals to 10, int b is equals to 5. After that we are calling sum function, and we are passing the values of a comma b as our input. So this is the main function and our sum function. Now let us understand what will happen in the memory allocation. So in previous chapters, in variables and data types chapter, we have studied that for variables, memory is allocated in the form of blocks, and each block has its own location. Whereas in functions the memory is allocated in the form of call stack. This is known as call stack. Variables memory is allocated in the form of blocks, and functions where memory is allocated in the form of call stack, and each block of call stack is known as call frame. So what is a stack? stack, in real life we have already seen plenty of examples of stack. Like when we are studying JEE Mains, for JEE Mains or NEET, we used to put books one on each other, one on the top of each other, right? One book on another. So this is known as stack of books. And when we are at a restaurant, the serve waiter used to put plates on one top of another, right? So the plates one top of another is known as stack of plates. So we have seen stack of plates, stack of books, and all those things. So similarly, when we call function, the memory allocation allocates in the form of call stack, right? So this is our main function. So execution always start with main function, and it will include all the values, all the things which are going to happen, right? A comma b values. After that, some function calling. So when we call function, a new frame, call frame, is allocated, is formed in the call stack. And when we call this, there a new call frame is formed in our call stack. So again, what are the things which include in our function? Some function will get created, right? A some variable will get created, and a comma b gets input, gets into our function as input. After that, we are printing this sum. After that, so after printing sum, all the control will get into the main function, and these thing will get vanished in our memory allocation. I will tell you again that first of all, in the first call state, in the first call frame, main function is there, and in the main function we will have all the variables, a value, b value, some function calling. After calling some function, a new call frame get created on the top of main function. On the top of main function, a new call frame is created in our call stack, that is sum. And in the sum function, whatever the things we have declared or done, that those things will get executed first. After executing all the things in the sum function, the control will get into again our main function. The control will be hand over to main function, and whatever the things we have declared now in the sum function, those things will get vanished after executing all things. So I hope you have understood, right? So after calling some function, a new call stack is formed, a new call frame is formed, and we have done whatever the things, that is sum is equal to a plus b. After that, printed sum. After executing all the things in the sum function, the control will be hand over to the main function, and these call frame will get vanished and erased from my memory. So these get erased from my memory. So this is how call stack works. I will demonstrate you that. First of all, initially our main program is formed. This is our main function, and in the main function we will have all the things a comma b comma c, and sum calling. When we call sum, a new call frame is created. So these call stack is changed into like this. This is our main program, and this is our sum program. So we will execute whatever the things, sum is equals to a plus b. After that, we are printing system.out.print hello world. So after executing all the things in the sum function, this stack will get erased, right? So we'll left out with our main function, that's all. So this is how the working of memory allocation and memory works when we call functions, right? So when we call functions in main program, for that particular function a call frame is created, and after executing all the things in our function which we have called, after executing all the things, the call frame will get erased from the memory. So this is how the working of function memory works. Up to now we have understood what happens in the memory when the function is called. Now let us understand a new concept, that is call by value and call by reference. So to understand the concept of call by value and call by reference, let us take an example to understand what is call by value. So let us take an example that we have two integers, int a is equals to 10 and int b is equals to 5. And now we want to swap the values of a and b by into each other. So the a will become 5 and b will become 10. So we have to swap the values of a and b. So to do that, let us create a temporary variable to understand how we use temporary variable to swap any two functions. Let me demonstrate you that. Let us consider that this is my a value and this is my b value, and this is my temporary variable. This is my temporary variable. So this is my a, the value of a is 10, right? 10, 5, and the temporary variable initially is empty. Now what I am gonna do is I am going to place the value of a in temporary variable. So the temporary variable will hold the value of a. After that, this is the value of b and this is a. Now I am going to put the value of b into a. So this is my temporary, right? So after that, 10 temporary will hold 10 value of 10. After that, b will be empty now. After that, a will hold 5. Now I am going to change. I am going to put the value of temporary into b variable. So the final output will be, this is my a, which will hold 5. After that, the 10 will be get into our b container, that is b variable. After temporary will be empty. So these are the steps we will perform for swapping any two numbers using a temporary variable. So you can see that initially this is our initial step, this is our initial step, and this is our final step, this is our final step. So you can see that we have swapped the value of a in initial is 10, and the value of a in the final step is 5, and the value of b in the initial step is 5, and the value of b in the final step is 10. So we have successfully swapped two variables using a temporary variable. So let me write the pseudocode for it. So this is my int a is equals to 10, right? After that, int b is equals to 5. Now this is the code for swapping any two numbers. So I am going to create a temporary variable int temp is equals to, I am going to put the value of a. So my first step will be, I am going to put the value of a, assign the value of a to my temporary variable. After that, I am going to assign in the a variable, I am going to change the value of a by b. After that, b is equals to temp. This is the code for swapping any two numbers using temporary variable. So to understand the concept of call by value, we have to understand this question. Now let us take two integers, int a is equals to 10. After that, int b is equals to 5. Now I am going to call a function name swap, and I am going to pass these two values, value of a comma b. I am going to pass a comma b values to my swap function. So let me create my swap function, public static void. This function will not return anything, so I am going to write void. After that, let me write my function name swap. In that, this function will take two parameters, int a, after that int b. Now we are going to swap in this function. So I am going to change the values of a and b in the swap function. So I am going to create a temporary variable, temp is equals to a. After that, a is equals to b. After that, b is equals to 10, right? Now I am going to print a comma b values in swap function, So the values of we passed is a value is 10 and b value is 5. After swapping, I am going to print the values of a is plus the value of a. After that, again I am going to print the value of b. Value of b is plus b, right? So in this swap program, I have swapped any two given values by using a temporary variable. Now to understand the concept of call by value, I am going to print the values of a and b in my main program. So a is before that, yeah, let me write here in main. This is my main program, right? A is plus a value. After that, system.out.print b is plus b value. Now my question is, you can see that in the line 13 I have assigned int a is equals to 10. After that, in the line 14, int b is equals to 5. So these are the two values I have assigned to my variables a comma b. So a is equals to 10 and b is equals to 5. Now in the line 16, I have called the function name swap and have passed two values of a comma b. in the swap function, I have swapped two variables and printed their values. Now, after calling swap function, I am going to print in main function and the values of a comma b. Now, by calling swap function, we have changed the values of a comma b in that particular function. Now my question is, will it affect the actual values of a comma b in my main program? So my question is, in the swap function we have changed the values of a comma b, right? So my question here is, does it actually change the actual values of a comma b in my main program? So to know that, let me run this code. Let me run this. Yeah, you can see that, first of all, when I called the swap function, a b values are, a is 10, b is 5. After swapping, a will become 5 and b will become 5, b will become 10. Now the swap function is completed, so the control will hand over back to our main program. And in the main program, we can see that the value of a is still 10 and the value of b is still 5. So the main program, the actual values of my integers doesn't change. So this is the concept of call by value. So in Java, our compiler creates the copy of our variables. So we don't actually pass the address of a comma b in the swap function. We actually create a copy and it will get passed to my swap function, and whatever the operations I am doing will remain to that function only. It doesn't affect my main program. So in the example, we have swapped the values of a comma b in the swap function. So we have changed the values of a comma b, and after it, in the main program we have printed the values of a comma b, and we saw that it doesn't change. The values of a comma b doesn't change and remains the same. This is because our Java compiler creates a copy of a comma b and pass to my function. So when I am not actually passing the actual values of a comma b. I am creating a copy of a comma b and passing it to my swap function. So whatever the changes that will happen in my swap function remain only there, and it doesn't affect my actual variables. Call by value means creating a copy of my variable when it comes to passing as input. So what my Java compiler will do is it will create a copy of my variables and passes to the function. So the actual variables which are there in my main program doesn't change. Suppose I am doing some operations in the function and changing the values of a comma b in the function, but it doesn't imply that in my main program, whatever the actual variables, those values of the variables doesn't affect at all. So the values in the swap function may change, may change but a comma b in the main program remains the same. So this is the concept of call by value. So what is call by value? When I call a particular function by passing arguments, by passing a parameter, the parameter which are passed in the function is not the actual variables. Java compiler creates a copy of that particular variable and pass it to the function. So whatever the changes we are doing with the variable doesn't affect with the actual variable. So the actual variable here is in the main program, a comma b are the actual variables. So those values of a comma b doesn't change when I swap to the values of a comma b in the swap function. So in the swap function, those values are the copied ones. So the actual values which are in my main program doesn't affect at all. This concept is known as call by value. Remember guys that Java always calls by value. So most of the variables in Java is called by value, whereas called by reference is in call by value we have created a copy, right? So whereas in call by value we don't create a copy, we just pass the actual address of that particular variable. So whatever the changes that will happen in the variable, in the function, that will directly get impacted by the actual variable. So if we change that particular value of a particular variable by passing the function, then the actual value in the main program will also get changed when it comes to pass by value, pass by reference, whereas a pass by value will create us a copy of that particular variable. So whatever the changes we are doing in the function remains only there, and it doesn't affect the main program variables. So this is the difference between call by value and call by reference. So I hope you have understood. call by reference, always when we pass and do some changes, then the actual variable will also change. Whereas call by value, when we do some operations by passing a parameter to the function, the changes will happen only in the function and limited to only the function, whereas it doesn't affect in our actual variable. So this is the main difference between call by value and call by reference. I hope you have understood the difference between call by value and call by reference, and remember that Java always calls by value. Now in this question we have to find the product of two numbers using functions. So here a is equals to 3 and b is equals to 5, and we are going to return the values of a cross b. So to do that, first of all, let me create my public static function. Public static, now I am going to write int type function, because we are going to return integer that is nothing but product of our numbers, right? So I am going to create integer type function. After that, public static int our function name, that is product, and in that I am going to pass two integer variables, int a and int b. After that, I am going to calculate the product. So int product is equals to a cross b. After that, finally I have to return the values of the product. So I am going to return the value of product. So return product. That's all. This is my function to calculate product. So in the main function, public static void main. In the main function, here I am going to create two variables. Int a is equals to 3. After that, int b is equals to 5. And finally, I am going to print whatever the value returned by the product function. So by calling the product function and passing the values of a comma b. Now our output will be 3 cross 5. That is the output will be 15. So the output that is 15 will be printed by using SYSO, that is system.out.print, and I am going to print the values whatever the product function will return me. So this is the code for calculating product of two numbers. Now let us code this thing. Now let me create int a is equals to 3. After that, int b is equals to 5. Now I am going to print whatever the output which will get returned by the product function. So product, in that I am going to pass a comma b. Now let me create my product function. So public static int return type int product, and in that we are going to take two inputs, int a, after that int b. Now here I am going to calculate product. Int product is equals to a cross b, and finally return my product. Return product. That's all. Save this and run. We can see that the product of 3 into 5 is 15. So this is how we are going to calculate the product of any two numbers. Now in this question we have to calculate the factorial of a given number. So in previous maths classes, when we are in high school, we must have studied about factorial. So I can write n factorial as n into n minus 1 into n minus 2 into n minus 3 up to 1. Or in other words, I can also write it as n factorial is equals to 1 into 2 into 3 into 4 into up to n. So this is the factorial. So when n is equals to 4, then 4 factorial will be 1 into 2 into 3 into 4. That is 2 1s are 2 and 4 3 are 12. So 2 into 12. Then the output will be 24. So n factorial, that is 4 factorial, is equals to 24. So the n value will be given by our user, and we have to print the factorial of that particular number. Whatever the user will give, user may give 7 or user may give 8, whatever, we have to print that particular factorial of that particular number. So what is the logic behind it? So you can see that first of all, we are using functions, obviously, right? And now here the value of product, the value for calculating product is increasing by 1 2 3 4. So the pseudocode for this thing is, first of all, let me create my public static function, public static, and int. It gonna return a integer value, right? Here we are going to return 24. So I am going to create an integer type function. After that, int our factorial function name facto fact, and in that we are going to get n value from our user. After that, here first of all, um, let me give let me create an integer variable int facto, and these facto will calculate the nth factorial of a particular number. So we will initialize it with 1. After that, we have to use loop. So I am going to write for loop for int I is equals to 0, int I is equals to 1. After that, I am going to run this loop for n times. Here we are calculating product up to n, right? N here is 4. So we are going to run our loop n times. So I should be less than or equals to n. After that, I plus plus. In that, I am going to multiply. I am going to change the value of facto as facto is equals to facto into the value of I. That's all. After that, finally, I am going to return my factorial function. I'm going to return my facto. That's all. This is the code for calculating factorial of a given number. Now let me dry run this code such that you will understand it better. Here n is equal to 4, right? So initially our facto is 1. After that, initially I is equals to 1. Now our condition is I should be less than or equals to 4 because n is equals to 4, right? The condition is true. So facto will become facto is equals to facto into I. That is 1 into 1, and facto will become 1. After that, I will become 2. Again, condition is true. Then facto will become 1 into 2. That is facto will become now 2, and I will become 3. After that, facto is equals to 3 into 2. 3 into 2, that is facto will become 6, and I will become 4. Now our facto will be facto into I value is 4, that is 24. Facto will become 24, and I will become 5. Condition is false, that is I should be less than or equals to 4. Condition is false here, and we will return this to my main program. So this is the code for finding a factorial of a particular number. I hope you have understood. Now let us code this thing. First of all, let us create our factorial function. Public static integer return type int fact. In that, we are going to take parameter int n. After that, first of all, we have to create a facto function which will calculate the factorial of a particular number. Facto is equals to 1. After that, we have to run a loop. So for int I is equals to 1, and I should be less than or equals to n. We are running the for loop for n times. After that, I plus plus. In that, we are calculating our factorial. So facto is equals to facto, wait a minute, facto into the value of I, right? Finally, we are going to return our factorial. So facto, right? In the main program, let me create int n is equals to 4. We are calculating the factorial for 4. We know the output will be 24. After that, we are calling factorial. Let me print this. Now we are calling factorial function by passing the parameter as n. Now let me save this and run. You can see that our output, that is 4 factorial, is 24. So we have successfully calculated the factorial of a particular number. So here we are running a loop for n times, and in that we are calculating facto is equals to facto into I, and before that we have initialized a facto variable with 1. So this is how we can calculate the factorial of a given number, and whatever the value returned by the factorial function, I am printing it basically in the 13th line. Now in the given question, we have to find the binomial coefficient of a particular given values of n and r, and here n and r will be given by our user, and we have to find its binomial coefficient. So the formula for finding binomial coefficient is ncr is equals to n factorial divided by r factorial into n minus r factorial. So overly we can understand that first of all, we have to find the factorial of each and every number, and we have to just divide it. By dividing it, we can calculate the binomial coefficient. So the first step will be calculating n factorial. After that, second step will be calculating r factorial, and third step will be calculating similarly n minus r factorial. and the fourth step, that is the final step, will be returning the value of n factorial divided by r factorial into n minus r factorial. This is basically the simple way to calculate binomial coefficient. Now we are going to use the factorial function which we created in the previous question to calculate the factorial of a given number. Now let me write the pseudocode for this thing. So we are going to write pseudocode public static integer variable, integer return type int binomial coefficient. In that we are going to take two parameters, int n, after that int r. Now I am going to call my factor variable, and int n factor is equals to n factorial, calling factor function fact and going to pass the value of n, right? Now this fact variable will return an integer, right, that is n factorial, that I am storing it in n fact variable. After that I am going to create again a variable r fact. This will hold the r factorial, so I am going to call fact r here. And finally I am going to create a third variable, so int difference is nothing but n minus r. Difference is equals to fact n minus r, and finally I am going to return n fact divided by r fact into difference. That's all. This is how we will calculate the binomial coefficient of a given number. So this is the pseudocode for calculating binomial coefficient of a particular given n and r value. Now here we have fact function which will give us the factorial of a given number. Now I am going to write my binomial coefficient function, public static int bc, binomial coefficient, and it will take two parameters, int n, after that int r. Now let me create int n fact. N fact will store the value of n factorial. So fact n, I am going to pass fact n. After that int r fact is equals to fact r, and finally int diff is equals to fact n minus r, right? And finally I am going to return this n fact divided by brackets r fact into difference. That's all. And in the main program let me give int n is equals to 5, after that int r is equals to 2. So finally I am printing whatever the value that will returned by the factorial bc binomial coefficient function bc, and I am going to pass the values of n comma r. So save this thing and run. You can see that our output binomial coefficient when n is equals to 5 and r is equals to 2 is 10. So let me cross check this and verify our output. So the output we got here, is 10. So let me cross check this. So here n is equals to 5 and r is equals to 2, then n minus r will be 3, right? So let me calculate 5 factorial divided by 2 factorial into 3 factorial. So 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1 divided by 2 into 1 into 3 into 2 into 1. Now we can cancel this out, right? And 2 1 ja, 2 2 ja, and finally our output will be 10. So the answer is correct. So we have calculated the binomial coefficient of a given number by just providing the n value and r value. We have to just provide the n value and r value. It will give you binomial coefficient in just seconds. So this is how the code working of calculating binomial coefficient of given n and r values. Now let us talk about types of functions. In Java we have two types of functions. First one is inbuilt functions, and second one is user defined functions. So up to now we have created a function for swapping, we have created a function for product, and we have created a function for nth factorial, after that binomial coefficient. These all functions are created by us, by coder like us. These all things, the functions which are created by humans or which are created by the user are known as user defined functions. Whereas in Java collection frameworks there are certain keywords which are reserved, and those keywords are used to perform a certain work. Those keywords we called it as inbuilt functions. Here I told you now that main is a inbuilt function, and if is a inbuilt function. After that, switch is a inbuilt function. These all things are the reserved keywords in Java. So you can't create a user defined function with the name main. You can't create a function with the name main because it is reserved in Java collection frameworks. We have a package of functions which we will use in the future to calculate different things and to make our code easy and more accessible and more efficient. So we use inbuilt functions. Some inbuilt functions like max dot pow is calculated to calculate the power, is used to calculate the power between two numbers, and max dot math dot max is used to give difference between the highest number of two numbers, and max dot min will give the minimum value of two numbers. So these are all the inbuilt functions which for if these all are the inbuilt functions which are reserved in Java. We can't use them by our user defined function. We can't name any of our user defined function with the name main because it is reserved in Java, right? I hope you have understood. And each and every inbuilt function has its own unique quality, and we use it when we come across real world problems. When we are doing problems for lead code or hacker rank, we use max.pow to calculate the power of a given number, or max.maximum value to calculate the maximum of between two numbers. So these are all the inbuilt functions which are used to make our code smoother, to run smoother, and make it more efficient. So this is how the difference between user defined and inbuilt functions. Now let us talk about another concept, that is function overloading. So function overloading, we will talk about it in detail in OOPS chapter, in OOPS object oriented programming. OOPS chapter, object oriented programming. In OOPS chapter we will talk about it in more detail, what is function overloading, function overriding, public private access modifiers, and all those things we are going to talk about it in OOPS chapter. But just now, for now, let us see what is function overloading. So function overloading is nothing but multiple functions with the same name but different parameters. So the meaning of function overloading is the multiple functions with the same name but the only change is parameter. What is the actual meaning of function overloading? To understand it, let us take an example that I am going to create a function named multiple that will take two in parameters, that is int a and int b, and our multiple function will return the product of two numbers. So here I can pass 9 comma 7. Yeah, I can pass this and the code will run smoothly and it will give the product of two numbers. Can I pass 1 comma 7? Yeah, I can pass it and will get the output. So my question is, now can I pass 1 comma 2 and 3 comma 4 as parameters? No, I can't pass 1 comma 2 and 3 comma 4 as parameters because the parameters here are integer type and I am passing float type. So for that I am going to create the same function, but in this I am going to pass different parameters, float a or float b. So these function will give me the product of two float type data variables. Now my question is, I am going to pass two double variables, d1 d2. So can this code work for double variables? No, this code can't work for double variables. It is only applicable for float type variables. So to tackle that, now I am going to create again same function, but here I am going to pass another parameter with double type variable, double data type, that is d1 and double d2. Now these will work for calculating multiplication of two doubles. So this is the concept of function overloading. Here in function overloading we have two types, with parameters or with data type. So the meaning of function overloading with parameters is here let us consider that multiple function and here I'm going to calculate a product of two integers. So this code will work smoothly for calculating a product of two integers. Now I'm going to pass a float variable. So to pass float variable, here I'm going to change parameter, right? I need to change parameter. So I'm going to write again the same function name, but the only change is float A and float B, and I'm going to do perform product of two float variables. Now again I want to pass now double variable. To do that, I'm going to write double A and double B, right? So the function name here is same, but the only change is the parameter, is the data type of parameter, data type of parameter. This is known as function overloading with parameters, using parameters. I hope you have understood the concept of function overloading. The name of the function is same, but the only change here is here the parameters, the input is changing, input data type is changing. Now the second one is function overloading using data types. Here we have to write return data type, right? If I am going to return an integer, then I am going to write int multiple, and our input I1 I2, right? Do some work. After that, if I want to return a character, then I am going to write char multiple I1 I2, my work. After that, if I am supposed to do if I am supposed to return a float variable, then I have to write a float here as my return data type, float multiple I1 I2. Right, here you can see that the function name is same, the inputs is also same, but the only change here is return data types. Here I am going to return an integer, here I am going to return a character, here I am going to return a decimal value with some significant figures. So this is the two types of function overloading, that is function overloading with parameter and function overloading with data types. I hope you have understood the difference, and I hope you have understood the concept of function overloading. Now in the given question, we have to find whether the given number is prime or not. So in previous chapter in loops, we have already did this question, but I told you that the code provided in the question in the video is not an efficient one, and I told you to search it by yourself. I hope you searched the code for finding prime numbers in an efficient way. Now in this question, we are going to do that efficient way, right? So to find prime numbers, we already know the logic that a prime number, let us consider that n is equals to 7, is not divisible by any other number except 1 or itself, the number 7. So we are going to run a for loop. In previous chapter, we have run the for loop from int I is equals to 2 to I should be less than or equals to n. I should be less than n and I plus plus. In that we have checked if I, if n modulo I is equals to 0, then is prime will become false, and we have break from the loop immediately. Else is prime is equals to true. So this is the code we did in the previous chapter, in the loops chapter. Now the efficient way is to check whether a given number is prime or not, you need not to run the loop for 7 times. Here we are running loop for from 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We are running this for around 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5. 5 times we are running loop for 5 times. We don't need to run this loop for this many of times. If we are going to find the prime number for a given number n, then we will run it we will run the loop for n times. We are going to run the loop for n times. This is not an efficient way. Running the loop for n times is not an efficient way, and it will take more time complexity, and it will also take more space complexity. We will study about space and time complexity in later of chapters, but for now it is not efficient way to run our loop for n times. So the logic here is you need not to run this loop for n times. You can run the loop for half times, or you can run the loop for n times, and for root n times you will check whether the particular number is divisible or not. If it is divisible, then it is not a prime number. If it is not divisible, then it is a prime number. So I am going to run our loop for root n times. So my uh, code will be I is equals to 2 and I should be less than or equals to root n times. I am going to run my loop for root n times. So here I am going to decrease from n times to root n times. So the number of iterations is decreased. By decreasing the number of iterations, our code will run more faster. So it is more efficient, right? So this is how with a small change we are going to calculate whether the given number is prime or not. Now let me create my function public static void type function. So it's gonna return nothing. After that my function name is prime. It will check whether the given number is prime or not. In that I am going to pass a n variable. After that I am going to run a for loop, right? So for int I is equals to 0, int I is equals to 2. After that I should be less than or equals to calculate the square root, we are going to use our inbuilt function, that is math dot sqrt. This will calculate the square root of n. After that I plus plus. In this uh, we are going to check if n modulo I is equals to 0. If this is 0, then is prime is equals to false. After that else is prime is equals to true, right? Here it is showing error because we haven't created our is prime function. So let me create my is prime function. Boolean is prime is equals to, we are going to initialize it with false. After that if is prime is equals to false in my for loop, then I am going to immediately break the loop, right? And finally I am checking if is prime is equals to true. If it is true, then print given number is prime, else print not a prime. Now let me take int n in the main program. Let me take int n is equals to 7. After that I am calling is prime function and passing the value of n. Now let me save this, and the output will be given number is a prime. So n is equals to 7 is a prime, right? Yeah, you can see that here given is n is equals to 7. So the given number is a prime number. So this is how we are going to calculate, and this is the efficient way to calculate that whether the given number is prime or not. Now in the given question we have to print the numbers up to a range, and the range will be given by our user. Here n is equals to 10. Then the output we get what we are expecting to get is 2, 3, 5, 7 should be the output, because these are the prime numbers which lies from n is equals to 1 to n is equals to 10. So we are going to print the numbers in the given range. So the pseudocode or the logic behind is, first of all, we have to take n as input and the value will be given by our user. After that, second is I am going to call prime range function. In the prime range function I am going to pass my n value. After that I am going to run my for loop. So for loop for int I is equals to 2 and I should be less than or equals to n. After that I plus plus, right? In that I am going to write if is prime and this function in I am going to pass I value as a parameter, and if this value, if is prime will give me true, if is prime is equals to true, then I am going to print the value of I, else nothing, right? And in the third step, in the is prime function I will get integer value. Let us consider that our integer is m. So I am calculating let me create my boolean variable boolean is prime is equals to, I am going to initialize it with false. After that I am going to run my for loop. So for int I is equals to 2 and I should be less than or equals to root m times, after that I plus plus. In this if I, that is m modulo I is equals to 0, then is prime should be false, and I am going to finally break the loop, right? Else is prime is equals to true, right? And finally I am going to return my return is prime return the value of is prime. Again, one thing here, that if user gave me if m is equals to 2 or m is equals to 3, then return true, because 2 and 3 are prime numbers, right? This is the code for printing the range of prime numbers. So here first step will be taking input from a user. After that passing that input to my prime range function. In the prime range function I am going to run a loop from I is equals to 2 to I should be less than or equals to n times. I am going to run my loop for n times. After that, in the for loop I am going to check by passing the value of I am going to check whether the given provided number is prime or not. If it is prime, then I am going to print the value of I. If it is not, then the next iteration, then go to next iteration. So in the is prime function, what is happening, I am going to pass a parameter m. After that I am checking if m is equals to 2 or 3, because I am going to run from 2, right? So 2 is divisible by itself. So in the in the is prime for loop, it will give me false. So for 2 or 3, this is an exception, I am going to return true. After that I am running a for loop from I is equals to 2 to root n times. So I am using the efficient way here. After that I am checking whether the given provided number is divisible or not. If it is divisible, then immediately terminate the loop and return false. If it is not divisible by any other number, then return true. If the in the prime range function, if the return statement is true, then print the value of I. So this is the basic overlay, basic structure of my code for printing range of prime numbers. Now we have int n is equals to 10. After that let me call prime range function. Prime range function will print my prime numbers up to n, right? So let me declare and define my public prime range function. So public static void prime range. In this we are going to take input n. After that I am running a for loop for int I is equals to 2 and I should be less than or equals to n and I plus plus. In this if is prime and passing, I am going to pass parameter as the value of I, right? Is equals to true. If this is true, then print a system dot out the value of I, else do nothing. So finally I am going to declare and define my public static is prime function. So is prime function return data type will be boolean. It will return true or false. So boolean is prime. In this I am going to take m as parameter, and I am going to write a condition here that if m is equals to 2 or m is equals to 3, if these two values are true, if we get parameter as m is equals to 2 or m is equals to 3, then immediately return true, because these two are prime numbers. Here return return true. After that boolean is prime is equals to initialize it false. After that run a for loop for int I is equals to 2 and I should be less than or equals to math dot square, times, after that I plus plus. In this check whether the given number is divisible by I or not. If m modulo I is equals to 0, then is prime is equals to false, and finally break, else is prime is equals to true, and finally return is prime to my user, right? And run, you can see that the numbers between 10 is prime numbers between 1 to 10 is 2, 3, 5, 7. Scope are the limitation or the limit on which in which a variable or function. So I can say that scope is the limit in which a function or variable can be accessible. It means that let us take an example that I have created a function. Let me write a swap function. So I have created a swap function, right? Public static void swap. In the swap function I have taken two variables, int a comma int b, and in that swap function I have created a temporary variable. So int temp is equals to a, after that a is equals to b, and finally b is equals to temp. So this is how we used to swap any two numbers, and in this function I have created temporary variable. So here to the meaning of method scope is this is my function, right? And in that function we have a temporary variable. Method scopes tells that we can use this temporary variable anywhere we want in my function. Suppose my function has again 1000 lines, and I can use my temporary variable in the 1001 line. So I can use my temporary variable anywhere I want. I can use it in my function, but I can't use my temporary variable outside the function, outside the given function. It means that the accessibility of temporary variable is limited to method. Method is nothing but function. So our chapter name is function slash method, right? So methods and functions are basically same. The meaning is same. So any variable is only accessible only for its method or function. So here temporary is accessible anywhere. We can access anywhere in our swap function, but we can't access my temporary variable outside the swap function. This is the meaning of method scope. And similarly, to understand block scope, let us take example that I have created a public class Java basics. So we are doing all our questions in same class, right? Our class name is Java basics, and in that we have created main program, different functions and all those things. So the class is same. So we have created our class, public class Java basics. In that we have our swap function, prime range function, and is prime function. After that main function, product function, and we have many functions. We did too many questions in this chapter, so we have these functions in this class. So the thing is, I can access my swap function wherever I want. I can access my swap function in the main program. I can access my swap function in the is prime program, in the is prime function, or I can access my swap function is my prime in the prime range function. So I can access this program here or here or here, wherever I want in the class, but I can't access a particular function. I can't access my particular function outside the class. So the scope of a particular function, what I told you, that function is a block of code. So the scope of my block is here. Block means function. So the scope of a function is limited to class. So the scope of a variable is limited to function, and the scope of a function is limited to class. It means that here, suppose I am creating again another class name is, let us consider Java. So in this is another class, right? This is Java basics class and this is Java class. So I can't access my swap function in Java class, because this is a totally different class. So the block scope says that the scope of a particular function is limited to its class. So I hope you have understood the concept of method scope, that is variable scope basically, and block scope, right? So this is the concept of scope. We don't use it that much and we don't read about it this much, but we are going to study classes, objects, and all those things in our upcoming chapter, that is object oriented programming. So with that being said, we have completed our function, that is functions. We have completed our chapter, that is functions slash methods. So with that being said, I will see you in the next chapter. Hello everyone, now we are going to start our next chapter, that is arrays and our first data structure. So let us understand what is the meaning of arrays and where we use arrays. So let us consider a scenario that I want to store the marks of 3 subjects. Let us consider I want to store the marks of maths, physics, chemistry. So to store the marks of a particular subject, I can create its variable of that particular data type. So I can create that int math. This will store the marks of maths. Let us consider the marks are 99. After that, int physics. This will hold the marks of physics, right? 98. After that, finally chemistry. Chemistry, CHE, let us consider 95. So I can create the variables of particular subject to store the data in that particular data type. So I can create the variables, right? Now here's the catch. I want to store the data of 50 subjects, because in engineering we almost study around 50 subjects, right? So how I can store the marks of 50 subjects? Because if I create 50 variables here, if I create 50 variables like this, then it will become hard to access those variables and it might cause some difficulty. So to tackle that, we create array. So we basically just create an array of 50 subjects, 1 2 3 4 up to 50, and in that each block we store the marks of each subject. So this is how the working of array works. So I can store here the marks, max marks as 99, after that physics marks 98, after that 95, after that let us consider computer science Java language marks 99, after that, and so on up to 50 subjects. So this is how we use arrays to store similar data type in a continuous manner, right? After that, this block, the data which we are storing in our block, is known as element. And to locate each element in our array, we give index for each element. So index always start with 0. So we are going to give indices for each element to in order to locate them. So 0 1 2 3 4 up to 49. So this is known as indices. And in Java or C++, most of the programming languages, we always start our indexes with 0. This is known as zero based indexing. Right? So this is the concept of arrays. This is why we use arrays to store large amount of data. In order to store large amount of data and similar kind of data, we use arrays. So this is the definition of arrays. So the first line is list of elements of same type. Remember guys, suppose I want to store this, let us consider Jabir, after that Khan, after that 99, after that A. So here this is a string, after that this is also a string, and this is an integer, and A is the character. So this belongs to char, after that this is an integer, after that this is a string, and finally this is a string. So here we can see that the data provided here is dissimilar one. So string is different from integer and integer is different from character. So these kind of things I can't store in my array. The data which is provided should be similar, should be same. So I can store 9.1, 9.2 and 8 point something 4. So here I can store this because this is a float and this is accepted. The data which is provided here is similar or same. So the data should be same. After that, the second line. In the second line, placed in continuous manner. And remember guys, when we create array and when we give the assignment of each element for our array, memory allocation happens in continuous form. So in continuous manner, memory allocation takes place. Now I told you now in the previous chapter in data types, I told you how memory allocate when it comes to variables. Memory allocates in the form of blocks for variables, and a block is known as we can visualize a block as a plot of earth, and each plot has its own unique address, right? Our house has our own address. So similarly, each variable has its own address, and we can treat our array. Let us consider that this is our array and these are the elements. So we can basically treat this element as a variable, and each element has its own address, and the memory allocation happens in the form of continuous manner. So to visualize it, to understand it, let us consider a scenario that I am storing uh, data of integer type. Let us consider 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So these are my elements in my integer type array. Here the memory allocation, let us consider that the location of this particular first element, let us consider that the location number is 1000. So we know that integer type will hold 4 bytes storage. The size of integer is 4 bytes. So the next element will immediately formed after 4 byte space is occupied. After that our next element will form, and the address will be 1004. After that third element address will be 1008. After that fourth element 1012. After that 1016. So you can see that after 4 bytes, after each completion of 4 bytes, the another variable, another element is taking place. So we can say that the memory is allocating in linear fashion, in continuous way. That's why we called array as linear type data structure. Linear type data structure, that is the reason we called our array as linear data structure. And whereas trees and stacks are not linear data structure, because the memory allocation happens randomly in when it comes to trees or stacks. So this is how memory allocation works in arrays. I hope you have understood the concept of memory allocation. It will happen in the form of continuous manner and in the form of straight line, basically I can say, right? In the form of continuous manner, and the indexes will always start with 0. So indexes is used to locate or to get through the element. So if I want to access the element 3, then 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, these are the indexes, right? So I will write, let us consider it the name of this array as ARR. So I can go to this element 3 by just accessing its index. So writing ARR of in the square brackets 2 will give me the element 3. So this is how we can access a particular element in our array by going through its index. So this is how the definition, and this is the need of using arrays. Now let us go into what are the operations we perform. So here we are going to learn how to create an array, how to take input, how to take output, and how to update array. And here another one, how to calculate length of my array. So length of my array, these all are the things we are going to learn in our next videos. So let us first of all study how to create array. So to create array, first of all let's go into our roots in our basics. So in first class we studied how to create a variable. So here how we create a variable, we just wrote integer data type. After if we are creating integer type variable, then we are going to write int data type, after it the name, and we are going to assign. This is how we create our variable. Similarly here, first of all we have to write data type, whether it is a integer, whether it is a float type, whether it is a boolean, whether it is a string, character, all those things first of all we have to declare. After it our array name. After it, remember guys, we have to give square brackets. You can see in your keyboard after P button there is a square bracket, so you have to give square brackets. After it is equals to new. New will tell me that I am going to create a new array, and allocate continuous memory. So new keyword will tell me that this is array and have to allocate the memory in continuous fashion. So new is the keyword which will tell me that this is the array and memory allocation happens in continuous manner. After that data type, here if I am writing int, then here I have to write integer, and now in the again square brackets, in the square brackets I am going to give my size of the array. So how many elements I am going to create? If I am going to create 50 elements, if I am going to create 100 elements, the size of the array should be given before, declared before. So let us consider example that I am going to create a marks of 50 subjects. So how I am going to create array? This is how I am going to create array. Int marks, after that square bracket, is equals to new keyword, after that int type, int data type. In that I'm going to store 50 subjects marks, right? So I'm going to write 50. That's all, statement terminator. So this is how I will create array, and these are the four different ways we can create arrays. So here in the first example you can see that we have create array without giving, here we have created array marks is equals to int marks. Similarly in our example we have created here. After that if I directly want to store the number or marks of the of particular array, then I can write it as int marks square brackets, after that is equals to, and I can directly give the elements 1 2 3, and in this I don't have to give the size of a particular array. And Java compiler will understand that the size of this array is 3. The elements totally present in this array is 3. So if I don't give the size of the array, and in the place of size if I give the elements directly, then our compiler will understand that there are how many elements are there present and what is the size of the array and all those things. Here similarly in the third example we have created integer data type, after that more numbers is the name of my array, after that square brackets, and here Java compiler will automatically understand that there are 3 elements present. In the fourth example we have created string, after that fruits is the name of my array, after that square brackets is equals to, in the curly braces I have stored different strings, apple, mango, orange and all those things. So here Java compiler will automatically understand that there are 3 strings present in our string type array. So let us code this thing and understand how to create array. In this I have imported java.util package, after that public class java basics, after that public static void main. Now first of all I am going to create an array here. So let me write int is the data type of my array, and I am going to store marks of 3 subjects. Marks of first of all 50 subjects. So let us consider marks is my name of the array, after that square brackets is equals to new, after that int, and what is the size of my array? 50, right? So just give 50 here. Now if I want to give the marks of maths, physics, chemistry, then I can giving or accessing elements slash assigning. You can also write it as assigning. So here I am going to give, suppose consider that the first element holds the marks of max. So marks of 0 index, in the square bracket I am going to give 0. It implies that in the 0 index I am going to give some value now. So on the 0 index I am going to give 99 as my max marks, after that marks of 1. Now I am going to access my first index, right, is equals to 98. This will store my physics marks, after that max of 3, now 2 index, second index here, second is equals to 95. This will hold chemistry marks. This is how I am going to assign the marks at each index. In the previous code I have created an array of 50 elements, 1 2 3 up to 50, and this is how I create 50 elements by just writing the name, after square bracket and name new int 50. Now when I create array, the Java will store the value of each index as 0. So Java will put automatically 0 0 0 0 on each index automatically, right? After that I have declared that this is my 0 index, right? 0 1 2 3 4 5. Let us consider that 0 index will hold max marks, after that this will hold physics marks, and this will hold chemistry marks. Now what I did that I have assigned the marks values. So marks of 0 is equals to 99. So here in the place of 0, 99 will be there. After that marks of 1, I am accessing my elements through my indexes. These are my indexes, right? Marks of 1 is equals to 98. So here in the place of 0, 98 will now get assigned. After that, marks of 2, chemistry marks, is equals to 95. So here 95 will get assigned. So this is how the memory allocation and assigning of variables work. Now how we can take input and how we can print output to our user. So here we have created int marks square brackets is equals to new int 50. Now I want to get max marks from my user. So to do that, let me create my scanner sc is equals to new scanner in that system dot in that system dot in and parenthesis. So I have created my scanner class. We will study about classes objects in our oops chapter. Now I am going to take input from my user. So just as we used to get input from variables, similarly we are going to get inputs in the same way, but the only changes, we are going to access our elements through indexes. So if I want to get the marks of 0 index by the user, so I will write marks of 0 is equals to new sc dot next int. So marks of 0 is equals to sc dot next int, right? After that, let me here print system dot out provide math marks. Copy this thing, copy. Now let me take marks from user physics marks, PHYSICS physics marks. Similarly, in the index of 1, I am going to store physics marks is equals to sc dot next int, right? Similarly, chem marks, chemistry, chem marks on the second index. Second is equals to sc dot next int. This is how we will take input from our user. Now the marks which I take from the user, let me print those marks, right? So here I am going to print the marks. So to print, let me print physics max comma physics comma chemistry marks are here plus just print marks in the square braces, give index. Index will access your element. After that, plus marks of 1 plus marks of 2. This is how we will print the marks or the element of our array to the user, and we will use scanner as our input. Scanner sc is equals to system dot in. After that, by as we used to do for integers, int a is equals to sc dot next int. Similarly, we will access our elements of our array by getting its index. So marks in the square braces 0 is equals to sc dot next int. So whatever the value provided by the user, that will get stored in the first index. After that, marks of 1 is equals to sc dot next int. So the marks provided for physics, that will get stored in the first index. First index is nothing but second element. After that, third element for chemistry marks. So let me run this, save this code and run. So I have to give max marks. Let us consider my max marks is 98. After that, physics marks 99. After that, chemistry marks 99. So you can see that I have printed max. Let me give space here such that it will look good. Space, after that plus, again another space. Now save it again and run. Let me give max marks 99, 98, 99. So I can see that max marks, physics marks, chemistry marks are 99, 98, 99. So here we have taken the input from our user and assigned that particular value by accessing the index of my array. After that, we have assigned the input given by our user to that particular element of my array. Now I have got the index for max, physics and chemistry, and finally I have printed the marks for the marks that we got from our user by just printing like this, system.out.print, and we can print our element by accessing the index marks in the square 0, that will give max marks. After that, max in the square bracket 1, that will give physics. After that, max in the square bracket 2, that will give us chemistry. So this is how we can access elements and we can print elements by going through its indexes. So we have seen that how to take input and output from our user. So to take input, we just build the scanner class, scanner sc is equals to new scanner in that system.in. After that, to take input from our user, we have created a marks array, right? So marks, and if I want to give the first element, if I want to give the first element, that is, this is our array, right? 0, 1 and 2. If I want to give input to my first element, then I am going to write 0 index is equals to sc dot next int. So the user, whatever the value will be provided, that will get assigned in this variable. If I give 99, then in the place of 0th index, that is our first element, 99 will be get stored. So this is how we will give input to our user. So to get to print output, we'll just write system.out.print and we will print marks of 0. So at 0 index, whatever the value is, that will get printed. So here at 0 index, the value is 99, so 99 will get print. So this is how we will take input and print output to our user. Now let us talk about when we pass array to as a parameter, as a argument to a function, what will happen? We studied about call by value and call by reference. We have studied in functions chapter what is call by value and call by reference. So call by value is Java will create a copy of that particular variable and pass it to my function. So whatever the changes that will happen in the function doesn't reflect in my main function. Whereas the meaning of call by reference is the whatever the changes that will occur in my function, that will reflect in my actual variable in the main function. So remember guys, when it comes to arrays, function calling, arrays are passed by call by reference. So if I change in the function, if I change any index of a particular array, then the actual array will get changed. So remember guys, that arrays will get passed by call by reference. So arrays will all get called by call by reference. Now let me create my array. Let us consider that int arr. Arr is my name of the array. After that, I am assigning 1, 2, 3. Right? These are the elements, 3 elements present in my array. After that, I am passing my let us consider the change function. So change will take arr as parameter, my array as parameter. Now I am going to create my change function. So public static void change. In the change function, the parameter is int arr. Right? After that, whatever the variable, whatever the array we are getting, I am going to change the index, the first index of my first element of my array. So let me access arr of 0, first element is equals to 100, 1000. Let me give 1000. After that, just return. I'm not doing nothing. I'm just changing the value. Of my first element. So if the array got passed by call by reference, then whatever the changes that will occur in the function should reflect in my main program. So in the main program, after calling my function, I am going to print each element of my array. So let me run a loop. I is equals to 0. After that, I should be less than or equals to arr dot length. So arr dot length is used to calculate the length of my array. So here the length is 1, 2, 3. So the length arr dot length should give me 3 as my output. After that, I plus plus. Here I am going to print each element arr of I. Save this thing. Now you can see that in the 9th line, arr of square bracket is equals to 1, 2, 3, 4. So the first element is 1. After that, after it I have called my change function. In the change function, what I am doing, I am going to change the first element value. So if the function is called by reference, then whatever the changes that will happen should reflect in my main program. So let me run this. We can see after running this, the value of first element will get changed. So you can see that the value is changed in my main function, right? This is how the call by reference works. And remember guys that arr.length is used to calculate the length of my array. Here the length of array is 1 2 3, so arr.length should give me the value of 3. Now we are going to see what is linear search. So to understand the meaning of linear search, let us take a scenario that when we are in school or when we are in college, we go to our college canteen, right? And if I want to order samosa, let us consider that in the menu the first item is pizza, second item is burger, and the third item is a sandwich, and the fourth item is samosa. So what I do, I will just go line by line. So first item is, if if my needed element is samosa, the element which I want is samosa, so I will scan line by line. So the first item is pizza, rejected. I will come into second item. Second item is burger, no. Third item is sandwich, no. Fourth item is samosa. Now I get the samosa, so I can order the samosa. So this is nothing but linear search. Going scanning line by line for a particular information or a particular element is known as linear search. Here, suppose let us consider that the key will be provided by our user, and this is our indexes, right? 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. So I will search line by line. So this is our key. I will start searching for my key line by line, index by index. So here let us consider that this is my indicator. So this indicator will see whether the provided key is present or not. So here the provided key is 10. This is 2. No, if it is not present, then come into next index. So here key is 4 and element is key is 10 and element is 4. No, here come into next iteration, and in the next iteration element is 6 and the key is 10. No, next iteration element is 10, element is 8, after that key is 10. So no, the element is not matched with the key. After that next my indicator will come into next index. In the next index the element is 10 and the key is 10. So both are same, both are the same. So if both are same, then return 4, return the index of that particular element. So this is how the question of linear search work. Here we are going to run a loop and we are going to check at each element if the provided key is same or not. If it is same, then immediately return the index, or else go into next iteration. So I can write the pseudo code as for, let us consider that this is my array and the name of the array is arr. So I am going to run my for loop int I is equals to 0. After that I should be less than arr dot length. After that I plus plus. In this I am going to check if arr of I am going to access each element by through its index, right? Arr of I is equals to key. If it is equals to key, then return its index, right? Else continue. That's all. This is how. If I didn't find the element in my array, then return -1. Return -1. So this is how the pseudo code for finding a particular element or matching the key with our element and returning its index, returning the index of the particular element which got matched. So this is the question of linear search, and the time complexity for linear search is big of n, because we are running our loop for n times, right? So suppose let us consider that there are n elements and nth element is our key. So we will run our loop for n times. So the worst case scenario is in the worst case scenario we are running our for loop for n times. So the time complexity will become n and space complexity will also become n, big of n. So we will study about space complexity and time complexity in detail in a separate chapter. But remember that having low time complexity or less time complexity and less space complexity is considered as a efficient efficient code. Here this will give me linear time complexity. So with increase in time, with increase in the size of our array, the time will get increased. So this is nothing but linear time complexity. And remember guys that the time complexity of linear search is big of n and space complexity is also big of n. And this is the pseudocode for finding the index of a particular given key. So let me create my public function, public static integer type function, because it will return the index of that particular element, right, which got matched by the key. After that, let me write my function name linear search. In the linear search, I am going to pass the array int arr as my parameter. After that, in the curly braces, so now I am going to create my function for linear search, public static. After that, integer type function, because it will return the index of that particular element which got matched by the key, right? So int type, return type. After that, my function name linear search. In the linear search, it will take two parameters, the array itself. After that, key, int key. In this, I am going to run a loop for int I is equals to 0 and I should be less than arr dot length, and I plus plus. In this, I am checking if my key is equals to arr of ith element. If it is equal, then return that particular index, that is I. Else next iteration. And finally, if my loop is completed and I haven't got the index of that particular provided key, then it simply means that the element is not present in my array. So if the element is not present in my array, then return -1. Now in the main program, let me create my array int arr is equals to, in the parenthesis, 1 2 3 7 9 7 9. Right, these are my elements. How many elements are present? 1 2 3 4 5. 5 elements are present here. Now I am going to call my function linear search. In the linear search, I am going to pass arr and key as 7. So the index of 7 is 0 1 2 3. So first element 0, second 2 3 1 2 0 1 2 3. So the index for 7th element is 3, right? Because this is a 4th element and the index is n-1, that is 3. Now I am going to store the index of that particular value. So index is equals to linear search. So whatever the value returned by the linear search, I am storing it in index variable. After that, finally I am printing index of the provided key is plus index. That's all. Save this thing and run. You can see that we got our index as 3, because the index of here in the array, the index of 7 is 3, because index starts with 0, right? So for element 1, the index is 0, element 2, the index is 1, and element 3, the index is 2, and for element 7, the index is 3. So we got our output as the index of the provided key, that is 7, is 3. So if I provide here, let us consider 1. If I provide 1, then it will give 0, right? Because first element, 0th index. Yeah, you can see that index of the provided key is 0. Suppose if I pass some key which is not present in my array, then it should give me -1. You can see that the index of the provided key is -1. It simply means that the element is not present in my array. So in this question, we have to print the largest number in our array. So in this array, we can see that the largest number is 6. So we have to print 6 as our largest number. So what is the logic behind it? The logic is comparison. So the first step in our question is we are going to create a largest type integer. Largest integer which will hold -infinity. Here in Java we have a concept of minus infinity and plus infinity. So minus infinity is nothing but the most negative number, the most or least negative number that can be possible is known as minus infinity, and we'll represent it as integer dot min value. And the highest value that can be possible in integer is represented by plus infinity, and for that we will write integer dot max value, right? These things can be accessed by utility package. We imported, right, import java.util.in. By using that we can import these things. So if you didn't write import.java.util, then this might show you error by writing this integer dot min value and integer dot max value without importing our Java package. That might show you error. So it is important to import our Java package, right? Import java.util.star. So it is important to write that line. Now in this question we are going to first of all create a largest uh, integer variable that will hold the value of minus infinity. And the second step is we are running a for loop for int I is equals to 0. After that I should be less than n, where n is the size of my array. After that I plus plus. In this we are going to compare if my largest is less than ARR of I. Let us consider the name of my array is ARR. If largest is less than ARR of I, then assign the value of largest as the given element ARR of I. Simple. This is how we are going to find out the largest element present in our array, and finally print the value of largest. Let me dry run this. By doing dry run you will understand it better. Now here this is my 0 index, first index, second index, third index, fourth index. So these are my indexes, and here initially largest is equals to minus infinity and I is equals to 0. So you can see that largest minus infinity is less than ARR of 0, that is 1. So minus infinity less than 1? Yeah, absolutely true. If the condition is true, then change the value of large by assigning the value of ARR. So ARR value now is ARR of 0 is 1. So I am going to assign the ARR of 0 value to my largest. So minus infinity will get changed to 1. So now largest will become 1. After that I will be incremented by 1. Now the ARR of 1 is 2 and largest is 1. So I can say that 1 is less than 2. Again the condition here is true. If condition is true, then largest will become 2 and I will become 3. After that here ARR of 2 is 6 and largest is 2. Again the condition, if condition is true, that is 2 is less than 6. Yeah, condition is true. Then my largest will become 6 and I will get incremented by 4. I will I will be incremented by 3 here too, right? So I will be incremented by 3. Now ARR of 3 is 3. Now 6 is not less than or equals to 3. So nothing will get changed and I will become 4. Now ARR of 4 is equals to 5. Now the element at present at ARR of 4 is 5. So 5 is not greater than 6. So the if condition is false, so we change nothing. After that finally we are printing the value of largest. So the value of largest is 6. So this is how we will get the largest of a number present in our array. Let me create my largest function, public static int, because this will return the largest number present in our array. After that let me create largest is the name of my function. After that int ARR, it will take a array as parameter. After that I am going to write int largest is equals to integer dot min value minus infinity. After that I am going to run a loop for int I is equals to 0 and I should be less than ARR dot length. After that I plus plus. In this I am going to compare if largest is less than, if largest is less than my ARR of I. If this is true, then do largest is equals to, change the value of largest as ARR of I. And finally, after loop completion, print the value of largest, or return the value of largest. Return the value of largest. That's all. And in the main program, let me create my array. Int ARR is equals to 10, 0, 9, 8. After that, call largest function, pass ARR, and finally let me create int L that will hold the value of the value returned by the largest function, and print largest value in the array is print L value. That's all. Save this and run. You can see that the largest value which is present in our array is 10, and we got the output largest value present in the array is 10. So our code is working fine, and this is how we will find largest of the given number. Now I want you guys to do a question and try it yourself. So in the place of largest, I want you guys to find the least or the minimum value of the given function. So how you cannot do this? Here, to find the largest, we used integer dot min value. So integer dot min value is nothing but minus infinity. So similarly, to find the minimum of the minimum number in the given array, we use integer dot max. So I can create, I want guys to pause and do the video. I'm gonna do this, finding minimum element of the array, but I want you guys to pause the video right now and try it yourself. After that, now I'm going to create public static void minimum min. In this int ARR it's gonna take, and after that I'm going to create a variable. Let us consider that min will give me the least element present in our array. So min will hold plus infinity integer dot max value. After that I'm going to run a loop for int I is equals to 0 and I should be less than ARR dot length. After that I plus plus. In this I am going to compare if our min is greater than ARR of I, then do min is equals to ARR of I. And finally, after loop completion, print my min value. You can write minimum is. Save this thing and let me call my minimum function min and pass the value of ARR. Now here in the array the minimum value is 0, so my output will be, you can see that largest value is 10 and the minimum value is 0. So this is the code for finding the largest and the minimum value or the number present in our array. Now let us talk about binary search. So binary search and linear search are the two searching techniques which are used to search a particular element in our array. If that particular element is present, then we will return the index of that particular element. This is known as searching. So we have already studied linear search, and now we are going to study about binary search. So before we go into the deep dive into the binary search, let us understand that the time complexity of binary search is big of log n, whereas the linear search is big of n. So when it comes to time complexity, binary search is more efficient. After that, the space complexity of binary search and linear search is same, that is big of n. So the time complexity of binary search is a little bit efficient when we compare to linear searching technique. Now here is the catch, that binary search is only applicable to a sorted array. It means that the array which is provided should be in increasing order or should be in decreasing order. Let us consider that there is array 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then we can we can apply binary search to this array because it is sorted in ascending order. So the elements are increasing line by line. So we can apply binary search here. But let us consider another array 3 0 5 1. Here we can't apply the binary search here. So to search a particular element in this array, we have to use linear search, and we can't apply binary search because this is not a sorted element. This is an unsorted array, because that's why we can't apply binary search. So remember that before we go into logic and the working of binary search, remember that time complexity of binary search is big of log n. After that, space complexity is big of n. So the time complexity is little bit efficient, and the code of binary search is little bit efficient when compared to linear search. But the only catch here is binary search is only applicable for sorted array. So this is how these are the things we have to remember before we go into binary search. Now let us understand the logic for binary search. To visualize how binary search works, we can take a dictionary example. So in dictionary we have a lot of words, right? And a lot of words start with different letters. So let us take there are different letters. Let us take apple, banana, after that cabbage, uh, uh, let us consider that duck, fruits and animals. After that elephant. Now I want to search cabbage in my array. This, let us consider that this is the array. Now I want to search cabbage in my array. So what we used to do in linear search, we used to go on to each element. But in binary search we don't do that. We just see this is our key, right? This is our key. So we will check whether my key is lies in the right side or in the left side. If it is in the right side, then we'll go towards the right side, and if it is in the left side, then we will go into left side, right? This is how the basic logic and basic structure of binary search. I will tell you again. Suppose there are many letters, right? A to Z, there are many words in dictionary. Suppose I want to search a letter a word which starts with the letter M. Suppose I want to search mango. So I don't need to start from the letter A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, and all those things in the linear fashion. I can come towards the letter which is nearer to my mango word. So I will come towards the letter which is nearer to M letter, and I will start searching from here. So this is the logic for binary search. Now let us understand for the given array. Now this is our given array, right? This is our given array. These are the indexes 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Here remember we have to take three things that are, first one, starting index. So we will create three variables. Starting index. So starting index will variable start will store the data of starting index. Now here the starting index is 0. After that ending index is equals to 6, right? So can I write that total size is 7? So the ending index is n minus 1, that is 7 minus 1. Yeah. So starting variable will hold the starting index. After that ending variable will hold the ending index of my array. Now I am going to create a mid variable, which will hold the average of this, that is starting plus end divided by 2, right? This is my first step. And the second step is here we have given key is equals to 10, and we have to search key. So what is the mid value here? This is my starting value and this is my ending value. So can I write that our mid is equals to 0 plus 6 divided by 2, that is my mid is 3. So my mid here is, this is my mid is 3. So we have calculated our mid by taking starting index and ending index, right? Up to this I hope you have understood. Now I am going to check in the second step. I am going to check I know what is my key is. So I already know that the given array is sorted. So I am going to check if for, let us consider that this is my ascending array. The values are increasing after each indexes, right? So here we can see that the values are increasing. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12, 14. So the second step is I am going to compare. So can I compare that if my key is the value of key is greater than my, let us consider that this is my array and this is my mid index, right? So ARR of mid index, it means that my key lies after my mid element, right? So this is my mid element. If key is greater than the mid element, then can I say that my key will lie after mid? So if this condition is true, then the step we are going to proceed with is we are going to change the value of start is equals to start, sorry, mid plus 1. This is the step we will proceed. If in the second step, that is if key is less than our mid, that means that our mid is greater than the value of key. That implies that this is our mid and our key lies here. So to in this scenario, we will do one thing, that is we will change the value of end. So when key is greater, we will change the value of start. When key is less than the mid, then we will change the value of end. So this is the logic here. So we will do end is equals to mid minus 1, mid minus 1, right? This is the logic here. And in the third step, if we found our key, that is if we found our key is equals to ARR of mid, then simply return mid. That's all. Mid is nothing but our index, right? If we haven't found, then finally return minus 1. So this is the pseudocode and the logic of binary search. So I can dry run if you want. So this is our array, right? 4 6 8 10 12 14. This is our array, right? This is my starting index 0 and this is my ending index 6 and this is my mid, that is 3, right? So this is my key, so first step is we have calculated all those things. After that I am going to compare. In the second step, I am going to compare if key is greater than the mid. So if key is greater than, so this is my key and this is my mid. So can I say that my key is greater than my mid element? So if the condition is true, then I am going to only search on this array. So this array will become, I am going to shorten the array. So our start will become start is equals to mid plus 1. So what is mid? 3. So 3 plus 1. So start will become 4. So from this, start will become here the value of 4, right? Start will become here 4. Now our mid will also get changed. So what is the formula for mid? Mid is equals to start plus end. So here the value of start is changed, so automatically mid will also get changed. So 4 plus the value of end is 6 by 2, that is our value of mid is 10 by 2, that is 5. So our array is this is my 10th element 12 14. So this is my end 6 and this is fifth index. Now this is my mid. After that this is my start, right? This is my start, the value of start is 4. Now here this is my key, and this is my mid. So in the second step, you can see that if key is less than, here the scenario is our key is less than our middle element. If this is condition is true, then what we'll do end is equals to mid minus 1. Now I will change this array as we'll do end is equals to 6, right? So we are going to change the value of 6 by mid minus 1, that is the value of mid is 5. So 5 minus 1. Now end will become 5 minus 1, that is 4. After that, the value of start is 4, and now our mid will become mid is equals to 4 plus start plus end, that is 4 plus 4 divided by 2. So my mid will become 4, that is our array again gets shortened, our array will get reduced again. Now this is my start, this is my end, and this is my mid. So the value of mid is 4, end is 4, and start is 4. So what is the fourth index? That is 10. So this is our key, right? So we got our key. So finally, what is the value of mid? Mid value is 4. So we will return 4 to our user. So this is the working of binary search. I hope you have got the logic, and if you didn't, then rewind the video and watch it again. You will definitely get the logic. Now this is the code. So first of all, we will create a start variable. Start is equals to 0. We will initialize it with 0. This is our array, right? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and end is equals to 7 minus 1. Total number of elements are 7. That is n is equals to here 7. That is 6. Now we will run a while loop. So we are going to change the values of start, end, and mid, right? So to do that again and again, we will use loop. Now the condition here is while our start is less than or equals to end. This is our condition in that curly braces, and we are going to find mid. What is the formula? We already studied that start plus end divided by 2. This is the formula for finding mid. After that, we are going to compare. If mid is equals to key, then return mid. That's all. If our mid is greater than key, that is this is our, let us consider that this is our mid and our key is less than, our keys lies somewhere here, then what we will do, we will change the value of end. That is, our key is less than mid. If this is the scenario, then we are going to change the value of end. Here end is 6 and start is here. So if our mid is greater than the value of key, then we are going to do end is equals to mid minus 1. Mid minus 1. This is the step we're gonna perform if mid is greater than 0. If in this condition, if mid is less than key, let us consider that this is our key, then we are going to change the value of start by mid minus start minus 1. So in this step, we are going to do start is equals to mid plus 1. This is the scenario. Now let me create my function public static int will because this will return the index of that particular element, right? After that, binary search. My function name is binary search. In that, I am going to pass array int arr. After that, int key. I am going to pass my key. In this, I am going to create first of all a start variable, start start is equals to 0. After that, int end is equals to here arr dot length, that is nothing but n value minus 1. After that, I am going to run my loop while my start is less than or equals to end. In the loop, I am going to check if first of all, before that, we have to create a mid variable, right? So int mid is equals to start plus end divided by 2. After that, we are checking if our mid arr of mid is equals to key, then simply return my mid value. That's all. Here after that, else if our mid arr of mid is greater than our key, that means our key is less than my mid. In this condition, I am going to change the end value. End is equals to mid minus 1, right? That's all. And finally, final statement, else if arr of mid is less than my key, that is, our key is greater than our mid, then I am going to change the value of start is equals to mid plus 1. That's all. And finally, if we didn't find the key after while loop completion, then finally return minus 1. That's all. And in the main function, let me create my array arr is equals to 2, 3. The array should be sorted. This is the only condition for binary search. The given array should be sorted in either ascending order or in descending order. This is the only condition for binary search. So I am going to give 1, 2, 3, 4. So total number of elements are 4. After that, I am going to call, let me create my index variable that will store the value returned by my binary function. Binary arr. After that, I am going to pass my key as, let us consider 2. Now I am going to print my value index of 2 is index. Save this thing and run. Let me run this. We got our output as index of 2 is 1. You can see that the index of element 2 is 1. So the answer is correct. So remember guys that binary search is more efficient than linear search, but the only drawback of binary search is it is only applicable for sorted array. Now in the given question we have to reverse the array. So what is the logic? This is my array, right? 2 4 6 8 10, and the output, the desired output is 10 8 6 4 2. This is the desired output we want. So how we gonna do this? What is the logic behind this question? And I want to tell you that guys, when you start to think about this question, you will think that I will create a new array. Suppose let us consider that this is a ARR array. I am going to create another array with the same size. ARR1 is equals to new int in this size is ARR dot length. The catch here, the catch is we don't need to create another array. In the question we are not going to create another array. In the array itself, how we gonna change the elements? So the logic here is we don't need to first of all create a new array, because it is not efficient way and it will consume a lot of more memory. And after that we are going to run our loop, our we are going to reverse our array in just linear time complexity. So linear complexity is nothing but we are running only one loop. So we have to run one loop and we don't need to create excess memory in our computer. So whatever the array given here, using the array itself we have to swap or change the element in order to reverse the array. So how we gonna do this? What is the logic behind this question? The logic is, first of all, I will give you 2 minutes. So how you gonna do this? You are not gonna create a new array and you are going to do it in linear time complexity. How you gonna do this? What is the logic behind it? Think about it first. Right now the logic is, first of all, this is my first element, that is 0 index 1 2 3 4, and this is my starting index, right? And this is my ending index. So let me calculate mid here. Mid is equals to start plus end divided by 2, that is 0, plus 4 divided by 2, that is nothing but 2. So my value of mid is 2. So this is my mid index. Now we have already learned about swapping two numbers. Swapping two numbers. So what is the logic? We use a temporary variable and we used to swap two numbers, right? So I hope you have understood the question and remember that particular question. Using that question only, we are going to solve these question, these reversing of array question. Now here, what we're gonna do? Let me erase these things. The logic is I am going to change the values of first element with the last element. So I am going to change the values here, basically swapping with the first element with the last element. After that second last element with the second last element with the second element, second element with the second last element. By just swapping the values we can simply reverse the array. Here this is a mid element, so we don't need to swap this much. So this is the logic. So what is the logic here? The second step is, first step we know how to swap two numbers. After that we are going to run a loop for int I is equals to 0 and I should be less than n by 2. I should be less than or equals to n by 2. After that I plus plus. In this, what I'm gonna do, I'm going to create an integer type variable int temp. This will hold, this is a temporary variable basically, so this will hold the first element. So first element is nothing but I. This will hold I value. After that in the first half element, ARR of I is equals to ARR of n minus I minus 1. After that in the ARR of n minus I minus 1, I am going to assign the value of temporary. So this is how the swapping of or the reversing of array work. And finally third step is print our array. Basically run a loop and print array. That's all. So these are the steps we are going to follow to swap any given array, right? Let me code this thing and we will understand it. After coding you will understand it better. Here I am going to create my function public static void. So this function will reverse my array. So reverse, let me write the name of the function reverse. After it int arr, right? That's all. After it, in this I am going to create a variable int n is equals to arr dot length. arr dot length. After that I am going to run a for loop for int I is equals to 0. After that I should be less than or equals to n by 2. After that I plus plus. In the loop I am going to create a temporary variable temp is equals to arr of I. After that arr of I is equals to arr of n minus 1 minus I. After that I am going to assign arr of n minus I minus 1 is equals to temp. That's all and in the for loop in the main program I am going to create a array arr is equals to 1 2 3 4 5. Let us consider this is my array. After that I am going to call my reverse function. So this reverse function will reverse my array. After that in the main program itself I am printing my elements after calling reverse program. So int I is equals to 0 and I should be less than or equals to arr dot length. arr dot length. After that I plus plus. In this I am printing system.out.print my elements, nothing but arr of I. So this is how I am going to reverse the array. So let me run this code. So you can see that we have reversed our array. So the given provided array is 1 2 3 4 5 and after reversing our output is 5 4 3 2 1. I can print all these things in one line. Basically let me remove ln here, and give a space. Save this thing and run. You can see that our provided array in the 13th line int arr is equals to 1 2 3 4 5 and our output is 5 4 3 2 1. So we have successfully reversed the elements in our array. Given question we have to print the pairs of an array. So this is my array, right? 2 4 6 8 1. So let me write the indexes first. 0 1 2 3 4. These are the indexes. So what are pairs? Any two elements, combining any two elements is known as one pair. So here 2 comma 4 is a pair. After 2 comma 6 is a pair. After 2 comma 8 is a pair. After that 2 comma 10 is a pair. After that here 4 comma 6 is a pair. After that 4 comma 8 is a pair. After that 4 comma 10 are the pairs. After that 6 8 is a pair. After that 6 10 is a pair, and finally 8 10 is a pair. So no single element is considered as a pair. So pair should be should have at least two elements, right? So here 2 4 2 6 2 8 2 10. After that 4 6 4 8 4 10. After that 6 8 6 10 and 8 10 are total number of pairs in our given array. So we can write as a 2 4 and 4 2 are the same. So we didn't write as a 2 4 and 4 2 multiple times, because the 2 4 or 4 2 2 4 or 4 2 are nothing but same elements, right? So basically these pair will have same elements, so we didn't write it multiple times. So the logic here is we are going to run a nested loop. So the pseudocode for this question is, first of all we are going to run a outer loop. So our outer loop is for int I is equals to 0. After that I should be less than or equals to arr dot length. After that I plus plus. In this I am going to create a current variable which will store the values of my first element. After that it will pair with the second element. So here 2 4 we have paired with 2 4. After that 2 6. After that 2 8. After that 2 10. So here 2 is my current element. After pairing all the elements with 2, we have changed the value of current by 4. After that we have paired with 2 6 4 6, after that 4 8 4 8, after that 4 10. Here the current element is 4 and we have paired all the remaining elements with my current element. After that, after pairing all the elements with my current element, I have changed the values of current. So I am going to create a current here. Int current is equals to ARR of I. So it will store the current element. After that, inner loop. In the inner loop, I am going to run for int j. So how I am going to initialize j? You can see that this is my first element and I am going to pair with the other elements. So here can I write that my j will start from I plus 1, because I am not pairing 2 comma 2, because these are the same elements, and when we are forming a pair, the elements which are provided should be different. So I am going to start my j with the next element after my current element. So this is my current element, that is nothing but ARR of I. So I am going to start my j of to the next index of my I. So I am going to start j is equals to I plus 1 and j should be less than ARR dot length. After j plus plus. In this I am going to print system dot out dot print a brace, basically a parenthesis, plus my current element, plus after that space, plus and ARR of j, plus closing parenthesis. So this is the code for printing the pairs of my printing the pairs of elements in an array. So this is the pseudo code for printing pairs. Let me dry run this here for a little bit, for 2 or 4 pairs. Let me dry run this. So we will start my I is equals to 0 and j is equals to I plus 1. We will start our j with 1. So I am going to print my current here is ARR of I. So ARR of I is here 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. ARR of 0 is 0. ARR of 0 is 2. So my current will be 2. So the current here is 2. Right? So the conditions, mostly the given conditions are true. So we'll come into inner loop condition is also true. So we'll print finally bracket, after that current element, that is 2, after that ARR of j. What is ARR of j? ARR of 1. What is ARR of 1? Is 4. So 2 comma 4, right? After that we'll increment the value of j by 2. So 2 comma ARR of 2 is 6. After that we increment the value of 2 is 2 as 3. After 2 comma ARR of 3, that is 6, that is 8, sorry 8. After that 2 comma 10. So we'll increment it by 4. After it will become 5. Now the condition is false, so we'll change I is equals to 1 and current will become again 4. Now we'll start again with j value with I plus 1, that is 2. Now we'll print 4 comma 6 comma 4 comma 8, after that 4 comma 10, and we'll increment on each iterations 2 comma 3 comma 4 comma 5. Again the condition is false, so the control will go into outer loop. I will become 2 and simply will print 6 comma 8 and 6 comma 10. Here the current is 6 because the ARR of 2 is 6 and j should be 3 4, 2 iterations. After that I will become 3 and now the current is 8. Current is 8. So j value is 4, that is I plus 1, right? I is here 3 and j is here 4. So we will print 8 comma 10 and finally I will become 5 and I will become 4 and j will become 5 again. In the I is equals to 4, the current element is 8, the current element is 10, and now j value is 5. Condition is false and I will become 5, and we'll stop our both inner loop and outer loop, and finally we got our pairs here. Whatever the pairs we decide got here as our output. So this is the working and the pseudocode for finding the pairs in an array. So I'm going to create my function public static void type function, because we are not gonna return anything. So void, after that what we are doing, we basically pairing each element. So pairs, in that I'm going to pass my array int ARR. After that, in this what I'm going to do, first of all I'm going to run my outer loop. Int I is equals to 0 and I should be less than or equal to I should be less than arr dot length. After it I plus plus. Here in the inner loop, before starting inner loop, I am going to create my current variable. So current will store the current element, that is nothing but 242628. Here 2 is current. After completing inner loop, I will change the value of current again by changing the value of I. So current is equals to, that will store the first element. Right now in the first iteration it will store the first element. After that my inner loop, in the inner loop I am going to write int j is equals to, our j will start from I plus 1. So whatever the value of I, our j will start from that value plus 1. So I plus 1, I plus 1. After that j should be less than arr dot length. After that j plus plus. Here what I am going to do, I am going to print my, first of all, parenthesis. After that plus my current element plus some space again. After that plus my arr of j value, right? Arr of j plus some space, right? That's all. This is the code for printing the pairs of our array. Now in the main program I am going to write our array. arr is equals to 2 4 6 2 4 6 8 10, and let me call my pairs functions. And in the pair function I'm going to call my I'm going to pass array as my input. Now let me run this code. After that you will see. So you can see that the pairs we have formed is 2 4 2 6 2 8 2 10. The whatever the pair we decide, we got this as output. So let me remove the spaces here such that it will look good. So a space here and remove space here, and save this and run again. You can see that we clearly got our output. So these are the pairs that we wanted in our code. So we have successfully printed the pairs of elements in our array. So in the given question we have to print the subarrays. So before we dive into question, let us understand what are subarrays. So subarrays are the continuous part of array. So to understand this, let us take, this is my array. So these are my so this is the given array. So here 2 comma 4 2 comma 4 comma 6 2 comma 4 comma 6 comma 8 and 2 comma 4 comma 6 comma 8 comma 10 are the valid subarrays. I can say that these all things including 2 is these all are the subarrays of my given array. But 4 comma 8 comma 10 is the elements present in my array, but this is not a subarray, because this is not a subarray because this is not in continuous fashion. So the elements which are provided in the array should be in continuous fashion, then and only it will be a subarray for my, then and only I can say that the provided elements are the subarray for my given array. So here 2 is a subarray, right? After 2 comma 4 is a subarray, and 2 comma 4 comma 6 is a subarray. After 2 comma 4 comma 8 is a subarray, and 2 comma 4 comma 6 comma 8 comma 10 is a subarray, because this is the whole array, right? This is known as, this is the concept of subarray. Here 4 comma 8 comma 10 is not a valid subarray, because the elements present here, the elements are present here in our main array, but it is not in continuous fashion. That's why the given elements, that's why the 4 comma 8 comma 10 is not considered as a subarray. So this is the concept of subarray. Now we are going to learn how to print subarrays and what are the logic behind this. We have understood the meaning of subarray. Now let me write the what are the subarrays that can be possible for this array. Let me write the number of subarrays here. So here 2 comma 4, after that 2 comma 4 comma 6, after that 2 comma 6 comma 8, after that 2 comma 4 2 comma sorry here 2 comma 4 comma 6 comma 8, after that 2 comma 4 comma 6 comma 8 comma 10. These are the subarrays for 2. After that 4 comma 6 comma 8 comma 10, after that 4 comma 6 4 comma 6 comma 8. These are the subarrays. After that 6 comma 8, after that 6 comma 8 comma 10. and finally 8 comma 10, 8 comma 10 and 10. These are the these are the total number of subarrays that can be possible for my given array. Total number is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So they are totally 12 subarrays that can be possible for this given array. So what is the logic behind it? The logic is, first of all, let me write the pseudocode such that you will understand the code. So let us write the pseudocode for this given question. So first of all, we are going to run our outer loop from int I is equals to 0 and I should be less than or equals to arr dot length. Arr dot length. After that, I plus plus. In that, I am going to create a start variable. Int start is equals to, that will that gonna store the index of I. So that will store the indexes. These are the indexes, right? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So it will gonna store the value of I. After that, in the inner loop, first inner loop, int j is equals to I. I'm going to initialize the value of j by I. After that, j should be less than here j should be less than arr dot length. After that, I j plus plus. In this, I am going to create again int end variable that will store the value of j. After that, I am going to run again in the j for loop. I am going to create another for loop. This is known as three nested loops. Here we are using three nested loops. After that, in the inner loop, again inner loop, int k is equals to, it will start from value of start. After that, it will go to k should be less than or equals to end, and in this I am going to increase k plus plus. Here what I am going to do, I am going to do print basically the value of k and a space, right? And finally another next line. That's all. So this is the pseudo code for printing the subarrays of my given array. So let me create my function public static void type function, because I'm not gonna written anything. I just have to print the sub pairs. So subarray. In this I'm going to pass my array, right? So the first thing here is, in the outer loop for int I is equals to 0 and I should be less than or equals to I should be less than arr dot length. After that, I plus plus. In this I am going to initialize a start variable st is equals to I. After that, in the inner loop for int j is equals to value of I. After that, j should be less than arr dot length. After that, j plus plus. Here in the inner loop again, I am going to create ed, that is nothing but end is equals to j. After that, I am going to run in the j loop for loop again a nested loop for int k is equals to start, and k should be less than or equals to end. After that, k plus plus. In this, I am going to print k value, basically k value. So k plus a space, basically a space, and after completing my loop, I am going to print another here system.out next line. So these are the pairs. Let me here call my subarray function for my array subarray, and I am going to pass this value. Let me save this and run. So let me run this code. You can see that these are the pairs 2, 2, 4, 2, 4, 6, 8, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, and after it 4. These all totally the total number of subarrays that are present in my given array. So in this question, we have to find out the maximum subarray sum. So here we have this array 1 minus 2, 6 minus 1, 3. So the subarray starting with 1 is 1 itself. After that, 1 comma minus 2. After that, 1 comma minus 2 comma 6, and 1 comma minus 2 comma 6 comma minus 1. After that, 1 comma minus 2 comma 6 comma minus 1 comma 3. So the sum of 1 is 1 will give 1. After that, here the sum is minus 1. After that, here 7 minus 2, that is 5. Here the sum is 5. Here minus 3. After that, plus 6, that gives us 3 plus 1.
here the sum will give us 4. After that here minus 3 plus 3, right? After that here the sum will give us 7. So similarly the arrays, subarrays will start with minus 2 and so on. After that the subarrays will start with element 6 and so on. After that minus 1 elements, after that 3. So here you have to give the maximum subarrays among all, maximum subarray sum among all these subarrays. Let us consider that 7 is the maximum subarray sum. So we will print the 7 as my output. So to do this question, first of all we need, let us consider a small subarray. Let us consider a small array, that is 1, minus 3 and 2 is our array. So here the total number of subarrays are 1, 1 comma minus 3, 1 comma minus 3 comma 2. After that minus 3, after that 2, minus 3 comma 2, after that finally 2. So these are the total number of subarrays for this particular array, right? So here the sum is 1. After that here minus 2. After that here 3 minus 3 0. After that here minus 3. After that minus 3 plus 2, that is minus 1, and finally 2. So here the maximum subarray sum is 2. So here we will print 2 as my subarray maximum subarray sum. I hope you have understood the question first of all. Now we will create two variables, that is int current sum, and we will initialize it with 0. After that we will create int maximum sum, int maximum sum. Here we will initialize it with minus infinity, that is integer dot minimum value minus infinity. After at each iteration when we are checking each iteration when we are checking subarrays, we will do current sum is equals to current sum plus ARR of k, right? And we are checking if my current sum is greater than my maximum sum, then do maximum sum is equals to current sum simply. That's all. And finally after completing all iterations, just to print my maximum sum. So this is basically the code. Here in the place of printing, the code for maximum subarray sum is similar to subarrays we will that we did in the previous question. So in the place of printing subarrays, we will write here current sum is equals to current sum plus ARR of k. After that, after completing this loop, in the second loop we will check if my current sum is greater than my maximum sum, then do maximum sum is equals to current sum. That's all. And finally after completing all iterations, just to print our maximum sum. That's all. So we'll run our code for this particular small array, because we know that the maximum sum for this question is 2. So we will run our code and see. Here in the second loop we will initialize current sum is equals to 0. After that in the outer loop we will initialize maximum sum is equals to minus infinity. So this is the code for finding maximum subarray sum. So let me change the function name, max subarray sum. In this, first of all I am going to create my maximum subarray. Maximum sum is equals to integer dot minimum value, that is minus infinity. After that in the inner loop, in the second inner loop, I am going to initialize my current sum, int current sum is equals to 0. After that what I am doing in the third loop, that is in the place of printing subarray, here I am going to calculate the sum of my given subarray. So current sum is equals to current sum plus ARR of k, right? And finally in the place of printing next line, just check if my current sum is greater than my maximum sum, then here what I am doing, I am changing the value of maximum sum is equals to current sum. That's all. And after completing all loops, all the iterations, just here print the value of maximum sum ms. That's all. Save this, and here we will pass our small array that we taken as example, that is 1 minus 3 comma 2. So we know that here the maximum subarray sum is 2. So if I run this code, then we will get output as 2. So I will call the function that is max subarray sum Let me remove this sum. Yeah, save this thing and run. Here it is showing me error. What's the error? Yeah, I need to remove this line, and yeah, I need to remove this extra bracket. Save this and run. What's the error? It is showing me error somewhere. Bracket, there is a mismatch of bracket, I think so. No, for loop, inner for, yeah, here statement terminator should be here, right? That's all. So let me remove here. Yeah, now save this code. So this is the code for calculating maximum subarray sum. So if I run this particular code, then I will get output as 2, because I have already calculated the maximum subarray sum for the given array, that is 1 minus 3 2. Here the maximum subarray sum is 2, because the biggest element here is 2 itself. By adding all the subarrays, the sum is always less than 2, that is the element itself. So I will get my maximum subarray sum as 2. So let me run this code. So you can see that I got my maximum subarray sum as 2. Here let me write here maximum max subarray sum is plus, yeah. Now save this and again run. You can see that my maximum subarray for the provided array, the maximum subarray sum is 2. So this is a brute force approach. Here we are running 3 loops. In the first outer loop, second outer loop, and the inner loop. Here we are running 3 loops. So here we are running 3 loops. So this is not a efficient code. First of all, the time complexity of this code is big of n cube, because we are performing 3 loops, and in the three loops we are performing each operations, right? So the time complexity for this code is big of n cube, and space complexity is big of n. So we'll mainly focus on time complexity in most of the cases, right? So this is considered as a bad code, and these approach just we did now, we just approached the question by our logic. This is known as brute force approach, and this is not efficient way or the efficient algorithm. So in the next video we are going to learn the efficient code for printing maximum subarray sum by using the algorithm that is known as Kadane's algorithm. So in this question, first of all, let me dry run such that you will understand it, what is going on in our code. Initially my current sum is 0. After it, my I'm doing current sum is equals to current sum plus ERR of k. So ERR of k is initially 1, right? So my current sum will become 1, and my maximum sum is minus infinity, right? So I'm going to compare that my current sum is greater than maximum sum. Yeah, here you can see that my current sum is greater than maximum sum. So what I'm changing the value of maximum sum as from minus infinity to 1. After that, here my current sum will become minus 2. After that, here my current sum will become 0. In all these cases, you can see that my maximum sum is greater than the current sum. So if statement will not get executed. After that, here my current sum is minus 3. After that, here my current sum is minus 1. After that, finally my current sum will become 2, and my maximum sum is, we know that here, 1. We can say here my current sum is greater than maximum sum. If this condition is true, what I'm gonna do, my maximum sum will become my current sum, that is 2. So my maximum sum will become 2, and finally what I'm doing, I'm gonna print the value of maximum sum. So this is known as brute force approach, and this is not an efficient way or efficient algorithm. Now in the next video we are going to see how to approach the maximum subarray sum problem by using algorithm that is known as Kadane's algorithm. Now we are going to see the efficient approach to solve maximum subarray sum, and this algorithm is known as Kadane's algorithm. So to understand the basic fundamental of Kadane's algorithm, let us consider a scenario that if I add a positive number with a positive number, then it will give us a positive number, right? So this is a good condition. Because we are calculating maximum subarray. So if I add a positive number with a positive number, then the output is a big positive number, right? Good. This condition is a good condition. After it, let us consider our second condition, that if I add a big positive number with a small negative number, this will give us a positive number but a small positive number. So this is also considered as a good condition. This is also a good condition. And in the third condition, let us consider that I am adding a small positive number with a big negative number, and this will give me a negative number. And in the case of calculating maximum subarray sum, we don't need this kind of condition. So Kadane identified this condition, and he applied a logic here that this is not a good condition, and we don't use negative numbers when it comes to calculating maximum subarray sum. So what we do, if we got a negative number, then we don't need to keep the negative number for calculating other maximum subarray sum, because we are calculating the maximum, that is nothing but a negative, that is nothing but positive value. So when we get maximum subarray sum as negative, just replace it by 0. So if we get, I am telling again that when we are going to calculate maximum subarray sum, if we get my current sum, or if I get the sum of my subarray is 0, then just replace the sum by 0. So if I am adding two numbers in the, if I am adding two elements in my array, and if I got a negative number as my output, then just replace the output by 0. This is the fundamental understanding of Kadane's algorithm. So this is the understanding. So I hope you have understood. Let me run the sum of current sum or the given array. So here this is my given array, right? So I am going to first of all initialize my current sum by 0 and minus infinity by maximum sum by minus infinity, right? Here first of all the condition is, if my current sum is greater than my maximum sum, then what I am doing, I am doing maximum sum is equals to my current sum. That's all, right? So according to Kadane, if I got a negative number, then don't consider that negative number, replace the negative number by 0. This is the logic behind the Kadane's algorithm. So first of all, let me dry run this. Here the first element is minus 2, so the current sum is minus 2. So in the place of minus 2, don't consider the negative value, just put 0 here. So my current sum will become 0. After it, here minus infinity, so minus infinity is less than 0, or in other words 0 is greater than minus infinity. So my maximum sum will also become 0. After that, minus 3, minus 2, minus 3, here minus 5. We can see that the current sum is 0 and minus 3, that is 0 minus 3 is minus 3. So again negative number, so in the place of negative number, replace it by 0. After that, current sum is 0. After that, ERR of k is 4. So current sum, that is 0 plus 4 is equals to current sum will become 4 here, right? And maximum sum here will remain 4. Here again current sum is 4, that is maximum sum is less than my current sum. If this condition is true, what I am doing, I am gonna do this. So my maximum sum will become 4. After that, the current sum is 4 and minus 1, that is the current sum will become 3 and maximum sum will remain 4. After that, the current sum is 3 and the element is minus 2, that is 3 minus 2 is 1 and current sum is 4. After that, my current sum is 1 and the element is 1, that is 1 plus 1 is 2, and my current sum will remain 4. After that, 5, my ARR of k is 5 and the current sum is 2. So I will add these two. So the output will be 7. Now the current sum will get changed by 7. After that, 7 and the ARR of 3 is minus 3. That is 7 minus 3 is 4. So my current sum will become 4 and my maximum sum will become 7. So I will print my maximum sum value is 7 to my user. So this is how the Kadane's algorithm works. So first of all, let me run the pseudocode for this thing. So first of all, I am going to create my current sum is equals to 0. After that, I am going to create a maximum sum and initialize it with minus infinity. That is nothing but integer dot minimum value. After that, I am going to run my for loop for int I is equals to 0 and I should be less than ARR dot length. After that, I plus plus. In this, what I am going to do, I am going to do current sum is equals to current sum plus ARR of k, ARR of I. After that, if my current sum is less than 0, then what I do, just simply do current sum is equals to 0. After that, I am going to change the value of ms, that is ms is equals to max dot max of the two values, that is current sum comma maximum sum. So whatever the maximum value between this, that will get assigned to my maximum sum value after complete my for loop, and finally print my maximum sum. That's all. So this is the code for Kadane's algorithm. In the previous brute force approach, we have solved the question by using 3 loops, and the time complexity of that code is big of n cube. Here that we are using one loop, basically one loop, and we are performing n operations. So the time complexity will become big of n. Here the time complexity is cubic equation. That is the time complexity will give a cubic graph, right? Whereas this is a linear equation. So this will give us a linear time complexity, and Kadane's algorithm is one of the most asked questions when it comes to interview and placements, right? In interview for placements. So remember guys, this is the code for Kadane's algorithm, and Kadane's algorithm is the most important one, and it is used to calculate the maximum subarray sum. And remember, this is the pseudocode for this, and I hope you have understood that when we got a negative number, just don't consider that negative number and replace that negative number by 0. This is the main fundamental logic of Kadane's algorithm. So this is the code pseudocode. First of all, let me code this thing and you will understand it even more better. First of all, let me create my function public static void after that max, or let me write Kadane will give Kadane. In this I am going to pass my err int err. After that, first of all, let me create my current sum. Int current sum is equals to 0. After that, int maximum sum is equals to int maximum sum ms is equals to math dot minimum value, math dot integer dot minimum value. After that, I am going to run my loop. So for int I is equals to 0 and I should be less than arr dot length, after that I plus plus. In this I am going to do current sum is equals to current sum plus arr of k, right? And finally I am going to check if my current sum, the value I got current sum, is less than 0, then what I am going to do, I am going to replace it by 0 simply. After that, I am comparing my ms is equals to math dot max of ms comma cs, current sum comma cs, right? Finally, after completing the loop, print system dot out dot print, and here max sum of subarrays is plus ms. That's all. This is the code for Kadane's algorithm. Here actually I have to give I. So this is the code for Kadane's algorithm. Here let me call my Kadane's here. So Kadane's, and pass err as my output. And I already know that my maximum subarray sum for this is 2. So if I run this code, then I should get my output as 2. So let me run this code. You can see that my maximum subarray sum is of the subarrays is 2. So we already know that for this particular array, the maximum subarray is 2. So our Kadane is working good. And remember guys, that Kadane is the efficient code for calculating maximum subarray sum. And here, and I want to tell you that Kadane will work for all the arrays, and if all the elements provided is negative numbers, then we have to do, suppose if the provided elements, all the elements are negative, then what we are doing, if the elements are 0, if the elements are less than 0, then replace it by 0. So Kadane will not work for the for elements which are all negative. For that we have to create a separate condition and for that condition we have to print whatever the least negative number in that particular array. So for the condition that all the elements which are provided is negative, for that particular condition we have to create a specific scenario. We have to, for that particular scenario we have to create a particular condition. That's all. So this is known as Kadane's algorithm. And remember guys that in most of the interviews question, if you sat for 10 companies, at least in one of the companies Kadane's will get asked. So Kadane's is the most important algorithm, and it is a easy algorithm. So everybody can understand that this is just a simple code. It is like a 4 or 5 lines code. So in 4 or 5 lines code there is a lot of logic, and we already discussed the logic behind Kadane's algorithm and how it works and what is the code behind it. With that being said, let us solve an interesting question in the next video. Now we are going to do an important question. That is, the name of the question is trapping water question. Now this is a medium level question, and you will find this question in Lead Code, HackerRank, and all those platforms. And these sort of questions are asked when it comes to interviews, and a lot of placement cells. These sort of questions is asked, and you can find this particular question in your DSA sheet. And in the DSA sheet that we have provided, this question is 22nd question. So this is a important question and a medium level question. So in this question, user has given us a height array, and the elements of height array represents the height of each bar. So 4, 4, 2, 0, 6, 3, 2, 5 are the heights of the given bar. Now first of all, let us understand the question. What is the meaning of this question, and what is asked in this question, and what we are going to calculate, all these things. So first of all, let us understand this question. So first of all, user has given a height array, and the elements of our height array represents the height of our bar. So this is the representation of bars. So you can visualize bars in the form of buildings, right? So the bars which are provided, the nothing but elements, are non-zero. So the element should be greater than or equals to 0, right? This is the condition. And after that, the width of each bar, that is here the width of each bar, this is 1. Each bar width is 1. After that, to understand this question, let us consider these bars as buildings. After it, after some time, the clouds will form here, and water starts to fall in between these buildings, and some water will get trapped in between these buildings, right? So this is the trapped water. These are the trapped water. Now the thing which is asked in this question is to calculate the water trapped in between this building, trapped water in between these buildings. So this is the overlay or the structure of this question. And remember guys that the condition here is the bars are non-negative. It means that we don't find any case in which the given height is like this, that is -1 or -2. Is not possible in this question. And some variations you may find negative numbers also, but in our question, given that n elements are non-negative and the width of bar is 1. I hope you have understood the concept of this question. Now let us try to understand how we can do this question, first of all logically. Now this is our height array, right? This is our height array, and the elements are 4, 2, 0, 6, 3, 2, 5. These are my bar heights, and water will fall in between this in between the bars, and some water will get trapped, right? Okay, some water will get trapped here. Now the width of each bar, we already know that the width of each bar is 1. So first of all, let us understand how we can do this particular question manually. First of all, you can see that the height of the first bar is 4, and this is the water level, right? So from the ground, the water level from the ground is 4. After that, in the third element, that is our third element, 0. From the ground, the water level is 0, 4. After that, in the sixth element, the water will fall on top of 6 bar will spill into left and right. After that, in the third bar, the water which will get trapped, the water level is 5. After that, the water level is 2. After that, 5 on the second element, the water level is 5. After that, this on the final element, whatever the water falls onto the fifth bar will get spill here. So how we can calculate this? How we can calculate our water level or the trapped water here? So let us consider a scenario that this is my bar, and this is my left boundary and right boundary, and this is my trapped water. Let us consider that my bar height is x from the ground, and from the ground the water level is w. So can I write that my trapped water is equals to water level minus the height of my bar into, this is the width, right? This is the width. So w minus x will give me this portion of my water, multiplying with the width, that is width, that is nothing but given in my question is 1. That will give me the water which is trapped in this question, that will give me the trapped water. So this is the logical formula that we have obtained. So w is the water level from the ground and x is the bar height into width is given in the question. So can I write the formula that my trapped water is equals to water level minus given bar height into width. And here we ignore width because the given width is 1, and any number multiplied by 1 will give me the same answer. So we'll ignore width here. Now let me erase this first of all. So this is the trapped water in between the bars. Yeah. And this is the height of my bars, that is 4, 2, 0, 6, 3, 2, 5. Now let us try run the formula that we have obtained from our logic, and let us try run on to our given example. So on the first bar, on the first element, whatever the water falls onto the first element will spill here, will after it spill on right and left, such that no water will get trapped on the first element. On the second element, the water level is 4 and the height of my bar is 2. So according to the formula here, 4 is my water level and minus 2 is my height into 1. That will give me here on the first element, the water which will get trapped is trapped water is equals to 0, because whatever the water falling onto the first element will spill on the both sides, such that no water will get trapped. On the second element, you can see that the water height is 4 and the element that is bar height is 2 into 1. So the water which will get trapped here is 2. On the third element, the water level is 4 and the bar height is 0 into the width is 1. So the total water which will get trapped on the third element is 4. After that, on the fourth element, whatever the water falls onto the fifth element will get spill here. So here the total water which will get trapped is 0. After that, on the fifth element, that is the bar height is 3, the total water which will get trapped here is water level. What is the water level here? You can see that our water level is 5. So water level minus bar height, here bar height is 3 into 1. So it will give me 2 as my water trapped. After that, on the second bar height element, the water level is constant, that is 5, minus bar height is now 2, that will give me 3. After that, on the fifth element, whatever the water that will get fall onto the last element will get flow on both sides, such that no water will get trapped. Here the total water which will get trapped is 0. So to calculate the total amount of water that will get trapped is equals to here 0. By adding all these things, we can calculate the total water which will get trapped in between the buildings or in between the bars. So 0 plus 2 plus 4 plus 0 plus here 0 plus 2 plus 4 plus 0 plus 2 plus 3 plus 0. So this is the total water that will get trapped here, right? This is the total amount of water that will get trapped in between the bars. So let me add this. That will give me 6 plus 5, that is 11. So the total amount of water that will get trapped in between the given bars for the given example is 11. So we will print 11 to my user as my answer. So this is the concept of this question. Now here we have manually calculated, and by using our logic and brains, we have calculated the total water trapped for this particular given array. So the total elements in our array is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the total elements present here is 7, and for 7 elements, for 7 bars, we have calculated manually how to calculate trapped water. For example, that suppose our user has given us 1 lakh elements, 1 lakh bars. For that scenario, we can't calculate manually, right? By drawing all the diagrams and all the things, we can't calculate total water which will get trapped here. So the formula we have obtained is trapped water is equals to water level minus bar height into the given width. Here width is 1, so we'll ignore it. So width is given by our user, and bar height is also given by our user. And if we can find a logical way or logical formula to calculate water level, then this question is sorted. Then we can easily do this question. So how we can calculate water level, or what is the logical things we have to understand to calculate water level for a particular given bar? So to do that, let us take some scenarios. The formula we have obtained is trapped water. Trapped water is equals to water level minus bar height into width. So this is the formula. Here width is 1, so we don't need to multiply it again and again. So this is the formula we have obtained, and in this question the only thing which is causing problem here is we don't know water level, and we are gonna find a way. We are going to learn how we can calculate water level by doing some logical steps, but we do know bar height and width. So these two things is sorted. The only thing which is causing problem here is how we can calculate water level. So to calculate water level, let us take some scenarios. First scenario is a single bar. Let us take a single bar. For single bar scenario, this is my ground and this is my bar, right? So water will fall onto the bar, and whatever the water which will get fall on this particular bar will get spill here and spill here. So for single bar, the total water which will get trapped is equals to water trapped is equals to, can I write 0? Right? For single bar, the total water which will get trapped is 0. After that, let us take 2 bars. For 2 bars, in 2 bars we again get 3 scenarios. This is my first scenario, that is my first bar is greater than less than the second bar. So whatever the water falls onto the second bar, that is the largest bar, will spill onto the first bar. After it will spill again. So let us take another scenario, that is my first bar is greater than my second bar. So water will fall here and it will get spill again and spill again. For equal heights, for 2 bars, the height is, if the height is equal, let us take this and this. So whatever the water fall here will spill here and spill here. So for 2 bars, the water which will get trapped here is 0. So from this 2 scenario, can I extract a statement that the condition is to trap water, we need minimum 3 bars or more than 3. So the number of bars, the minimum number of bars that we need to trap water in between the bars is greater than 2. This is my first condition that I have obtained from my cases. Now let us take patterns. Let us consider that let us consider ascending pattern, ascending order. The height of each bar is increasing after each indexes. So this is the pattern. So whatever the water will fall onto the top of this ascending bar pattern will spill such that no water will get trapped here. So for ascending order pattern bars, the water which will get trapped is 0. Similarly, similar thing goes for descending pattern also. So water fall here, spill here, and spill. Similarly goes. So can I write my second condition, that is for ascending or descending bars, the total water which will get trapped is equals to 0. So these are the 2 conditions that I have obtained. Now these are my extreme conditions. Now let us talk about another scenario. So let us consider 3 bar case scenarios, and this is my left boundary, and this is the bar, and this is my right boundary. Let us consider that the left boundary height is 4. After that, my middle boundary, the bar, let us consider its height as 2. After that, my right boundary height is 6. So the whatever the water falls here will get trapped. Some water will get trapped here, right? So can I write here, can I see that my water level from the ground is 4? So can I write that this is my left boundary, and this is my right boundary, right? This is my right boundary and this is my left boundary. And from this diagram, from this case, can I write that my water level is equals to minimum of left boundary comma right boundary, left boundary comma right boundary, right? So here whatever the water level on the second bar is 4, right? So this is the formula that we have extracted, that is when it comes to 3 bars, water level is equals to minimum of left boundary minus right boundary. So this is the formula that we have obtained. Now let me expand the same scenario for n amount of bars. So let us take many bars more than 3. Let us consider that this is my first bar, this is my second bar, and this is my third, and this is my uh, fourth bar. So these are the 3 bars, and the first bar height is 10, second bar height is 6, and the third bar height is 2, and the last bar height is 8. Now some water will get trapped on the second bar, right, on top of second bar. So this is the water that will get trapped on top of second bar. So here, what is the water level that is trapped on top of second bar? You can see that the water level from the ground is 8, but the minimum between left boundary here, the minimum of left boundary is minimum will give 6 here, because the minimum of left and right will give me 6, right? So here whatever the formula that we have derived logically is not working. So can I modify my formula, that is my water level that will get trapped on a particular bar, on top of a particular bar, is equals to minimum of left max boundary comma right max. So this is my modified formula. Here you can see that on the left side of my second bar, the maximum element is 10. Here on the right side, the maximum element is 8, and the water level which got trapped here is 8. So let me check whether my formula that we have obtained is right or not. So minimum of 10 comma 8, that will give me 8, and the water which is trapped actually is 8, because these both values are same. So can I rewrite my formula, that is total water that will get trapped is equals to water level minus boundary height into width, and I have obtained my formula for calculating water level, that is water level is equals to minimum of left max boundary comma right max boundary. So this is the formula that we have successfully obtained. Now let us dry run the formula to check whether the formula which we got is right or not. So this is my given height, right? 4 2 0 6 3 2 5. These are my bar heights. Now let me dry run the formula that we have obtained. So let me dry run this formula. So first of all, let us go on to the first element. So we have to calculate left max and the right max, and we have to calculate the minimum of the left max and the right max, that is my water level, and the bar height is actually given, and width is we already know, that is 1. So for the first element, the left max is itself the element itself. So left max will become left max is equals to 4, and right max, you can see that on the right side, the maximum bar height is 6. So my right max will become 6. So my water level will become here 4, minimum of 4 comma 6. So it will give me 4. After that, my bar height. So according to my formula, this is my formula. According to my formula, water that will get trapped on a particular bar is equals to water level, that is 4 minus 4 into 1. That will give me 0. So on the first element, the water which will get trapped is equals to 0. On the second element, left max is equals to, you can see that left max is now 4. Left max is 4 here, and right max is 6. So right max is equals to 6. So the total water level for the second element is equals to minimum of 4 comma 6. That will give me 4. After that, according to my formula, total water which will get trapped is equals to water level minus bar height. Now the bar height is 2, bar height is 2 into 1 is equals to, that will give me 2. So the water that will get trapped here is 2. After that, for 0 height bar, the right max is 6. The right max is equals to 6, and the left max, you can see that for 0 element the left max is 4. The left max is equals to 4. So my water level will be minimum of 6 comma 4, that will give me again 4. After that, total water which will get trapped on the 0 height bar is equals to 4 minus 0, that will give me 4. So 4 we are going to write here. After that, for 6th bar, for 6th height bar, whatever the water fall here, the right max is here the right max for this bar is 6. This is my right max for my 6th height bar. So right max is equals to 5, and the left max, you can see that the left max is 4. So the minimum is 4. After that, 4 water level is equals to minimum of 5 comma 4, that will give me 4. According to my formula, total water that will get trapped is equals to 4 minus bar height 6, that will give me minus 2. So if we got a value which is negative, then we will write the total water which will get trapped is equals to 0. So on the 6th bar height, we will write total water which will get trapped is equals to 0. After that, on the third bar, on the third height bar, you can see that the right max is 5 and the left max is 6. So for this element, right max is equals to 5 and left max is equals to 6. Left max is equals to 6 and right max is equals to 5. So the water level is equals to minimum of 5 comma 6, that will give me 5. After that my bar height, so total water which will get trapped is equals to 5 minus 3, that will give me 2. So the water level which will get trapped here is 2. After that, second height bar, the water level is equals to minimum of right max. Right max is 5 and the left max, you can see that the left max is 6. So it will give me 5, and total water that will get trapped is equals to water level minus bar height. So water level is 5 and the bar height is 2. So it will give me 3. It will give me 3. And for our final element, the right max is the element itself. So right max is equals to 5 and the left max, you can see that on the left side the elements are 2, 3, 6, 0, 2, 4. You can see that on these elements the maximum height element is 6. So my left max will become 6. After that, my water level is equals to minimum of 6 comma 5, that will give me 5, and my total trapped water is equals to water level minus bar height. So what is the bar height here? That is 5. So 5 minus 5, that will give me 0. So here the water level which got trapped on top of 5th height bar is 0. Now we are going to add all the trapped water that we got line by line. So 0 plus 2 plus 4, that will give me 6, plus 2 8, plus 3 11. So the answer is 11. So our formula is working fine, and we have calculated and rewritten the formula for the given example. So what is the formula? So total water that will get trapped is equals to water level. So how to calculate water level? We have obtained a formula, that is water level is equals to minimum of left max boundary. So let us consider that this is my element, this is my bar height. So we are going to calculate the left max boundaries, whatever. Suppose let us consider that the left max boundaries, let us consider that this is my element that we are calculating water level for, and this is the element we have. Let us consider that the left element boundary height is 8 and this is 2 and this is 10. So for this element, for this 2 element, the left max will become 8 and the right max will become 10. Suppose let us consider that here we have another bar, that is 5. So for this particular element, for this element 2, the left max is 8 and on the right there are 2 elements 10 comma 5, but we are going to calculate the maximum element only. So on the right side, what is the maximum element? The elements are 10 comma 5. On these 2 elements, on these 2 bars, what is the maximum height? That is 10. So right max will become 10. So for this element, left max will become this and right max will become this. So here's the catch. How we can code our formula, how we are going to code or what is the logic to find left max or right max. So to calculate left max and right max, we are going to use auxiliary arrays, or in other words we can call it as helper arrays. So we are going to use helper arrays to calculate left max and right max. When I am going to code the actual code for this question, you will understand it even more better. But we are remember guys, for this particular question, to calculate left max boundary and the right max boundary, we are going to use auxiliary arrays, or in other words helper arrays. So this is the formula, and we have already dry run. So let me rewrite the formula. That is, my total trapped water is equals to water level minus bar height into my width. This is the formula for calculating my total trapped water on top of a particular bar. And water level is equals to minimum of left max, comma right max. So let me calculate left max and right max. Basically, we are going to create two extra arrays for this question, and these two extra arrays are basically what we are calling as helper arrays. So let me create the left max and right max array such that you will understand it even more better. So this is my given height 4, 2, 0, 6, 3, 2, 5. So these are my given height of my bars. Now I am going to create a left max array. Left max array will store the maximum left max of that particular bar. The size of this bar is the height length. So new int that the size is height dot length. So here for the first iteration, for the first element, the left max is 4. After that, on the second element, you can see that we are going to check, this is my particular element, right? We are going to check the left side of it. Whatever the highest element we have, that will become my left max. So for the second element, that is the height 2, the left max will become 4. So we will store 4 here. After that, for the third element, the left max is again 4. After that, for the fourth element, that is height 6, the left max is 4. So again we will store here 4. After that, for the fifth element, you can see that the left max is the maximum element here for the third height element is 6. So my left max will become 6. After that, for 2, left max will become 6. For 5, left max will become 6. So this is my left max elements. These are my left max elements. After that, let us calculate right max. So we will start calculating right max we are going to check the right side elements of a given element. So here let us start with I is equals to 0th index. So here you can see that the right max element, the maximum element on the right side is 6. So it will store 6. After that, for second element, here again 6. So it will store 6. For 0 height, the maximum left max height is 6. So again 6. After that, for sixth height element, here you can see that on these three elements, 3 to 5, the maximum height is 5. So my maximum right max will become 5. After that, for 3, again it will become 5, right? 5. After that, for 2, it will become 5, and finally for the last element, the right max will is equals to the element itself. So these are my right max elements. So this is how we are going to create our helper arrays. The size of my helper arrays, that is left max and right max size, is equals to height dot length. So whatever the user that will provide the array, that length is equals to my left max or right max array size. I hope you have understood the logic and the working of how we can calculate left max and right max. After calculating the left max and right max, we are going to take the minimum value of the minimum value of left max and right max. That will become my water level. After that, if we can able to find the water level, then we can easily calculate the trapped water on top of a particular bar. So this is the logic behind this question, and I hope you have understood the question. If you haven't understood some parts for beginners, for the students who are doing coding for the first time, this question may sound a little bit difficult, but again watch the video, and it might take some time. You have to do the same question on paper, and try to form the logic by yourself first of all. After forming the logic, try to do it on paper first. After that, we are going to code this thing. So the formula is total trapped water is equals to water level. So on this is the water level for this bar. So what is the for bar 2 the water level is 4 and bar height is 2. So this will give me the water that will get trapped on top of 2 bar, second bar. So this is the logic here, this is the formula. So how we can calculate water level? Water level is equals to minimum of left max comma right max. So we are going to create two arrays, left max array, right max array. So left max will store the value. Suppose let us take this is our element. So we are going to calculate the elements. We are going to check what are the elements that are present on the left side of my element. So what the highest element, the highest value which is present on the left side of my element, that will become my left max of that particular index. After that, the right max for this particular element is we are going to check whatever the highest value that is present on my right side, that will become the right max of that particular index element. I hope you have understood how we are going to calculate left max and right max. After that, by finding left max and right max, we can calculate water level. By finding water level, we can easily calculate the total water that will get trapped on top of a particular bar. So this is the logic behind this code. Now let us code this thing and understand how the code works. First of all, let me create in the main program, let me create height array. Height is equals to what are the example we have? 4206 4206 06325 325. So this is the array we have taken. This is the height of the bars that we have taken as an example for our question. Now let me create my function public static, and the return type of my function is int, because it is going to return the trapped water value to my user. So the type the return type function is integer. After that, I am going to write my function name. Let me write function name as trap water. In the trap water I am passing height, my array, height array, height height array. After that, first of all, we need to calculate, first thing we have to calculate is calculate left max boundary for each element in the form of a, and I am going to store whatever the value that we got in a array. After that, same thing for the right max. In this right max boundary for my given array. After that, I am going to run a loop. In the loop, I am going to find out the total trapped water. So these are the three steps that I am going to perform to calculate the total water that got trapped in between the bars. So first of all, it is showing me some error. This method must be written. Okay. So first thing is I am going to create an array that is left max. The size of the left max array will be is equals to the int. So let me first of all calculate the length of my height array. So int n is equals to height dot length. So I am going to store the size of the array, the size of the parameter, the size of the given array in the value of n. After that, I am going to create my int left max array, and the size of my left max array is equals to n. After that, I am going to assign, first of all, I am going to assign the left max zeroth index. Left max zeroth index is equals to the first element itself. The left max zeroth index is equals to the height zeroth index, because we know that for the first element, the left max is the element itself. That's why I am going to assign left max of zeroth index is equals to height of zeroth index. After that, I am going to run a loop for int I is equals to 1. After that, I should be less than n. After that, I plus plus. Here I am going to assign the value for left max of I is equals to math dot max of uh, left max of I minus 1. I'm going to check left side, right? So the indexes will reduce, so I'm going to write I minus 1. After that, my height of ith element. So whatever the maximum element between left max I minus 1 and the height of the present array, that will become my left max of that particular index. So this is how I'm going to calculate the left max for our array. After that, let me create my right max array. Right max is equals to the size of my right max is n. That is my provided array size. After that, similarly, I'm going to run before that, let me assign the last element, because the last element present in our array, that will the element itself will become my left max. So right max, right max of n minus 1 is equals to height of n minus 1. After that, I'm going to run my loop for int I is equals to from n minus 2. After that, I should be greater than or equals to 0. After that, I minus. Here I am going to assign right max of I is equals to math dot max of height of I, comma right of I plus 1. Right max of I plus 1. So this is how I am going to calculate the right max and the left max of my given array. So here right max, I have created now left max and the right max. These things are known as helper arrays. By using this array, I am going to calculate the trapped total, right? Because so these are known as helper arrays. After that, first of all, let me run my loop. I'm going to run my loop for int I. Before that, let me create a variable, integer type variable, that trap data is equals to 0. These variable will return me the total trap data that got trapped in between the bars. So after that, I'm going to run my loop for int I is equals to 0 and I should be less than n I plus plus. Here I am going to calculate my water level. First of all, water level, int water level is equals to I have already told now that my water level is equals to math dot min of left max minus comma right max. So math dot minimum of right max of I and left max of I. After that, my total trapped water is equals to, I am going to add after each iteration. For that, I am going to write plus is equals to water level minus my bar height. So what is the bar height? Height of ith element into width. Here let me create width, a variable int width is equals to, I am going to assign it with 1. After calculating all these things, finally I am going to return trapped water value. And finally here I am going to print system.out.print the total trapped water between bars is plus, I am going to call my function trap water. In that I am going to pass my height array, and finally this is how this code will return me the total amount of water that got trapped in between the bars. Now let me run this code. You can see that we got answered that the total water that got trapped in between the bars is 11, and we already did the dry run, and in the dry run we got our answer as 11. So the answer which we got by coding is correct. Now let me explain the code again. So in the first step, we have created the left max array. So left max array will calculate, suppose this is my element, So remember guys that my trapped water is the formula for trapped water is equals to water level minus boundary height into width. This is the formula for calculating the trapped water in between bars. So the only problem we have got in this question is we don't know how to calculate water level. So for that we have created some logic, and to calculate water level of a particular bar of that particular bar, we have created two arrays, left max and right max, and the minimum between left max and right max is equals to my water level. So this is the only thing we have formed here. This is the only problem that we got. So to calculate our water level, we have created two arrays, two helper arrays, that is left max and right max. So what does left max do? Suppose let us take this is our element, and the whatever the elements, elements will present on the left side, right? So the highest value, the highest bar which is present on the left side of my element, that will become my left max. I am going to store on that particular index on that particular index. Suppose let us take my the index of a particular bar. Let us take the index of this bar is 1. So I have created a left max array, that the size of my left max array size is equals to my given array size, that is height size. So on the first index of my left max array, on the first index of my left max array, I am going to store the left max value that is present for this particular element. Similar things goes for right max. So I am going to calculate whatever the highest element which is present on the right side of my element, and I am going to store the value of right max on that particular right max index. So this is how we are going to use right max and left max. After that, we are going to calculate the minimum between the right max and the left max. So here you can see that we are calculating water level is equals to math dot minimum value of right max and left max of that particular index. After that, our trapped water, we already know that the formula for trapped water is equals to water level minus height of that particular bar into width. So width is given by our user and height is given by our user, and we already did form a logic to find out the water level. So this is how we calculated the trapped water. So if I give width as 2, then the whole question will get changed. So if I run the code, then I will get answer differently. So you can see that here the answer is 22. So this is how this is an important question, and if you didn't understand this question, then rewind the video again and watch, and practice by yourself, and try to code the same question in your laptop, such that you will understand it even more better. Such that we have completed our chapter arrays, and we are going to start our next chapter. Hello everyone, now we are going to start our next chapter, that is strings. So suppose in memory, if I want to store a character, then I can create a character array. Suppose if I want to store a text, or if I want to store a word, or if I want to store the whole paragraph, then I am going to create a structure that is known as strings. So I am going to use a structure that is strings. So in previous chapter, in arrays chapter, we created a lot of integer type arrays. So what is the syntax for integer type array? First of all, we write int keyword after my array name, square brackets is equals to, I am going to store my elements 1 2 3 4 5, whatever the elements I have. So suppose if I want to create a character array, then I can store character. I will write character, after that my character name is equals to, in the single bracket, I told you that in the single quotations, will represent our character. So A, B, C, D. So this is how we can store elements in a character array. So the elements which are stored in the character array are stored separately. You can see that this array is stored in the form of boxes, right? So these elements are stored separately, right? So if I want to store in a continuous manner, or together, all the elements together, then I will create a string character. String keyword, first of all I will write a string. To implement string, first of all I will write string keyword after my string name str is equals to, in the double quotations, A, B, C, D. So I can store, rather than storing separately, I will just create a string str is equals to ABCD. So this is how we will create strings in Java. And I believe, from my perspective, I believe that Java string are slightly better than C++ strings, because Java strings has more functionality, and it has some features which C++ I believe that didn't have that much. That's why I prefer Java strings because of its functionality. Now let us see how we can create or what are the various ways to implement my strings. After that, how we can take input, output and various things by coding it. Now in my main program, first of all I am going to create my string variable. First of all I am going to create a string 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 str. Remember guys that in the string keyword the s word is capital. Str is equals to I am going to store a b c d. So this is the one way to store a particular or to implement a particular way. This is the first method. After that we can use another method also, that is I can create a string string str1 str1 is equals to str1 is equals to new string string. In the brackets I can store x y z. So there is a slight difference between just writing string str is equals to abcd and writing string str is equals to new string xyz. There's a slight difference in memory, or you can say implementation level, but it doesn't affect in my execution level. So we will study what happens in the memory and implementation level later in our videos. But for now, remember guys that there is a only slight difference. There is no like much difference between these two types of implementation methods. So these are the two methods. This is my first method, and this is my second method. So these are the two methods that we use to create a particular string. And remember guys that there is a slight difference in implementation level, but we don't need to worry about that because there is a slight difference only, but it doesn't affect in my execution level. So when we execute these two, then there is no difference between these two that much. So there is only difference in implementation level, that's all. Now let us see how we can take input from our user, or how we can give output, or how we can print a particular string. Now first of all let me comment this out. Let me comment these two lines, right? Okay, now here first of all I am going to create a string string name is equal name. I'm not going to initialize. So after that I'm going to create my scanner class, scanner sc is equals to new scanner index system dot in, scanner system dot in, right? After that I'm going to take the value from the user. So name is equals to sc dot next, right? After that I'm going to print system dot out dot print, and to print the value that is given by our user I will just write my name of the string. So name, that's all. This is how we will take input in the ninth line. This is the input, and in this is how I will give output to my user. Now save this thing and run. So I have to give the name, the input to my user. So I am going to give my name Jabir, Jabir. You can see that I have printed the output as Jabir. Now I want to show you one thing here, that again I am running this program, and I am given here is I am giving input as Jabir space Hussain Hussain. You can see that I have given Jabir Hussain, but the output I got is Jabir, because here the input I have given sc dot next and parenthesis. So these line will take only one word, that's all, only one word. And if this got a blank space, blank space, then it will immediately stop there. So I have given Jabir space Hussein, right? So if you got if sc dot next got a blank space, then it will stop taking input from our user. So this is how sc dot next work. So to tackle that, or to ignore, or to tackle with this sc dot next, and what I am going to do, we are going to create a name name is equals to sc dot next line. So next line will take input the whole line, take inputs as whole line. So I can give input as a string Jabir Hussain, my name is Jabir Hussain, hey, my name is Jabir Hussain, whatever. We can give a whole paragraph. sc dot next line will take the input of my whole paragraph. Now let me save this and run. First of all, I'm going to give my name, Jabar, Jabir, space Hussein, Hussein, Jabir Hussein. So you can see that my output is Jabir Hussein. So sc dot next line will take the whole line including blank space, whereas sc dot next will only take the single word, and if it got a blank space, then it will stop taking the input from our user. So this is how the difference between sc dot next and sc dot next int, right? This is how we take input and output from our user. Now if I want to take in arrays chapter, we have we know how to calculate the length of my array. We just write arr dot length, and this arr dot length will give me the size of my array, the length of my array. So similarly here we have a function called as length, and this is a function, not a keyword, so we'll give parenthesis. So if I want to print the size of my name string, then I will write name dot length, curly sorry, parenthesis. So this will give me the length of my array. So let me run this. Here I am just giving Jabir, Jabar, Jabir. You can see that my output is I am printing here in the line heading. I am printing the name of the output, the whatever the input I have taken, I am printing as my output. Here after it, in the 16th line, I am printing the length. Here you can see that Jabir, number of letters are 5. So the size of my array is 5, and I am printing my size of my array. So to calculate the size or the length of my array, I am going to write my string name dot length after that parenthesis, because length is a function here, whereas in arrays length is a keyword that will give me the array length, whereas in strings we use functions, length dot length string name dot length after parenthesis. So this is how we can calculate the string length. After that, let us see, there is an important method. Let me comment this out. There is an important thing when it comes to question solving. We use it again and again. That is, suppose if I want to, in the name I have taken the input from our user, right? The input is Jabir, Jabir. Now if I want to print the indexes also is there, because when we are studying arrays, we used to do indexes. We know the indexes starts from 0, 1, 2, 3. Similarly, in strings, each character has its own index, and the indexing similarly starts with 0. Now to calculate a particular index of a character, or in a previous chapter in arrays, we can access elements through its index, right? So similarly, we can access a particular character through its index also. So suppose if I want to print the character which is at 0th index, so I am going to write char at capital C, capital char at, first of all, my string name dot caret, suppose if I want to print the 0th index here, then I will write 0, that's all. This will give me the 0th index character, whatever the character present in the 0th index, that will give me as my output. Now let me save and run. First of all, I am giving input as suppose Tony. If I am giving Tony as my input, then I am printing the whole string after the 0th index. Here the 0th index character is T. Suppose if I want to print, let me comment this out. Now suppose if I want to print the third index character, then let me run this again. Let me save first of all. Wait a minute. Delete this and save again. Now run. I am printing the third index of my character. So I am giving here BATMAN, Batman. So you can see that here the third index is 0, 1, 2, 3. M. Third index is M. So if I press enter, then I will get M. You can see that I got the output as M. So the third index character is M. So to access a particular character in our array, we use a method called as char at method. So this will give me the particular character which is present at that particular index. Now if I want to add two strings, then suppose I am creating a string 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 first name, first first name, after that string last last name. Now let me comment this line also, right? Okay, now I'm taking input from a user that first name is equals to sc dot next line after that last name is equals to sc dot next line, right? I'm taking input from my user. After that what I'm doing, I'm going to add two strings, so this is known as concatenation. So I am going to print a string full name. Full name is equals to first name plus last name. A blank space here, I can give a blank space, right? Okay, plus last name. So to add two strings, we just write plus here, and this method, that is first string plus last string, s1 plus s2, or first name plus second name, this will add the two strings, right? This method or this thing is known as concatenation of two strings, right? After that I'm printing system.out.print, and finally I'm printing my full name. So let me save this thing and run. So first of all, I'm giving my first name as Jabar, Jabir, and second name as Hussein, Hussein. You can see that I got my full name output, that is Jabir Hussein. So to add two strings, we just write plus here, right? This is how concatenation works. This thing is known as concatenation. Nation, right? Forgive me if the spelling is wrong, but this method is known as concatenation. Adding two strings is known as concatenation. And I want to tell you the most important things when it comes to Java strings. That is, in Java strings are immutable. Remember guys, this is the main important thing when it comes to strings in Java. That is, the strings which are present in Java are immutable. It means that we can't change the original value of my string. Suppose if I am taking a string s1 is equals to Tony, then I can't change the word as Sony or Pony or whatever it is. So I can't change the given string. If I have created a string once, then I can't change it. So this is known as immutability. In Java, the strings are immutable. Remember, this will get asked in the interviews a lot of times. So in Java, the strings are immutable. This is the important thing that we have to remember all the times when we are studying strings in Java. Okay, now let us solve our first question. That is, in this question, we have to check whether the given string is palindrome or not. So how we can check this? To check whether a particular string is palindrome or not, first of all, let us understand what is palindrome. Suppose this is my given name, that is Madam, Madam. So this is the from 0th index, first index, second index, third index, fourth index. So these are my letters, right? So if I write the given string in reverse order, and if I got the same original string, then the given string is known as a palindrome. So if I am going to write from fourth index, that is Madam, that is 43210, right? If I write this in reverse order, then if the original string and the reverse string order is same, then the given string is known as palindrome. So I have to find out whether the given string is palindrome or not. So what is the logic for finding palindrome or not? So let us take example that here there are three examples, right? Let us take this because this is a small one, so we can understand the logic what is going on in this string. So here N noon. So can we observe one thing, that if a particular string is palindrome, then the first letter is equals to the last letter. The first letter is the same as last letter, and the second last is equals to the second last. Here let me take race car, race car. You can see that the first letter is equals to the last letter. After that, second last, third last, and E is the common one. So we don't need to check with any one of this. So you can see that here the first letter is equal to the last letter, second last, third last. If these all things are equal, then and only my string will be a palindrome. If not, if any one of these cases becomes false, that if any one of the two characters is unequal, then given string immediately we tell our user that the given string is not a palindrome. So this is the main logic behind it. So we'll run a for loop. First of all, we'll run a for loop for int I is equals to 0, because we already know that indexing starts from 0th index. So we'll start our loop from I is equals to 0, and I should be less than or equals to string str dot length. And how many times we have to run? First of all, we have to run only half of the times, because if we run half loop, then we can check the rest of the elements also. So I'm going to run this loop half string length by 2, after that I plus plus. In this I'm going to check what I'm going to check: if my str dot caret index I is equals to str dot last element indexes, right? Str dot char at caret n minus 1, because the total size of the array is n, right? That is nothing but str dot length. The total last index is, suppose here the n value is 5, but the last index is n minus 1. The last index is n minus 1. So n minus 1 to last element, that is n minus 1 minus I, because after each and every iteration I am decreasing the value of last index, right? I am coming towards the right side. So I need to check n minus 1 minus I times. If this if any one of this is not equal, first of all I am checking for not equal, then immediately return false. If all these if our loop iterations are completed, then what the meaning of it? The meaning of it is the given string is a palindrome. So if the for loop is completed, then return true. So this is the pseudo code for checking whether the given string is palindrome or not. Now let us code this thing and understand even more better. I am going to create a function public p should be small, right? So public static boolean type function. I am going to create a boolean type function because this will give me either true or false, right? After that, my name of the function is palindrome, is palin. After that, in this I am passing my string string str. I am passing my string str. After that I am checking for int I is equals to 0, and I should be less than or equals to str dot length divided by 2. After that I plus plus. Here I am going to check if before this, let me calculate the length of my array, length of my string, that is int n is equals to str dot length. After that I am checking if my str dot char at ith index is equals to str dot char at n minus 1 minus I. If these both strings are true, if these both strings are not true, if any one of this condition is false, then immediately return false. After completing all the iterations, if I didn't return anything, then it means that the given string is palindrome. So I am going to return true. That's all. This is the code for checking whether the given string is palindrome or not. Now I am going to create my string str is equals to, suppose let me give noon, noon, right? After that I am calling my if in the if statement I am calling my is palin function. If the returned value is equals to true, then what I am printing? I am printing so system dot out dot print given string is palindrome. After that, in the else block, else system dot out dot print given string is not a palindrome. Right? This is how I am going to run my loop. After that, I am checking at each iteration. If my character at the ith index is equals to n minus I minus 1. If this is not equal, then immediately return false. If these both are true, if I am completed my all the loop for loop, after it finally return true. Right, after that I'm checking in the main program, I'm checking whether the return value is true or not. If true, then print palindrome, else print not a palindrome. Now let me save this thing and run. So NON is a palindrome, right? So the output we got is given string is palindrome. Suppose if I am giving here N A M N naman. So here naman naman. Save this thing and run. So you can see that given string is also a palindrome because naman is also a palindrome. Now let me give my name here, right? Jabar, Jaber. So we already know that my given name is not a palindrome. So if I run the output, then we get as a given string is not a palindrome. So this is how we'll check whether the given string is palindrome or not. Now in this question we have to find the in this question the user have given me the 4 directions, and we have to find the shortest path between the reach point, that is the starting point, and the ending point. We have to find the shortest distance between these 2 points. So here the each direction is taken as 1 unit. So if the user give me W, then I will travel in the west direction 1 unit. If the user have given me north, then I will travel in the north direction 1 unit. If the user have given me south, then I will travel from top to down 1 unit. So here first of all let me write this is my axis, this is my axis is right, this is east, west, north, south. So these are my axes, north, east, west, south. First of all user has given me west, so I will travel from this let me change my ink. Okay, so first of all from origin I will start from origin, right? So 0 comma 0 I will always start from origin. After that I will travel west 1 unit, after that I will travel north 1 unit, after that east 1 unit, after that again north, east, after that again east. So I will travel east 1 unit, after that again north. So I will travel north 1 unit, after that again east. So east 1 unit, after that south 1 unit. So south 1 unit, right? Okay, after that north again. So after that, sorry, east. So from south to east 1 unit, after that north, after that this is the point, and again north 1 unit, after that again north, and finally this is my end point. So you can see that from the x-axis 1 2 3. So the x-axis is this is 1, again this is 1 1. So x-axis 3 and y-axis is this is 1, after that 1 1 1. You can see that y-axis is 4. So the shortest between the starting point and the ending point is, we already know that the shortest point between any 2 points in physics we studied that is known as displacement. So from this to this is the shortest path between any 2 points. So this is known as displacement. So what is the formula? In maths we studied that the distance between, suppose let us take this is d, then the formula is root over x2 minus x1 whole square plus y2 minus y1 whole square. That's all. So here the answer is the final point is 3 minus 0 whole square plus 4 minus 0 whole square. So root over this, and finally we will got our output as 9. That is 3 minus 0 is 3 square, after that 4 minus 0 is 4 square, that is 16 here, right? The sum is root 25, and the answer we will get is the shortest distance is 5. So this is how we are going to calculate the formula for shortest distance between any 2 points. Now this question might sound a little bit different for what we have to travel this, there, and also on, right? There is a simple logic here. If you understand the logic, then you can do it, right? The logic here is, remember guys, the logic here is we are starting our x comma y from 0 0. So initially our x is 0 and y is 0, right? X is 0, y is 0. After that, suppose if I am traveling west, then it means that I am decrementing the value of x. So x will become x minus 1, right? If I am traveling east, then it will towards the towards right, it means that I am incrementing my value of x. So x will become x plus 1. So if I am traveling north, then my y will get changed, that is y will change from y plus 1. So if I am traveling south, then I have to travel from, I am decrementing the value of y, that is y minus 1. So this is the main logic here. This is the main logic. So whatever the steps we have, at each indexes we will go and we will check whether the given value is west, north, east, south. If the given value is west, then we will decrement x value. After it, if the given value is north, then we will increment the value of y. So this is the main here. This is the main thing here. You have to remember. Right now, let us code this thing. After it, after calculating the value of x and y, we will apply this formula, and from this formula we can calculate the shortest distance between any 2 points. Now this might sound a complex thing, but if I code this thing, you will understand it even more better. Now let us code this thing. Now first of all, let me write my function public static int type function, integer function, because it will return the shortest value, right? So int my shortest path. In that I am passing my string string uh, str or string path. In the path function, what I am running, first of all, I'm going to initialize x value int x is equals to 0. After that, int y is equals to 0. After that, I am running my loop for int I is equals to 0 and I should be less than str or path. Here string name is path dot length. After that, I plus plus. Here I am checking, and what I am, first of all, I am checking for west condition. So if path dot char at I is equals to my single quotes w, capital W. If this the given is west, then what I have to do, I have to decrement the value of x is equals to x minus 1. So for east, east, for east I am going to write else if my given path dot char at index I is equals to east, capital E. If the given is capital E, then what I have to do, I have to increment x plus 1, right? Okay. Now for north, north else if in this I am going to write path dot char at index I is equals to capital N, right? Okay. Then what I have to do, I have to increment y value, y plus 1, right? After that, again final else if for south, else if path dot length, okay, sorry, my bad. Path dot char at index I is equals to south, capital S. If this is the condition, then I have to decrement the value of y is equals to y minus 1. So this is how I will calculate the values of x and y by taking by checking the character at that particular index of my string. Now after checking all the things, what I have to do, I have calculated the values of x and y. Now I need to calculate its square. So to calculate its square, I am writing x sq is equals to, it will calculate x into x value. After that, int y sq is equals to, it will calculate y square. So y into y, right? After that, what I have to return, return first of all, I need to create, because the whatever the value I got, suppose if I got root 7, then it is a decimal. So because root 7 is a decimal value, it will give me a decimal value and it is not an integer. So I need to return here, in the place of integer, I need to return a float value. Float here, I need to typecast the value, because whatever the value I have, math.square will return in the form of integer. So to tackle that, it will show me an error. So to tackle the error, I am going to typecast here float, 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 after math dot square yxq plus, sorry, xxq plus ysq, right? So I am going to calculate the sum. After that, I will calculate its square root. So this is how the code will work. Now let me give the sample example that we have taken. Int path, path path is equals to what I have taken. First of all, this is the sample example we have taken. Now let me call my function, that is shortest path, right? Shortest path function, and I'm passing my path as my path string. After that I'm printing the whatever the value I got to my user, right? I'm printing the value right here, print value, that's all. Save this thing and run. Here, wait a minute, I have in the place of 1 I have written factorial, my bad. 1, save this thing and again run, right? I hope no errors now. You can see that I got my output as 5. So we already check manually that what will be our output is. Now this is how we can calculate the shortest path between any two given points. This is the code for calculating the shortest path between any two points. So this is the logic. I hope you have understood the logic and the pseudocode and all those things for this particular question. Now let us study string comparisons and all those things. Now we are going to study about some of the string functions in Java. Now to understand string functions, let me create a string. S1 is equals to Tony. I am going to store here Tony, 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 right? After that string S2 is equals to, again I am going to store Tony, right? Again Tony. After that I am going to create another string S3 is equals to new string new string, in that again Tony, right? Suppose how we can calculate that the given two strings are same or not, equal or not. So we can in previous examples and previous chapters we did compare two elements of my array by just writing ARR of I is equals to this, right? And we used to compare two variables, right? Similarly, if I write that S1 is equals to S2, this is not the correct way, but I'm checking what it will give me. So system.out.print, if these both are true, then print equal, right? Else system.out.print not equal. Save this thing, right? First of all I'm checking string S1 is equals to S2. If this is true, then print S1. Now I'm going to check the S1 same string with S3 now. So if S1 is equals to S3, then system.out.print equal, right? Else system.out.print not equal. Wait a minute, sorry. Yeah, not equal, right? This is how we are going to check. Now let me understand one thing, that first of all I'm checking with 2. After that if those two are equal, then it will print equal. If not, then it will come into else block and it will print not equal, right? After that I'm checking with S3 is equals to S1 is equals to S3. If these two are equal, then it will print equal. If not, then it will not print, it will print not equal, right? Now let me save this thing. First of all let me comment it out and check for S1 is equals to S3, right? So first of all let me save and run. So I got my output as equal, right? Because S1 is equals to S2, the values are same, right? Okay, I got my output as equal. Now let me here remove the comments here. Now I'm going to comment this first S1 S2 block, right? Okay, now I'm going to run again and see what the output is. We got our output is not equal. S1 is not equals to S3, right? But you can see that S1 is equals to Tony and S3 is equals to Tony, right? The two values are same, but I am getting my output as not equal. So the main logic here, or the main what is going on in the background is our Java will store that for strings. Our Java compiler creates a stack and heap. We'll study about it in detail, right? So our in memory allocation, our string creates a stack and a heap. In the heap, the value of string gets stored and the string points to that particular value, right? For example, that I have created Tony, right? So S1 will point to Tony, after that s2 will also get pointed to Tony. So if I compare these two, then these two are pointing to object, that is Tony, right? Okay, so s1 points to Tony and s2 also points to the same Tony, right? Okay, so if I compare these two, s1 s2, then it will give me same. But when I create new string, then a new Tony is created. So Tony for s1 is equal to Tony is created. When I create s3 is equal to new Tony, new string Tony, a new Tony is created in the heap, and s3 will point this, and for s2 a new Tony s1 point to this Tony and s3 will point to this Tony. So the pointing of two objects are different, such that I will get output as s1 is not equals to s3. So when I run the output, I got that s1 is not equals to s3, because those two things are pointing to different blocks or different objects. That's why I got my output as not equal, right? I hope you have understood. Now to compare any two strings, this is not the correct way. So to compare two strings, we will use a string functions. So if I want to compare the actual values, not the objects, so s1 is equals to s2 will compare the objects, not the values. So if I want to compare the values of my string, I use suppose I'm printing system.out.print, or if in the if statement I want to compare s1, the values of s1 equals to s3, right? This is how I will write dot equals, after it in the parenthesis s3. If this will give me either true or false. So if this is true, if this the given value is true, then print system.out.print equal, 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 right? Else system.out.print not equal, not equal. So this is how we will check whether the two given string values are same or not, right? Let me run this code. We can see that we got our output as equal, because the values which are present in the objects are equal. While when I write that s1 is equals to s3 is equals to s3, this thing gave me not equal, because these things checks the object, whether the objects of s1 and s3 are same or not. So if they are not, then it will print not equal, right? But s1 here, this thing s1 equals to s3 will check the actual values which are present at my strings. So this is how we can compare or check two strings. Now let us talk about substrings. So in arrays, we already know that subarrays is a continuous part of array. Right? Similarly, suppose let us consider a string hello, 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 world, world. So here this LOW is a substring, and HEL is also a substring, and WORLD is also a substring, and this whole thing is a substring. So substring is the continuous part of my strings. Here EWD is not a substring, but it is a subsequence though. Subsequence are a part of my given string, but it is not a substring. So how we can say that whether the given string is substring or not, or to print here we are printing, the user will give me the starting index and the ending index, and we have to print whatever the elements which are present in between the string. Suppose I am taking hello world example, HELLOWORLD. So our indexing starts from 0, right? 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. So if I want to print the elements which are present from 0 to 4, here remember one thing, that ending index is excluded, so we don't include the ending index. So if I give starting index as 0 and ending index as 4, then I will print from 0 to 3 elements. So I will print HELL to my user, right? This is a substring. This is the concept of substring. Now let us code this thing. So let me, in the main program, let me create my function string str is equals to HELLO, hello, WORLD, world, hello world. Now here let me create my function, public static void So it will print my substring, right? So substring. In this I'm passing my string string str. In this, first of all, creating a new string, that is string sub str. I'm going to initialize it with nothing. After that, I'm running my loop for int I is equals to 0 and I should be less than I will start from starting index, right? So in the parameters I have to take the starting index comma int starting index comma int ending index. So we'll start our loop from starting index, after ending index, after I plus plus. Here what I'm doing, I'm adding substring plus is equals to str dot char at that particular I value. After that, print system dot out dot print substring. That's all. Now let me call here in the main program. Let me call substring function. Here I have to give sub sub, not sun, right? Substring and let me pass my 0 comma 4 as my right starting index and ending index. Save this thing and run. Here it is showing me, right? Okay, string string. Let me run this. You can see that I got my output as string HELL substring. That is my substring. So without implementing our own thing or the function, there is a string function, inbuilt string function that we can use. I just wanted to tell you the logic. That's why I told you how substring functions works in the background. Now the inbuilt function for substring is first of all we'll write our string name dot substring. Here first of all in the zero thing we'll write our beginning index or the starting index, after it our final index. So I will write my final index 4 and I'm printing whatever the value that my string got. Right here I'm printing the value right here. Right, okay, right, save this thing and run. You can see that I got my output from my inbuilt function also the same. So in most of the coding questions and in most of the things we will use substrings, and we don't implement our codes for calculating length or calculating substring. We just use inbuilt functions which are there in our programming. Now in this question we have to print the largest of the given strings. So the user will give us a string array and we have to print the largest element, which is the largest string which is present in our elements string array, right? So we are going to do in the lexicographically order. So what is the meaning of lexicographically? Suppose let us take a string that a b d. After that, this is my first string, and after that here a b e. First of all, the first strings are same, right? So the only changes here the last strings. So we will check d will first come or e will come first. So d will come first. So d is less than, that is this string 1 is less than the string 2, because this will come later, right? So the size of this thing is more, or the number or ASCII value of e is more than the d value, ASCII value of d. So this value is greater than the first string, that is str2 is greater than the second string, right? Okay, str2 is greater than the first string, right? Okay, so how we can do this question? So to do this question we will use a inbuilt function, string inbuilt function, that is str1 dot compare to str2, right? This will compare the string 1 with string 2, and if this gives me 0, it means that the given two strings are equal. If it gives me less than 0, right? If it gives me less than 0, then s1 is less than s2. The meaning of it is s1 is less than s2. If it gives me greater than 0, that is my something value is greater than 0, right? Positive value, then s1 is greater than s2. So we use the concept of this and lexicographically to solve this particular question. First of all, I'm going to create my string array, that is fruits, fruits, fruits array. In this I'm going to store apple, 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 comma, mango, mango, comma, banana, banana. After that, I am creating a string largest, a string variable that is known as largest, and this will hold the first index value. I am considering that the my first index value is my greatest. I am considering it as the first index which is present at my string array is the largest value. After that, I am running my loop from one first index from int I is equals to 1, int I is equals to 1, and I should be less than fruits fruits dot length, fruits dot length, right? After that, I plus plus. Here what I'm doing, I'm checking if my largest is largest dot compare to, I'm using compare function, compare to my particular fruit of that particular array, that is ith index. If this is less than 0, if this is less than 0, it means that my largest is greater than that particular ith index element. So if the condition is true, then what I'm doing, I'm changing the value of largest is equals to fruits of ith element, fruits of ith element. After that, finally, what we have to do, we have to just after completing the loop, just print system dot out dot print largest value, whatever we have. Now save this thing and run. You can see that here mango is the largest element with respect to, or with the reference of lexicographically order. From lexicographically order, mango is the largest element which is present, because the elements which are containing n, g, o are the last elements, right, of the, or have more ASCII value. When we compare a in the banana, we have a, b and n, whereas in p, p, l, e, these are the starting letters of my alphabets, right? So because of this, mango is the largest element which is present in my array based on lexicographically. Now let us understand what happens in the memory when we create a particular string, right? And in the previous example, we have seen that s1 is not equals to s3. Why it happened? And because the values are same, but it is showing that the two strings are not equal. Why is that? What is the reason behind it? We are going to understand all this in this video. Now first of all, let me create a string s1 str1 is equals to Tony. It's gonna store the value of Tony. After that, I'm going to write another string str2 is equals to, I'm going to store again the value of Tony, right? After that, I'm going to create a string str3 is equals to new string. In this, I'm going to store again Tony, right? Okay, right? First of all, we have to understand one thing, that in strings, memory allocation happens in the form of combination of stacks and heaps. So this is a heap. You can imagine this as a form of a heap. This is a heap. After this is my stack, heap and stack. So in the stack, a variable is created str1, right? And in the heap, the actual value, whatever the value we are storing, that will create in our heap. So Tony will get stored here, Tony will be here, right? After that, str2 will be, right, str2 will get created, and these two variables will point to Tony object. This is the object, or you can say that this is the value that is stored in our heap. So string 1 will point to Tony, and string 2 will also point to Tony. So when we write str1 is equals to str2, this will give me equal, right? Because these two things are pointing to only one object. That's why this thing will give me these both str1 and str2 are equal. Suppose if I create new string, here I have created new string, right? So here another Tony is created in the heap, and here str3 will point to this Tony now. So str3 will point to this particular Tony. That's why str1 is not, when we do str1 is equals to str3, it give us a not equal, because the objects pointing str3 is pointing to different thing, and str1 is pointing to different thing, right? This thing is known as interning. This is due to this happens, due to this thing happens due to interning concept. This concept is known as interning, right? Okay, right? Remember the technical language we are using here, right? These things happen because of pointing to different objects. This pointing to different objects is known as interning, right? Okay, now I told you that in Java strings are unmutable or immutable, right? So suppose if I want to change the value of from Tony to Pony or Sony, right? These can't be possible in Java, because if I create a string, then I can't change, but I can add. Suppose I can add a in my variable, right? If I can add, we know how to concatenate two strings, or how to append a particular string to another, right? So I can write Tony, right? I can add here a, right? Tonya, or I can add b, Tonya b, right? So if I add a, so here Tonya A, right? If I change the value from Tony to Tonya A, then the connection will get changed. So here this is how the connection works. Let me erase this thing. So str1 and str2. Now the pointing will get changed here. So from Tony to Tony has changed to Tonya. I have added A, but I haven't changed the original value. That is the concept of immutable. I haven't changed the original value, because we can't change the original value. We can add elements to my particular string. This is the concept of immutability or immutation, right? So from Tony, initially the str1 or str2 are pointing to Tony. Now the Tony has changed to Tonya, and I have added A here. So the Tony, the str1 will point to now here Tonya A, and this will thing points to Tonya A. So this is how the concept of memory allocation, or what, this is what happens in memory. So the memory allocates, or memory happens in the combination of stacks and heaps when it comes to strings. So this is why we got str1 is not equals to str3, because of the interning concept, because the object which is pointing to variable is different. That's why we got output as not equal, right? Remember guys that we can't change the value of string. Those things are immutable. Those things are immutable. In Java, the things are the strings are immutable. We can't change the original strings. Yeah, but we can add extra values, extra characters. We can add at the rate, hashtag, percentage, 2, 3, 4, whatever the valid characters we have in Java, we can add those things. So this is the concept of why characters, or why strings are immutable in Java, and how memory works for strings when it comes to Java. So in the combination of string, stack and heaps, memory allocation forms in this order. Now remember guys that we can't change from Tony to Pony or Sony, whatever, right? We can't change the original value, but we can add, we can concatenate, we can append, but we can't change the original value we have. That is known as immutability or immutation. And remember guys that Java, I am telling you again and again, in Java the strings are immutable. We can't change the original string. So this is the concept of why strings are immutable in Java. Now we are going to start about now we are going to study about string builders. So string builders, so the syntax for string builders is, first of all we will write a string, after it a builder, right? After it builder, SB, the name of the string is equals to new string builder, new string builder, and we'll give whatever the value we want here. Suppose if I want to give hello world. So in previous lecture we studied that we can't modify, or we can't change the values of string. So for that, to tackle or to change the values of string, or to change the values and the elements of the string, we create in the place of strings we create string builder. So string builder is the class that we import from our Java collection framework, and we'll create it object that is SB, and we'll write whatever the things we want, right? So to convert a string builder to string, we use SB. First of all, we write the name of the string builder, after to string. So this thing will convert a string builder to string. So you can observe one thing, that char is the data type. Similarly, string is also kind of a, you can say, data type. Similarly, character array or data type, whatever. So here char is data type, right? Char, by using char we can create character variables and all those things. Here we can create the objects of characters by just writing the whole character keyword,
and by writing ch we are going to create the objects of characters. Here we are creating the variables of characters. Similarly, we can create the variables of strings, and we can create the variables of objects of strings by building string builders, right? Okay, so we can't directly print or return string builders. So to do that, we'll convert the string builders to strings by this uh, inbuilt function, that is sb dot to string. This thing will convert me from string builder to string. Now let us code this thing and understand how the thing work here. I'm creating my string builder, string string builder sb is equals to new string builder. That's all. I'm not placing anything here. After that, I'm running a loop int char ch is equals to a, ch is equals to a, comma ch should be less than or equals to z. After that, ch plus plus. In the for loop, what I'm doing, I'm adding or modifying the value of right sp, and I'm adding here ch, right, ch, and finally whatever the value I got, I'm printing the sp value, right, sp, right. Okay, now let me save this thing and run. You can see that we have printed all the alphabets, 26 alphabets a to z, right. This is how string builders work. We can also print the length of my sp, right, system dot out dot print sp dot length, right. So total number of alphabets are 27, so it will give me the size of 26. So we have printed the alphabets, after that the size of my sp. So this is how the string builder works. You can google and study the sheets that we have provided after the video completion for string builders. So in this question we have to convert the string provided into uppercase, right. Suppose the user has given me hey I am Jabir, right. Then I have to convert this particular string as hey I am Jabir. So this is how I need to convert the particular given string into capital letters or uppercases, right. This is the main funda of this question. Now to change the character or to change the string to uppercase, first of all let us take this is my right array given string, right, string hey I am Jabir, right. So I will traverse at each index and I will take each character and I will change the each character into uppercase. So to change the each character into uppercase, what we can do, first of all we'll use a inbuilt function, that is a character dot to uppercase and I will pass the character which is present at that particular char, which is particular index, that is str dot char at that particular char at particular index. So suppose here this is the 0th index, right. So I will get h, and h will be converted into ch, and after converting I will store into a ch character and I will add into my str dot int append. I will create a new string and I will add that particular character into my string. So this is how the appending or adding new string works. Adding the new strings works, and finally I will print my str1 value, and the output I will get is like this. So this is how the basic overlay and the structure of my question. Now let us code this thing. So in the main program I am going to create my string str. String str is equals to hey I am Jabir, right. Okay, so here I'm going to create my function public static string type function. So this will return a string. After that the name of my function is to uppercase. In this to uppercase is my name of the function. In this I'm passing my string str. After that in this first of all I'm creating a string builder. I'm creating a string builder because I have to modify the things, right. So I'm going to create my string builder, string builder sb is equals to new string builder, right. That's all. And in this I'm going to initialize nothing, right. After that I'm going to create a character char ch is equals to character
character dot to uppercase and here I'm going to give str dot caret zeroth index, right? Zeroth index. First of all, I'm going to change the first character present in the zeroth index, right? After that, I'm running my loop. I'm running before running my loop, I'm going to append sp dot append the value of ch into my sb string builder. After that, I'm running my loop uh, for int I is equals to 1 and I should be less than str dot length after that I plus plus. Here, first of all, I'm checking if str dot char at I is a blank space or not. If it is a blank space, then just leave it now, right? If it is a blank space and I should be less than str dot length minus 1. Suppose in the last index I have given a space, so to ignore this we are running up to n minus 1 times, right? Okay, now here in the if statement this is showing me okay, we have to give in single quotations, right? So single quotations, yeah. Now in the if statement I'm adding sb dot append str dot caret I, right? After that I plus plus, right? After appending sb dot append, I'm again appending character to uppercase str dot caret I value, right? Okay, this is what I'm doing in the if statement. If it is not a blank space or whatever, then what I'm doing sp dot append. Similarly, append in this str dot character at that particular index, right? Okay, now finally return sp dot to string. That's all, right? I'm converting into a string and returning. Now whatever the string that I have written, I'm printing that by calling the function name to uppercase and I'm passing str. Now let me save this thing and run this. You can see that I have converted all my things as yeah, all my things as hey, I am Jaber Hussain. Now you can see that I have only converted. So in the question you can see that the thing which we have to convert are the initial starting letters of my question. Now there's a misinterpretation here. I need to only convert the starting of my letters, right? So if I want to change all the things to capital, then I can write I can simply write here, don't need to give a if whatever, right? Don't need to give a else, just do here like this, right? Save this thing, and if I want to convert all the letters into capital, then just do this and run. You can see that I have converted all the letters including starting and after that first index and all the things into capital. So if I want to convert the starting letter of after the space, here I got the space, after that I have converted capital letter, after that I have converted space after capital letter. So to do that, this is the code, let me right, this is the code for only the beginning of the letter. And if I want to convert all the letters into capital, then I need to just remove this thing and remove this thing. That's all. So by removing this thing, I can convert all the letters into capital. So if I want to convert only the capital initials of my letters as capital, then I need to write all this code. Now in this question we have to compress the given string. You can find this problem like in lead code, HackerRank, and all these coding platforms. Like in competitive coding, you will definitely come across these sort of problems. Now in this question, this is the given string, right? This is the given string and we have to compress the given string in this format. Now we can see that here that a has repeated 3 times, 1 2 3. So we write a3, after that here b 2 times, so b2, after that c 3 times, so c3, after d 2 times. Suppose if the given string is a b c d, then the output will be a 2 times, right? a2, after that b 3 times, after that c, after that d. right? This is how we will write the output by compressing the given string. Suppose if the given output is if the given input is a b c, then we don't write a1 b1 c1 because it's not compression, right? It is not compression, we are expanding in this, so we don't need to write a1 b1 c1 if it is repeated once. So just write a b c, the string as it is. So this is the concept of this question. So suppose if the given question is x after x y z z, then the output will be x3 y z2. So this will be the output. We will compress the given string by counting the number of occurrence of each character in our string. So this is the concept of our question. So how we can do this question? So to do this question, first of all, I am creating a new string and assigning it empty, and I am going to assign it with empty initially. After that I will run a loop. Before running a loop, after that I will run a loop, for loop, for int I is equals to 0 to my str dot length, that is my string dot length. And in that I am going to create a count variable. In this question I am going to, in the loop I am going to create my count variable. Count is equals to 0. So this count will keep track of each character, how many times it has repeated, or you can, in other words, this count variable will keep track of how many number of times a particular character has repeated. After that, in this I will run a while loop. While my I should be less than str dot length, I am checking for up to n minus 1 characters, right? So str should be length of -1, and my character, if this while loop, after that I will go inside the while loop. If my str dot caret I, str of caret I is equals to str of caret I plus 1, if this condition is true, then I will go into the loop. And what I will do, I will first of all increment count, that is I will increment the count value. After that, here what I will do, I will increment the value of I plus plus. So here you can see that initially I is equals to 0, that is 0 index 0 1 2. After that 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, right? So I am incrementing each number up to 3 times, and incrementing the count up to this condition is true. If this condition is false, then I will come out of loop. After coming out of loop, what I will do, I will add in my new string, that is new str plus is equals to, I will add, that is count. I will add before adding count, I will add first of all the string itself, the character which is at that particular index. So str dot caret index I, right? I will add that character. After that, if my count number of occurrence is greater than 1, then first of all I need to convert this is a what you can see, this is a integer, right? And I am converting this into a string. So to convert a integer into a string, instead of writing int, I will write integer class, right? To convert a string builder, we will write sb dot to string, right? Similarly, I will write integer dot or count dot to string. This will convert our integer into string type character. So here I am going to write integer count is equals to 0. Here if my count is greater than 0, then what I will do, new start, I will add the count value to my new string, right? Plus is equals to count dot to string, that's all, to string. So this will convert the integer into count, right? That's all. After that, after completing all the loops, all the iterations, finally return the value of new str, that's all. So what I'm going to do, first of all I will create a new string. I will assign empty thing to my string. I will assign it with empty. After that I will run a for loop. In the for loop I will create an integer character. After that, I will, in the while loop, I will check whether my first character is equals to my second character, and I will also keep my I on the number of ith element, because I need to know how many times I have to run. I am running n minus 1 times, right? So I need to provide this condition in my loop. So if these two conditions is true, then what I'm doing, I'm increasing the value of count, that is nothing but my occurrence of my each character. After that I will increase the ith index. After completing the while loop, I am adding the particular character to my ith index. After that I am checking if my count is greater than 1. If my count is greater than 1, then what I will do, I will add that particular count by converting that particular count integer variable into string to my new variable. After completing all the iterations, I will what I will do, I will return my new string to my user or to my main function. This is the pseudo code for my string compression question, right? So in here the occurrence of each character is 1, right? So I'm going to initialize with count is equals to 1, not 0. This is the only change. So this is the pseudocode. This is the pseudocode for compressing my given string. Now let us code this thing and understand even more better. Now first of all, I'm going to create my function public static. Now I'm going to create string type function because this will return a string, right? This will return our new string. So I'm going to create my string type function. So string string. After that, my function name. What is my function name? String compression. String compress. String compress. In that I am passing my string str, right? After that, here first of all, I am going to create my new string string new str. I am going to initialize it with nothing. After that, I am running my for loop for int I is equals to 0 and I should be less than str dot len. After that, I plus plus. Here first of all, I am going to create my count is equals to 1, initialize it with 1. After that, in the while loop, I am going to create while I should be less than str dot length minus 1 times, and logical and here str dot length minus 1. After that, our str dot character dot char at index I is should be equals to str dot char at index I plus 1. If these both conditions are true, then what I will do, I will increment the value of count. After that, value of index, right? After that, what I will do, I will after completing our while loop, I am going to change the value of a new str is equals to plus is equals to char str dot char at index I, right? Okay. After that, I am checking if my particular count is greater than 1. If my particular count is greater than 1, then add that particular count to my string. So how I can add? I can add first of all my new str plus is equals to this is a appending step, right? Okay. Here what I will do, I will write count dot to string. So to convert a count integer variable, I need to write my integer class, right? Here I am going to convert to string, right? After that, finally return my new string to my user. Wait a minute, I need to remove all these things. New strings, that's all. Finally return my new string, and in the main program, let me create a string string str is equals to a b b c c c. That's all. And finally, whatever the value that will return my that will get returned by the string compress function, I am going to print it. That's all, right? Save this thing and run. You can see that the value I provided is a 3 times, b 2 times, c 3 times, and I got my output as a3 b2 c3. So our code is working fine, and this is the code, this is the given code for compressing a given string. Suppose if I gave here suppose a 5 times and save this thing and run again, then it will give me different answer. You can see that I have given a 3 times, b 2 times, and c 7 times. So this is how I'm going to compress my given string, and this is an important problem. I can say that this is an important problem because you can find this particular problem in various coding platforms, right? With that being said, now let us start. Now this is the chapter of strings. We have studied string functions, how the memory works, and how to declare a string input output, and we have solved palindrome question and many more questions, right? So with that being said, the strings chapter is completed. Now I want you guys to solve that assignment which is provided. So now we are going to start our next chapter.
a very interesting and a simple chapter, that is bit manipulation. So with that being said, I will see you in the next chapter.